And this month's Where Did the Road Go is sponsored by Super Inframan, Allison Cook, and Eric Hervin. Thank you all so very much for your incredible support.
Transmission start. Welcome to Where Did the Road Go? Join us as we wander off the path and explore lost history, consciousness, the paranormal, unexplained mysteries, alternative thought, and much more. We are present on the web at wheredidtheroadgo.com. Now here is your host, Soraya.
Welcome to Where Did the Road Go? This is the second part of the Jeff Ritzmann compilation of appearances and tribute to Jeff. This encompasses... Jeff was on a lot in 2017, I'm realizing. So this encompasses a few different shows and some Patreon segments from those shows. So the first thing we're going to get into is when Jeff came on with Timothy Renner. Now, the first part of this is Jeff talking about his new blog, numinusden.blogspot.com, which is still there for anyone who wants to check it out. And then Tim joins us, and Tim talks to Jeff Ritzmann about hypnosis and stuff like that. And then we have the conversation continues right into a Patreon segment, which you're also going to hear here. Otherwise, you would have only gotten that as a Patreon. So that's this first segment here with Jeff Ritzmann and Timothy Renner from February 25th, 2017. And a few weeks ago, I had done a show with Timothy Renner and Mike Cleland and I believe Joshua Cutchin, and we were talking about some of Timothy's experiences and whether or not he should use hypnosis in those. And Mr. Jeff Ritzmann, who joins me tonight, had chimed in on that, saying that he's actually done a lot of research on hypnosis and stuff, and wouldn't recommend it for various reasons. So we're going to get into that. But welcome back to the show, Jeff, first of all.
Thank you, sir. How are you?
All right. And you also have a new blog.
I do.
And tell people a little bit of what that's about.
Wow. I've been wanting to do that for years now. I mean, literally, I've been trying to get time to kind of sit down and collect my thoughts and figure out how am I going to write this blog and how am I going to kind of feed my way through it. I talked to George Hansen. It's probably been 2 years ago or more. And I was asking him, when you read his book, by the way, if anybody hasn't seen his book or hasn't heard of his book, tricksterbook.com.
Oh, is that what it is? Yeah. Trickster and the Paranormal is the name of the book, which is just
Trickster and
phenomenal.
The Paranormal. Yes, it is a great book. It's very dry, and it's not always easy to comprehend in certain spots. You do have to read it over and over a couple times.
Yes.
To get the idea. It's an abstract theory. This is the thing that you have to keep in your head, that when you say trickster, immediately that brings up notions of an entity of some kind or an imp or a devil or a demon, that sort of thing. That's not what this is about. This is kind of an abstract theorem of how reality seems to ebb and flow and how certain things seem to surround the paranormal in general. I mean, that's really what we're talking about on the blog. And I asked George, I said, this has changed my entire view of how I view this subject. Mm-hmm. How do I view the paranormal? The way he explained it to me when we had him on Peritopia years and years ago now, it literally changed the entire viewpoint for me. And I asked him one night, I said, George, why is it that more people aren't recognizing these consistencies? Because there's so damn few in the paranormal. That if you're looking for consistencies, you're in the wrong spot in the paranormal, right?
Yeah.
So what about the things that surround the events that seem to be so consistent across the board? Why are more people not talking about what you've written about? Because it's a game changer to me. And he said, point blank, he goes, well, let me be honest with you. Most people don't know what I'm talking about.
Yes, yeah, that
he
is
said
part
they
of the
don't
problem.
understand it. They don't understand it, and they don't, and so it doesn't click with them. And I, it wasn't only that what he related to us changed the way I looked at it, but then I began to discover more things on my own using what he had shown me. And so I feel like I've kind of, in a small way, kind of expanded the way I look at things in this, kind of beyond, I guess, maybe what he would have thought about doing, or how he would have advised me to go with this. And I said, there's got to be a way that I can write this out that is interesting to read, but gets the point across to people so that they go, oh my God, there it is. Oh my God, there it is. And people like to see examples. And George gives examples, but what about if I pulled examples from real cases, looking at real investigators, looking at real, because that's part of it too, is the personalities in this. And I thought, I can write this, I can do this. and I started out with basically, here's the premise of what we're going to do. And the next post was, here's the terms we're going to refer to over and over, and here's what they mean. And so you can say a lot with these short terms that really can impact how you perceive the story.
Yeah.
And so the one that I just wrote, I think Tuesday, was an account by, of all people, Michael Shermer, uber skeptic guy, right? Like professional skeptic. And he had a very interesting experience when he got married in 2014. And I went through and I explained, like, do you see how all of these elements surrounded his event? And these elements are exactly what we talk about, excuse me, when we talk about liminal states, the between state, the anti-structural state, the upheaval, all of that. All of these things surround this. And so you couldn't ask for a more textbook example of a weird event that is surrounded by all of those elements. And so I wrote it up. And it's surprising. I'm literally shocked at how much attention it's getting. Like, I looked at the hit count and it's like pretty decent. Huh. For a new blog, it's pretty decent. And so that's kind of my goal, is like, I'm going to try to explain some of the
hard to explain stuff?
Yeah, the stuff that I see people just don't get. Like, I say these things to them and they look at me and they go, okay. Like, I know you don't understand what I'm saying. Because you can't explain it easily. It's examples are required.
And it is very abstract. That's part of the problem. You're dealing with an abstract concept that really has practical sort of implications on all this stuff.
It does. And that's the interesting bit, is that this is something, like, we're always looking for something to test in this. I mean, Project Core was a big part of how do we test people who've had paranormal experiences, and how do we find consistencies in who they are as people. And that worked to some degree. I mean, it was a preliminary study, so it's not anything that's it's going to reach a conclusion of any kind. But with this, you could literally start, asking different questions during investigations. If you're a ghost hunter, if you're a ufologist or whatever, doesn't matter what area of the paranormal that you're into. This can give you different questions to ask that I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to lie and say, this is an answer. It's not an answer. We're way too early for answers. This is about asking the questions that can get you other threads to pull on that may lead you in places that you didn't expect to go. And that can lead to, dare I say, a word often not heard in paranormal circles, progress. So, like, I'm going for that. And hopefully somebody picks it up and goes, yeah, I get it. And I'm going to start asking these questions. And then maybe we start a different dialogue about all of these things.
It's funny. Sometime recently, somebody had complained that here on Where Did the Road Go, we don't offer answers. We just kind of, bring the stuff out there and so on and so forth. And I'm thinking, no, that's just the whole point, is that there are no concrete answers. I mean, we can make suggestions, we can look at different stuff, but there's no, I don't know. The minute someone says they have the answers is the minute I tend to kind of lean away from them.
That's true. I mean, and I mean, particularly in ufology, which I guess is where I'm most associated with. I mean, the one thing about ufology that I've always despised is just how many people claim way too much information,
Yeah.
Like they claim to know these things, and I mean, and it happens in the ghost circles as well. I mean, it's like, and I wrote this on the blog in one spot where I said that, people look at an EVP and they think, well, that's the dead. Really? How do you know that's the dead?
Right.
How do you know that you're not talking a skip across time? You being a radio guy, you know what a skip is.
Yep.
I mean, how do you know it's not that? How do you know it's not a billion other things? Immediately we go for it's the dead. When somebody renovates a house and they get paranormal activity, which is covered in depth on the blog, that's a consistent thing. Mm-hmm. People who renovate homes, whether old or new, they get paranormal activity of one type or another. And people's immediately, the immediate thing that these, I call them performance researchers, say is, well, they've disturbed the spirits in the house who want the house to remain like it is.
Right, right.
And I just look at that and I go, you don't even know what it is. Like, you're immediately saying there's dead people in your house that want things to stay the same. And you don't know what a ghost even is. And you're already ascribing an entire, ideology to these non-corporeal beings. I mean,
yep.
It's the most non-productive thing I think that you can do. And it's the most pervasive thing that is done. We just need better questions. I mean, I really think George laid it out really well in his book, but I'm just trying to I don't know, somehow give examples so that people can go, I see now what it is. And I'm trying to work it kind of like, it's like the Rosetta Stone thing. Like, like you take a Rosetta Stone course and it's not even like, this means red ball, before you know it, you're just speaking it. And you don't know how you got there because you just know these words. And that's kind of the way I'm trying to do it, is to ease people in to where before you know it, you're speaking trickster. And you know exactly what I'm talking about. And you're like, you didn't even know you had an epiphany. So if that works, aces, I'm all for it.
Nice. Yeah, and then that is one of the things. I had a short story idea that I've never put on film yet, where some ghost hunters go into a house and they're walking around, trying to summon up spirits and get the ghosts to react. And at some point they see sort of a portal forming, and out of the portal comes like an axe or something and hits one of the members of the ghost team. The portal disappears, and they think that the devil did this or some demonic force did this and killed one of their members. And 10 years later, they come back to the spot to try and, kind of get their revenge on this thing. And they do the whole ceremony again. The portal opens and the guy grabs a knife or an axe and throws it through the portal. And then on the other side, you see the person 10 years ago who gets hit with the axe.
Yeah. And you know what? That's as good an explanation as any. I mean, those kind of things, we just don't know.
Well, that's it.
And I always go back to this, and I'm not sure if a lot of people listening had seen this, or maybe you saw it, way back in the day when ghost hunters first got started. They went to a hotel where a princess from over in Europe had stayed. She loved this place. This bedroom was her bedroom. Her bed was brought from Europe to this hotel. She died in that bed. She died in that room. And at one point, I'll never forget it, they went in there and they said, "Princess, are you here?" And they heard nothing. And when they played it back, you could clearly hear a woman. It sounded like she was in the next room. Mm-hmm. And she says, "Yes, I'm here. Where are you?"
Yep.
And she said, and it was something else that she said. And I'm like, this sounds to me like she's there, but she's not dead. She's like literally somehow something has opened or something is skipping to where they are literally talking across time. And that reminds me of another, I think it was Mark Nesbitt had told me about something about a destroyer that was in World War II, where the men had said they'd be working in the hull of the ship and would look up on the gangway and see people in strange clothing walking by, looking at them and there were children, and this is like a tour group. That's what this looked like. So we don't know.
Yeah, that's interesting.
We don't know, but there are certain things that do surround, and those things seem to be somewhat constant. And that is the bit that I'm trying to get people, at least right now, to float the idea and go, do you see this? Do you see how this works? And then we can get into why is there so much infighting in the paranormal?
Yeah. Well,
because that's part of it too, and people think that's just, they think, well, that's just a social problem. It's not a social problem, it's not.
I think one of the early Ghost Hunters things, I think there were two that stood out to me on like the first season or so. I before they were obviously faking some stuff here and there. There was an episode in a lighthouse. Did you see this one?
Yes. Yes.
And the thing kind of peered over. It was like a shadow, and they heard a woman's voice, and they went running up there, and it was gone, and then it appeared below them. And I'm thinking, if that's not the perfect trickster behavior.
Absolutely.
And the other one was they were in some kind of baby furniture store type of thing, and no one had ever died there. They thought maybe it was an employee that worked there who had died at home or whatever, and they're walking around, they're calling out their name, and they get EVPs. Like they were saying, Lynn, are you here, or whatever her name was. And the EVP says back, there's no Lynn here. And then a few moments later, you hear, leave us alone. And I'm just thinking, there could be someone in a parallel universe who's hearing these voices float through going, Lynn, are you there? And they're freaking out going, leave us alone. Who are you?
Yes. I mean, I'm not sure if the first time, I mean, we did 3 episodes together, right? Or it was one long 6-hour discussion that was chopped into 3 episodes.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know if I told you about when I was in my guitar room, I'm playing guitar, I'm plugged in, I'm really loud. And I'm playing, and my son had a girl over, and they were up in his room. And I wasn't too keen on that, but I trust him. It's cool. It's, I figured it'll be okay until he gives me reason not to trust him. I trust him.
Right.
So at a certain point, they were upstairs and my wife was in the living room, and I'm playing guitar and I'm into it. I mean, really into it. And I'm sitting down on like an ottoman that I've got in there. And it's really loud. Like I said, definitely loud. And at a certain point, I see my wife lean into the doorway, say my name, and she gives me that look like, you need to come here right now. And I'm thinking, crap, what has the kid done now? She's caught him up there naked or something. Like, what's going on? And so I turn off, I get my guitar off, I turn my amps and everything's off. I come out of the bedroom and the house is black. There's not a light on in this house. And it's probably, 7:30, 8 o'clock. It's summertime. I remember that. And I said, Lisa? No answer. I yell up for Cody. He goes, yeah. I said, where's your mother? I don't know. I said, is Kim up there? She left an hour ago. Oh, okay. I look out. Lisa's in the gazebo in the backyard reading a book. I said, what did you need? What are you talking about? She says. I mean, she was not there is the end result.
Right.
She wasn't in the house. She wasn't there, but I saw her. Our eyes met. I saw her face. I saw her reaction. She wasn't there. What is that? What is that?
Yeah.
I mean,
that's reality. Reality doesn't work the way we think it does. That's what that is.
I believe you're right. I believe you're right. I mean, I talk about these things, and it's just, to me, at times anymore, it's comical. It really is. I mean, until it terrifies you, it is somewhat comical. And again, on this blog, we get into some of those things that I think at least could be valuable in terms of maybe not being so quick to jump on the bandwagon that fulfills your wish. Because that's been a bigger problem is people hear an explanation that feels right to them or it sits well with them.
Right.
And then that becomes what they become married to. And I'm pretty sure it was the first post I made. I said, this blog is not about being married to your thing. It's about divorcing your thing. And it's about trying to look in a different direction that might yield something that you didn't expect. Just hopefully what they don't expect, hopefully that's still interesting to them.
And I think the thing is we have, 10 pieces of a 500-piece puzzle or a 5,000-piece puzzle, and we don't know how many pieces there are. We just have the ones we sort of have, and we're not even sure we can identify.
Right. And I guess the other bit is that, like, I talk about George Hansen because this is the man who related it to me, and that's an important bit to me.
Mm-hmm.
But what he talks about is not new. This stuff's been around for 100 years. They've noticed this for decades. This is not like something. It's new in the way that George kind of presents it and his take on it and how he assigns more to it. I mean, he really has encapsulated a lot more with it. But this is not a new idea. It's not a new concept. This has been known about. And what I really find interesting about that is when you find something about the paranormal that seems to click, it seems to latch in, that's a really rare thing to happen. Yeah. Why do we forget this and go on to these other things? And that's part of it too. By the time you get halfway into, the plans that I have with this blog, you're going to be able to pick out of a crowd like, okay, what UFO researcher or ghost researcher is going to lose their marbles halfway through the game? You'll be able to do that because it's obvious. When you know what you're looking for, it's so obvious. Because we all know that. We all know that story. The researcher who starts out really great and then just falls apart into like some kind of non-credible dialogue in public, and you're like, what happened to that guy?
Yeah.
That's part of it too. So I think it's a valuable thing. I think, and I tell you, it feels like this blog is writing itself because it's effortless to me to do this, and I don't write. I don't write. I mean, I'm working with an author to write my book. I don't write, and it's really writing itself. It's been brilliantly easy for me for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, maybe it's because you're supposed to write it.
I like it though. I like the feeling that I'm getting doing it. So it's pretty neat. Pretty neat. So anyway, I hope people check it out. It's at numinusden.blogspot.com. Numinous. I had to pick the weird word.
Right.
It's NUMINOUS. Den, DEN.blogspot.com. And I'll give you a link, Soraya, that you can put on the website or what have you.
I have the link for it.
Oh, great. Okay. So there you are.
And you've been posting new articles on the Road Go group as well.
That's right. So there you are. You guys can access it there.
All right. And at this point, we're going to bring in Timothy Renner, who is also responsible for the Strange Familiars podcast that you can get here on Word of the Road Go, as well as his own channel. How you doing, Tim?
Doing good.
All right. And just so people know, part 2 of your podcast just went up.
Yes, it did. Yeah, the part 2 is the singing corpse.
Yes. Yeah. And you two are actually, I don't think, very far from one another. You're in South Central PA, Tim, and Jeff, you're Northern Maryland. Is that right?
Northern Maryland, yeah. Hmm?
Yeah. So you're, subtle neighbors.
Yeah, close enough.
I grew up in Northern Maryland, so.
Oh, there you are.
Yeah.
So, Jeff, you've done quite a bit of work researching hypnosis and how it works.
Yeah.
And do you want to give people, and obviously this has been popularized and used in UFO abductions and experiences like Tim's repeatedly, and you don't think this is a good idea at all?
No, not at all. I guess I probably started looking seriously at it in probably right out of high school, probably like 86, 87, somewhere in there. And I just started out by calling psychiatrists and at psychiatry boards, and I started asking them about like what I saw being done as far as in later years, what I had seen being done in abduction research. What Hopkins and Jacobs were doing predominantly. They were the two kind of the poster kids for that.
Yeah.
And I said, what is this about? And what they are doing, is it really getting real memory, like, of these events? Is that what this is for? And I found a couple really interesting things right off the bat. I found that when I asked a clinician about this, I got a lot more of a gentle response than I did if it was an actual practicing doctor slash psychiatrist, or psychoanalyst. I mean, people like that said, "Oh no, 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 this is not good. This is extremely problematic." Whereas the clinician would say, "Well, it might be useful if it's being done the right way, for the right reasons, in the right setting, asking the right questions." And I found that years later, Jeremy Vaney and I would interview Dr. Scott Lilienfeld from Emory University, who is he's a preeminent psychologist and psychiatry, teacher of psychiatry, and he's written books on the pseudoscience of, psychology and what is real and what is not, and in that department. And I rang him when we started hearing murmurs of, I don't know, things like the Emma Woods case, which people should be somewhat familiar with these days. Stuff like that was just starting to peak, and I thought, maybe it's time I revisit this on Peritopia and make I've got now this fairly large audience. Maybe I should talk about this and put it out there. And I called Dr. Lilienfeld and I explained to him the premise of why I wanted to interview him. He was not interested at all, not surprisingly. And he said, "I just don't think we'd have much in common." And then I explained my position with it. And he said, "Oh, okay, this is something I might be interested in doing." And so we had him on. But he said to me, the interesting bit was, I think he wanted to qualify, like, what did I know? What had I found out already? And I said, well, I've been hearing this word cultural contamination, and I've been explained what it means. I think that's a big part of this. I think that the leading questions are a big problem in this field. The notion of false memory and that sort of thing. And I said, am I on the right track or not? And he goes, you are, and those are big things, but it's the mere tip of the iceberg, my boy. I said, oh. So when we had him on, he went into extreme depth about what was wrong about it, and what is potentially seriously dangerous about it. And so when I was listening to my favorite podcast, Where'd the Road Go? And I heard some of the words being uttered, I was like, oh no, I really need to say something. I really do. And so, that's kind of where I start with this is, I had very deep suspicions that what I heard coming out of the alien abduction, quote unquote, research field, didn't sound like, number one, didn't sound like what I had experienced in my own life, but it also didn't sound like what people I knew and people I'd interviewed and people I'd talked with had happen either. So I'm like, well, what is this? Like, where is this narrative coming from? And how are they getting this cohesive story and scenario out of this? And I just wasn't seeing it. And so that's why I initially looked into it.
So how did they differ?
The notion of, the hypnotic regression scenario, like there is a scenario, the person is in bed, usually, a light appears, they're floated either through a wall or out a window, or they're carried out by what are obviously aliens. There's usually a UFO in the sky involved. But what's more important, or what's more, I guess, story-oriented is that they are on a table and they're being sexually probed in one way or another. Male, female differs, which I'm sure everybody's familiar with that scenario by now. It's very clinical. It's very, as Whitley Strieber would say, little blue doctors, that sort of thing. space doctor is here to study us or tag us or treat us like cattle, that sort of thing. There's the notion of embryos being stolen, fetuses being stolen, meeting your alien daughter or hybrid daughter, that sort of thing. This is not what I was finding. I was finding extremely bizarre accounts when I would speak to people directly. Things like, I think I've read this somewhere lately where someone mentioned rabbits, of all things. I mean, it sounds weird going from one thing to another, but a guy is getting ready to go to bed, and he looks out the window, and there's a very large light in his backyard. This is waking hours. This is not anything hypnotically retrieved. And he said someone makes their way out of this light, and he runs to the back of the house, goes into his bedroom, shuts the door, is terrified, looks to his right and sees a very large rabbit outside the window, like someone in a bunny suit. That's the kind of stuff you get. And even more bizarre than that. Some of it bordering on what I call like alien psychedelic stuff. Some very weird visuals, some very usually vector visuals of one kind or another. Not the doctors, not that procedure, not the operating theater, not that. You get very bizarre scenarios, not unlike what will be in my book that you'll read, which will be very bizarre stuff because that's just what happened.
Now,
So
has anyone had the experiences where they consciously remembered the whole doctor incident?
People say so. I don't know. And you have to, again, this is where the blog comes into the discussion again. This would not be out of the realm to have happened, where you have this scenario that is basically co-created. There is a co-creation in my mind going on here with the paranormal, that things that you expect to see or things that are somewhat, I guess, palatable to you can happen in these experiences. But I find that when I talk to people, that these are very brief and surface level, if you get what I mean by that. They'll say, yeah, I woke up on a table. Yeah, there were people around. But where it went from there was just beyond bizarre. So it kind of stops there. It might start in that place, but then it ebbs away to something completely different. You get those kinds of scenarios going on. But no, I've never met anyone who's given me the entire scenario of the typical alien abduction that they got from direct memory. I have not met that person yet. I know that sounds incredulous to a lot of people. I'm telling you the truth. I have not met that person yet. That's not to say they're not out there, because I believe, like I said, there is a process by which I think the paranormal may show that to some people, and that again is part of the self-negation. That's part of the confusion aspect of all of this stuff.
Yeah. So how would you think that somebody like Tim should approach this stuff? And how can he find out, if he wants to find out what happened to him, what is the best method to do that?
Tim, give me an idea. Like, the experience for you went up to a certain point and then it ends, and you don't know how it ends, or you don't know how it started, or how does it work for you that the memory is not there?
It depends on the event. I have clearer, more specific memories of certain events, and others I just have sort of brief notions.
Okay, so it's seamless. I mean, you would say, if you could walk a timeline of the experience, would it be seamless, that just bits that are gone?
I guess so. I think so.
Okay.
I'm not quite sure the question, honestly. The bits that are going, meaning, well, for instance, like the big one for me that sort of changed everything was actually, it's funny that you talk about the doctors. It was, when I first remembered it, and I did, I went over this in the show before. I woke up and thought there were 3 doctors standing at my bed.
Uh-huh.
And it was only much later that I sort of realized that was probably some sort of screen memory,
Right.
because I knew nothing about alien abductions. I knew nothing. It just wasn't in my frame of reference.
Sure.
This would have been the early '90s. The only thing I had was an aversion to the cover of Communion. I knew that, like, without knowing anything about it.
Yeah.
I had an aversion to that. But when I saw this, it was some sort of news 48 hours program or something like that, and they started playing these people's experiences. It was as if that sort of screen memory fell away, and I saw it, and I knew right then, like, okay, that's what that was.
Okay.
Again, I never left my bed. I don't think I've ever left my bed in any of these experiences.
Right.
If there's these things are real in the sense that, walls and windows and other things are real, then they were at my bedside. I wasn't in a craft or anything.
Right. Yeah, sure. I can relate to that. I guess when I talk about the notion of seamless, I mean, you're talking about what you remember is kind of a fragment of something.
I was
there isn't really a narrative that you walk with it. In other words, there's not a you can't go point by the experience. You just have this fragment of waking up, something's there, and you don't. I take a page from Jacques Vallée with this kind of thing, and I say, hypnotic regression is a bad way to go, because you already have a hint in your head of what you're looking for, or what you think it is. This is the cultural contamination problem. This is why this is not good. And if you would go to somebody like Yvonne Smith or David Jacobs or somebody like that, you're going with the pretense that these are people who work with people who deal with aliens. So that's going in. Then you have all sorts of problems, like you're trying to please the therapist to tell them what they expect to hear. You don't consciously always do this, but inside you're thinking, I need to produce, or this is a waste of time. So there's that. And there's always going to be the suggestibility factor with this. What I say is, and what Jacques Vallée suggested to me a long time ago, which was if somebody remembered something, like they were walking in a field and they saw a light and then they remember nothing, I would go with that person to that field at around about the same time, and I would just walk with them and we just talk. We don't hunt for anything. We're just talking. And we're talking about, what were you thinking about? What were you doing? Like, do you remember? And you might think, like, I actually had a guy one time that we were walking in a field, wooded field, and he could not remember what had happened to him at all. He saw a light, and then he remembers nothing past that. And I said, look, I don't know what the reason is for your memory not to be there, but there's something that will, as we're walking and we're talking about this stuff, that you'll kind of get. And we passed a cow patty, and he almost stepped in it, and he's like, oh, you know what? That happened that night, and I remember seeing a cow patty there, and I sidestepped it, and that brought him into, like, one little incidental thing can trigger a little bit more. Now, Dr. Lilienfeld told us that there are really no such thing as screen memories. I know that's a ufological term that's kind of born out of the ufological. They've kind of assigned their own terminology to this stuff. He also said there's not such a thing as people who suffer extreme trauma say, I've blocked this out of my memory. People say that and earnestly believe that they do this, but his outlook is that these people do remember in extreme detail sometimes what happened to them. It's not blocked out. You do know what happened to you. This is what I believe he would be saying. The thing that is is difficult for me in this is that I don't, in my opinion, a lot of these experiences happen in an altered state.
Yeah.
Whether the phenomena puts you in that state, I think that's the case. I think the phenomena, whatever it is, when it happens, you're in an immediate altered state of one kind or another. Doesn't mean you can't function, but it means you're in an altered state. Now think about this. You're going to go into somebody's head and recover what they experienced in an altered state. You know? That's like trying to smell the color 9. I mean, seriously. It's that bizarre to make that statement that you could achieve this. If I were you, if you want to remember it, that's the real key to me. If you want to remember it, repeat it somehow. Like wake up and just stare at the wall and think and kind of replay it in your head. But my bet is that people don't remember these things because they don't want to remember these things. And I've had experiences where I hadn't wanted to remember it, but I knew what happened. And I just denied it. I just said, there's no way that happened. There's no way that happened. And it happened. And I know it happened. There's something in your mind that, I mean, there's things that we see that your brain goes, there's no friggin' way that's happening. There's no way that's standing there. And yet your eyes are going, well, there it is, bucko. It's right in front of you. And your head's going, impossible, not happening. Your eyes are going, I'm sorry, but again, this just happens. And I have found that it works best when people repeat or try to walk the steps of their experience to just talk to somebody about it. Say, I was walking along here. This is where I lose it. This is where I just don't. And then as you look around the environment, things kind of come back a little bit. You'll start to remember these things because it becomes more. And I think what it does, and I'm no psychologist, believe me, but I think what it does is it puts you back in the environment where it happened, but it puts you in a safe environment that you can remember these things. In other words, it's not happening now. It happened. But it's not now, and I'm with somebody, so that makes me safe, so you think. So there, yeah, I mean, it doesn't, but, but that's important to know, too. But it sets the stage for a different environment, and it makes it more conducive to accepting things that come to mind. But it doesn't mean that whatever you remember is what happened, because memory is extremely malleable by this phenomenon. And it's extremely, memory is fallible beyond belief. It's so fallible. I say if you can't consciously remember something from point A to point B, I wouldn't even bother. I mean, I said years ago when my wife and I had an experience together and we didn't remember this chunk of time, I said, I don't want to know. I don't want to know. There's a reason I don't remember it. And I'm sure it's a pretty damn good reason. And it probably is because I can't handle it. So if that's denying it to myself, then I'm good with that.
Well, it may not be that you can't handle it. It may be the same type of thing that happens when we can't remember dreams.
Could be.
Because we're in an altered
state
state
again, yeah.
when we dream. So
Yeah. That's the thing. And see, Tim, and here's the thing is that event that happened to you, it has meaning. I believe these things have meaning. And if you value that meaning, and if you value that experience at all, because mine changed my life. I mean, I kid you not. My trajectory, I don't think was supposed to be this place, and it is. And if I could change it, I think I probably would. I think I'd say no. But that was not the option to me because it happened and it continues to happen. And there's nothing I can do about it. And so my answer is I value it because of what it's done to me, in the way I think, in the way that I think about this stuff and the people I've met, and and it means something to me. It has value to me. I think it's important. And if you think it's important, the last thing that you want to do is put it in the hands of somebody like Hopkins and Jacobs, neither one who were trained at all in hypnosis or in psychology. I mean, Jacobs is a history professor, for Christ's sakes. I mean, this is not the people that you want to put this experience in those hands. You put it in your hands. It's yours. It doesn't belong to somebody else. And if you remember it and you decide to share it, fantastic. If you don't, that's fine too. But I think that that we all need to come to grips to the fact that you had this experience, that you don't remember all of it, or you feel like you don't remember all of it. There may not be any more. That may be it. And the purpose behind it may be to make you do what you're doing now, to question it, to turn it over in your head, to do the mental exercises. That could be what it's for. There may not be more. If it's a show of some kind, then you got the preview, and there's no movie. I don't know. I mean, you got to consider these facts. I mean, these possibilities that that could be the entirety of it. But there's just, with hypnosis, there's just so much, and I hear people say, "Well, I think it's a good tool if people know how to use it right." Nobody in paranormal knows how to use it right. There is no right. Okay. Hypnosis. I heard somebody on the program say, "We don't know what the hypnotic state is." Yes, they do. We don't know what hypnosis is. It's a memory. It's not a memory recovery tool. It's a behavior modification tool. People use it it's great for stopping smoking, for stopping overeating, or it's any behavior that you have. So when you talk about using it to recover memory, and it's a behavior modification tool, what does that tell you?
Yeah.
Like, that's your answer right there. And we are learning such things about psychology every day that Dr. Lilienfeld told us something that blew my mind. He said, multiple personality disorder? I said, yeah. He said, it's called dissociative personality disorder now. He goes, do you know that it's now thought that disorder, I mean, think of Sybil was the famous case, but we all know that case was faked, right? So, but we know, I've met people with MPD. It's now thought that disorder doesn't exist until a therapist suggests that this could be the problem. Think about that. So you want to talk about suggestion and suggestibility. I mean, when you go to a therapist, they are in a position of authority. And so it's behoove upon you to listen to them, to follow their direction, to, look to them for guidance. And then you get people like Jacobs, and I only need point to theemmawoodsfiles.com. Go look. It's there. I mean, this stuff is dangerous for all the wrong reasons that people in the paranormal think that this is a good thing or a right tool in the right hands. It's not. I mean, and the psychiatric community is pretty together on this at this point, and I don't know when the news of that is going to reach the paranormal community or the UFO community, for a lack of a better way. Because Yvonne Smith just spoke this weekend past at some conference, and I was on a show with her at one point, and I put the pointed questions to her. She couldn't answer them. I don't know. It's such a complex subject that I know we're not going to cover everything, but when you've got leading questions and false memories that are hardened by hypnosis, that's the other part that's really weird. When you talk to somebody who's been hypnotized and remembers some horrible thing, you cannot convince them that didn't happen, even though it's a 90% to 95% probability it did not happen. Okay? There are girls out there that believe their dad raped them because of hypnosis, and it never happened.
Didn't they use in the Great Satanic Panic? Weren't they being hypnotized?
That is exactly right.
Yes.
Yeah.
And none of that happened.
Right. Exactly.
I know one of those girls that happened to, and she is still convinced that she was satanically, ritually abused.
Oh.
And it's very clear that it didn't happen.
Yeah, there's zero proof. There's absolutely zero proof that ever any of those happened.
Yes. And if you mention something like that to people who believe in that, their answer is the same as I remember Terrence McKenna gave a lecture at one point, and he said, I talked to one of these abduction researchers, the top one in the field. He didn't mention his name, but you can guess who it was. And he says, you're telling me that these women have fetuses removed from them with no scars and no bruising and no evidence that anything happened at all. How do you explain this? And he said, the abduction researcher said, they're really good. I mean,
well,
and that's the answer you get from people who believe the satanic ritual abuse thing. Well, they really covered it up well. These people are organized. You cannot talk sense. I mean, it didn't happen. So yeah, false memory under hypnosis gets hardened. Now, that just means it's more real than real to you, that this actually happened. The problem also is, as Dr. Wilfeld told us, if you get hypnotically regressed for anything by a qualified psychoanalyst or psychotherapist, which he says is doubtful to ever happen, it's very rare, but if it would happen, you might get it once. You might go once. Past that, they don't do it. It's not a repeated thing. Barbara Lamb, whose name I heard mentioned on here, she's an easy target, Barbara Lamb. She's an easy target because she hypnotizes people. I mean, I heard one person say 44 times on TV one time. Are you serious?
And she's at the leading edge of the whole hybrid thing where these people think they're half alien and half human. And talking to one of them, I have no doubt that this person had genuine experiences, but I would really like to have talked to her before the hypnosis.
As we all would. I mean, that's really the thing to me. If you can get to them before anybody even suggests that, because they're already. I mean, that's a state to be in, man. I mean, that's a wild scene when you think something like this has happened to you, and then you start searching these people out that will do this for you. That's the other thing is you don't find people to do this for you easily. Unless you're in the UFO field, then you can find them everywhere. I remember back in the late 80s, early 90s, people were doing this in hotel rooms at conventions, like ordinary people. They saw it on TV. I can do that. No. That you wonder where these people came from. This is where they came from. So there's to me, there's a whole subset of the abduction thing that is this co-created myth with these researchers, quote unquote researchers. And then there's the people who have conscious recall of these things that don't remember anything of the kind that is described by the hypnotically recovered people. You just there's a disconnect there, and it's really obvious if you look at it. That's not to say, as like Tim said, he perceived doctors. I think we have to examine what gives the sense of that. I mean, when you're surrounded by, I mean, one thing I can say about these beings, or whatever you want to call them, whatever they are authoritative. You'll listen when they say something. And they don't always, but you will take notice. You'll sit up like a dog and listen to what they have to say. So there's this authority sense with them that they are above us somehow. And that's kind of a doctor thing. You're laying down, they're over top of you. It's kind of authority rating. So that could say doctor, that could say dentist, that could say, but you don't hear about people getting teeth removed,
right.
and meeting their tooth person later on in life. It's the most horrible thing that can happen to somebody. losing a child, having that child come back, as a hybrid, and this is the meeting, and they're studying how you react to this. I'm not saying that doesn't happen, but it doesn't happen the way, that you think it does. Will they deliberately throw a scenario like that at you to see how you act? Yes. Will they do it to scare you? Yes. That I have heard, but this is all too ordered and poppy. I guess is that the word? Pop. It's very pop culture-ish, like it's movie,
Yeah.
it's story, and the real McCoy is, as near as I can tell, it's not that. It's story, but it's story like, you know, uh, like the most bizarre bedtime story you've ever been told in your life, and you walk away going, "All right, whatever that was."
And it doesn't tend to be clean and neat.
Right.
I'm taking actually some serious solace in this, in as much as I kind of felt my experiences, and again, I hate to call them abduction because I don't think I was ever abducted. I was, when you say it's an altered state, I was very much in an altered state. I can recognize that easily. That's exactly what it was. But I always felt they were sort of lesser because I didn't have the spaceship and the pop culture experience that you talk
Right.
about.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the craft is not always there. I mean, and you get these weird questions like when you relate an experience. Like my wife and I had an experience where I saw someone near the bed, and I saw them. I mean, I laid eyes on them. I stared at them. I leaned over the bed at them, and they backed up. And I thought, oh, it's got to be a pile of clothes or something on the table or a fan or something. I don't know what that is, but I know it's not what it looks like. And it turned out it was, in fact, exactly what it looked like. And my wife saw it and she rolled over and thought to herself, there's no way I can tell Jeff about this. And she didn't. She didn't until a couple days later when I told a friend of mine who asked me, is anything weird happening in the house lately? And I said, well, I don't even want to talk about what I saw beside the bed on Sunday night or Monday night. And Lisa's like, I already know. And she then went on to describe exactly what I saw. It was there. I mean, it was real. It was solid. It was the most viscerally real thing that I ever experienced where I didn't feel like I was altered. But I know I was, but it didn't feel that way. It felt like I didn't know what I was looking at. That in of itself, that confusion state, that I can tell you from experience, that to me is altered. It did something to me, but I didn't feel weird. The room didn't feel strange. There wasn't that buzzing that I sense in other times. It's and I've literally seen a something in a hallway, and you can see around it, there is some kind of, I don't know how to explain this other than to say the static that makes up the visual cortex of, what you're perceiving looks different around the something in the hallway. So there's some kind of reality that's being brought to bear with these things that isn't conducive to here. It makes it look strange. I don't know how else to describe that. It's really, you have to see it. But I don't think that that was that altered state, and that's why it feels so viscerally real to me that this thing was beside the bed. There was no craft, and my friend says to me, "Your doors and windows were locked. How to get in the house?" These are things that normal people think. This is what normal people think. I think, what did it want? What if I'd have said something? What would it have said back to me? Would it have talked to me? Could I have touched it? I mean, I doubt all those things, but I never thought, well, how did it get in the house? Well, it just got in the house. There's not like getting in the house is not a problem.
Right.
When you're tiptoeing on, I don't know, like the edge of reality, like your bedroom is not a problem. So I don't know. I mean, but you can tell people perceive this experience when you describe it in completely different ways. Like that was a really interesting question that he asked, and I thought, wow, that's how you see this? How to get in the house? Interesting, you know. But no, I wouldn't do anything to try and remember uh, other than repeat whatever experience that you're trying to get at. Just retrace your steps by yourself or with somebody else at around the time of day, and just see if anything kind of comes to mind. But I wouldn't bet the farm on it, even if you do remember it. It's um, in my experiences, you'll get these fragmented things until you start to really poke it, and then it'll go, "Oh, you like that? Okay, well, how about this?" And you'll get more, and it won't. It's not the kind of thing where you'll be like, and I'm not saying you're wrong, Tim. Um, but you'll go, "Yeah, I was not in my bed," and there won't be a question. Like you won't go, "I think I was probably in my bed." Yeah, you'll go, "No, I was not here." Um,
Hmm.
so it depends on, you know, it depends on how much focus you put on it, how much intention you put on the experience. Because in my mind, in my experience, in my life, I have seen that time after time where when I go, "What was that?" and I ponder it, and the longer I ponder it, um, I mean, the skeptic, again, this is my self negation here going on. The skeptic hears that and he goes, "Well, the person is primed for an experience. So anything they remember or anything they experience after that is going to be, laying in bed listening for the bump in the night, right? That's everybody. You're peaked for it. So anything weird that happens or out of place, you're going to ascribe to this." No, I mean, you will focus on this to the point where you will literally have an experience that you'll go, "Yeah, there's no denying that. That's it." And it's more. Won't be a lot more, but it'll be more. And you'll remember it. And you'll know at that moment, yeah, this is real. And, you know, man, the rest of my life is going to be like trying to figure this out. And so, you know, I tell people if you've had the experience, like, go on and do something else. Like, go paint a picture or something, just do something
So,
else.
so basically, don't dilute it by going under hypnosis, where it's going to enforce a false narrative onto it.
It will. Um, it's like painting graffiti on the Mona Lisa. You know, yeah. I mean, it's not diluting it. It's diluting yourself into believing that whatever you're going to remember is it, and that's just not how memory works. It's not a videotape. And there's all sorts of factors that come into play that you don't even think about. I mean, Dr. Lilienfeld mentioned things to us that I was like, "You've got to be kidding me." And I wish,
Like what?
I wish I could remember what it's like, when it comes to, um, I'm looking at, I got to minimize my screen here for a second to actually get this. Let me see if I can bring this up. And this is something from Jack Brewer's book called, I believe, "The Aliens Are Framed." And he has a whole.
Was it aliens or grays?
The Greys. I'm sorry. The Greys have been framed.
Yeah.
And this Dr. John F. Kilstrom, PhD, he wrote a book called "Hypnosis, Memory, and Amnesia," or a paper. He says, because the risk of distortion vastly outweigh the chances of obtaining any useful information, forensic investigators and clinical practitioners should avoid hypnosis as a technique for enhancing recollection. So it's not that. It's not even that you're whitewashing or you're contaminating the purest experience that you can have with this stuff. It's that it will turn it into something that isn't true at all. Or is something, I mean, Lilienfeld basically said to us, "You want to use hypnosis, great. But the easier way is just to give them a bottle of Jack Daniels and get them hammered, because you get the same result." So the answer is, when people get drunk and see pink elephants, we go, "Well, sure you were. You were wasted." The same applies to, he says, to the hypnotic suggestible mind. I mean, it's like there is such suggestibility there You can suggest anything, and the person will go, yeah, I can run with that, and because you're really wide open. It deals with the part of the brain that deals with fantasy, not memory. So this is what it does. And you will be shocked if you actually watch some of the tapes that I've seen of people being regressed. The questions that are asked: what kind of aliens are there with you? Is there a ship? I mean, these kind of things are common questions, and they think this is not a problem. It's a problem, you know. And I think at some point in time, I don't know if we're going to see it in our lifetimes because this moves as slow as anything I've ever seen. I think we're going to start seeing people getting sued for this. I really do. Because it's debilitating when somebody thinks that somebody came in their house and took their child, out of their body, you know. And there's something that bears mentioning, like there was a OBGYN that approached Bud Hopkins about, hey, any of these women willing to get an exam? And because Dr. Tyler Cookjohn will tell you, when a woman is pregnant, there is matter that will remain in her for many, many years, and it's real obvious. And he said there's not anything in this world, basically, that could remove a baby from somebody and it not leave evidence of some kind, And Bud basically said, yeah, I'm interested in pursuing that, and then never did. And as far as I can remember from the story that Don Ecker told, kind of stonewalled the guy, said, yeah, I'm not really interested. We're not into doing that. So, I mean, if that tells you anything, there's a billion stories like that. And I'm not saying that Bud Hopkins and David Jacobs are necessarily evil people. I just think it's just a shame, is what it is. I see it now for what it is, and a lot of it is selling a book. A lot of it is and it's at the expense of people. I believe that. So, and that's why I said what I did when I heard this on the show. I was like, oh no, I can't keep my mouth shut about it. So there's so many more issues with it that, again, I'm just scraping the top here. But it should be enough. It should be enough.
Now, are those old Peritopia episodes still available?
They are. You can probably write Jeremy. I can get you some information for that because he contains the archives, and I'm sure he would be. I have Dr. Lilienfeld's episode, which I could send you, that has the whole thing on it. And this, by the way, happened at the time where Emma Woods had just come forward with her, at that point in time, allegations that, things that Jacobs had implanted in her mind, the notion or the subliminal suggestion that she had multiple personality disorder. And it's on tape, and it's contiguous audio, unlike what people will tell you. It's contiguous audio. So there's not it's not selectively edited, to make it seem that way. It's clearly that way. And so we asked Dr. Lilienfeld, did you listen to this tape we sent you? Yes, I did. What do you think? He goes, it's very disturbing. Very disturbing. It's just, it's crazy. When you see what goes on, in the UFO field, as far as this stuff goes, it'll curl your hair. I'm not kidding you. I've seen it turn people absolutely crazy.
I bet.
And it's a shame. It is a real shame. And this is not people who were regressed to, for a book or anything. This is just people that, got their friends to do it, or another UFO person at a meeting. Hey, will you regress me? Do you not do that? Yeah, I'll do it. And they do it. And
right.
There's been books written on this stuff that, it's confabulated memory that's then hardened by hypnosis and everything else that I mentioned. Plus some. It's a big can of worms that you just don't want to. And like I said, if you have value for the experience that you had, that you remember, the last thing you want to do is subject it to anything that can compromise it. That's just the way I look at it, And retracing your steps, talking about it with other people, That's all really valuable stuff, and you will remember stuff that I didn't know, like in the moment or a couple years later. You know, but it's just a piece of something. Like, I went to a Gulf Breeze conference years ago, and I recorded a video, daylight, of a UFO during the conference, which was bizarre. Because at the next table, I was at a diner, and at the next table over is Jim Mars and Whitley Strieber. That's the only people that were in there were me and them. And there's the thing outside the window, and I go out and I shoot. Like, it was nondescript to me. It was interesting the way it moved, but I don't know what it was. And and I woke up the next day, and I hadn't been to the beach because it had been raining pretty much for 4 days straight prior to that. And there was sand all in the bed. I have no idea why. And then when I checked out of the small motel and went to the large motel across the street after the conference was over, I went in the bathroom. They had these great fluorescent lamps in the bathroom, and half my face was burned a la the Close Encounters sunburn. I have no memory of why that should happen because it was overcast the entire weekend I was there. There was no sunlight, no direct sunlight. There's no way that should have happened. And years later, I'm in this house, actually. 20 years later or more, I'm laying on the couch, and I'm thinking about being in that parking lot going over to the conference. And all of a sudden, it hits me that I remember standing on the beach looking at a very close proximity something in the sky with lights on it. And somebody is standing to my right, and I have no idea who it is. But we're standing there, and we can't move, and we're staring right at it. I don't know where that came from. Nice. I don't know if it's real or not. But I can tell you this. It made me jump off the couch like, holy crap, that's real. That happened. It was that visceral. Is it real? I have no idea. I can't you can't bet the farm on it. You can't.
Yeah. All right, so this is a patrons-only segment with Timothy Renner and Jeff Ritzmann. And continuing on the conversation we were having on the show, you said there was a follow-up.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention it. And this kind of ties in with what Jeff was saying about like the way to approach things, I think, and the way you kind of do remember things. The night after our little round table, I had kind of a little breakdown. And it was a lot for me. I didn't share that stuff with anything outside, my absolute closest friends. In fact, my buddy who does the podcast with me, Anthony, he hadn't heard of a lot of that stuff. I just, for one reason or another, hadn't shared it with them, or it didn't come up, or I just, But anyway, so I had a little bit of a breakdown, and I cycle through. I have a suspicion I'm probably manic depressive. I've never been diagnosed, but I know how to manage it by usually it's creativity. It's just ABC, always be creating for me. So as long as I have something creative to work on, I can manage it pretty well. So I can swing through these moods like really fast. I'm not in a depressive stage usually for long. I'll get to work on something creative and kind of bust myself out of it. But I do recognize I have these kinds of swings. So the night after, it was pretty emotional for me, and but then I just started writing, as I think Mike had suggested. Write it down. So I started writing, and I started just remembering these little events. I'll just give for instance. I remember one dream, a recurring dream from when I was a child, and that was waking up and hearing someone talking in the house in a language I couldn't understand. And at the time, for whatever reason, I was scared. I was, like sort of paralyzed with fear kind of thing. And I remember at the time I said, I thought they were witches. Witches. Just as a kid, I thought there's witches in the house. And no one else was awake. I remember my father used to wake up before the rest of us, and I could usually hear him downstairs, doing this or that, and he'd turn the radio on when he got up. So I always knew when he was awake. So this was before anyone else woke up, and it was a recurring thing. I don't know whether I had this dream, 2 times or 10. I think it's closer to 10. then two, and I had decided that for whatever reason, I just decided they were witches in my house. So as I'm writing this down, I'm thinking, well, this is really has a lot of characteristics of these other dreams where I'm waking up, I'm hearing something, I'm feeling like something's there, and I'm really unable to move. And until I started writing, I didn't connect that with anything other than just a dream I remembered from my childhood. So it's really interesting. As I got to writing, I'm sort of finding more and more things like, that at least symbolically seem to tie in to all of this.
Okay, thoughts, Jeff?
I mean, yeah, something like that. I mean, and I'm a big advocate of writing stuff down as well. I think my pretense goes a little further to say that you should focus on your life as a whole when you're writing this stuff. Like, start at point A and go to point B, where you were and where you are now. But to write down every weird instance that you can't figure out or that stands out.
Yeah, that's essentially what I'm doing. I'm shorthand. I'm calling it a symbolist memoir.
Yeah.
Instead of a biography,
And I can make a prediction, and it's a non-harmful prediction that I can make for you. One day you will throw it all away. But that sounds terrible. But
no. I told I have a really good friend who also happens to be my editor, and I told him I don't know whether I'm writing the best thing I've ever written or just a baroque mess, and I don't know if I'm writing it for anybody but myself, and I don't think it matters.
No, it does. I mean, you should be. I mean, really, it should be for you. I mean, because it's about you. It's for you. But yeah, I'm a big advocate of writing that stuff down and trying to like search through. Like, I remember certain things about my childhood that you mentioned. Like, there's witches in the house. Like, you remember that? You know what mine was? Mine was waking up on Saturday mornings when my dad would go to work because he owned a garage, so he worked all the time. Like, literally, before I would get up in the morning at 5 a.m., he would leave, and he'd come home at 7 just before I was going to bed as a little kid. And he'd also work Saturdays till like noon or 1 o'clock. And I remember vividly, multiple times, like you're saying, at least 10, 15 times, that I would wake up and someone was ringing the doorbell, and I would run to the door to see who it was. And my mom, in a blind panic, would come out of the bedroom and say, "Don't open the door." And I would look out, and it would be, for lack of a better way to put it, absolute Men in Black. And they were not necessarily pale, but they were thin men with black suits, black shades, white shirts, black ties, the works. And they're just standing there at the front door like, "We need to come in." She would say, "Don't let them in." And I wouldn't. And I would say, "Who are they?" And she'd say, "They're just salespeople, and I'm not answering the door." And for years, like, I would ask my mom every once in a while, like, "Did Dad ever mess with the mafia? Like, was that people coming because they wanted money or something? Like, what was that?" And she says, "It was salespeople. I told you it was salespeople." But, in the way that my life turned out and the way I went with this stuff, at one point in my life, I thought, could it have been somebody? Like, did my parents know more than they were telling? And you concoct all these things by your head to fit a narrative that you think fits the scenario that you're looking at. And in my case, Mom swears these were salespeople, and she doesn't remember them nearly the amount of times I do. So it's weird how memory works, and it's weird how we try to transpose it into something that makes sense to our current, focus, what we're looking at. So, I mean, I used to really think that was something. I don't anymore. But there are other weird things that happen in that house that I have no doubt of. And many, many times my mom will, my mom is fully aware of what my life has been like because she's experienced some of it as well. Usually in the daylight and usually in really weird circumstances. But, she knows. And so, her big thing is, it bothers me that it bothers her, she says things to me like, well, I don't think anything came in this house and took you out of here. When clearly that did happen. But, it bothers her. Like, as a mother, it bothers her. And I can understand that. Sure. But yeah, I mean, memory is a weird thing. So you really, when you write these things down, the interesting bit is when you lay it all out in front of you and you go, okay, here it all is. This is everything that I got. And you start to see these patterns of that. And I want you not only to write down the weird stuff that happens, but what was happening to you in that moment in your life, in that period in your life, like what was happening around you. Was there divorce, death, sickness, illness, whatever you can remember, like, did you move? Did you change schools? Did you graduate? Did you lose your virginity? Whatever major life thing was going on, see if there's a coincidence with these events.
And having done that since 1990, when I went back through this taking notes to write the book I'm working on, I found so many connections and things that I never would have found if I didn't write down like the things that were going on at the time, as well as the weird experiences. And I'm just going, wow, most of these major weird events happened at change points in my life.
There it is. numinusden.blogspot.com.
Something I never would have looked for.
I mean, yeah. I mean, that is how it will pan out. I think if you look. I mean, don't force it, but if you think about what goes on, it's in these change points, it's in these liminal states that you'll find this stuff.
I think it's also good because it gives you a check for your memory because. I've found that my memory of most of the weird events is pretty dead on, but occasionally people will be juxtaposed or like order something happened might be juxtaposed. I mean, your memory's not perfect, but if you write it down as soon as it happens, you have something where it's fresh in your mind at least. And then you can see how much your memory has twisted it from the time it happened to whenever you look back on it.
Yeah. I mean, it's, I think notes and diaries are important to keep track of it, because I mean, like I said, I'm going to be 50 years old this year. The reason I'm writing this book is because I'm starting to forget things, and I forgot.
Yeah.
At one point, I forgot how much of a three-ring circus my life turned into for a while, and it's there was a lot, and there's a whole lot. And Erin Parker, who's helped me write the book, she's like, I can't believe all this stuff happened within a period of a year, 6 months to 8 months to a year.
Right.
And it did, and and that helps you be aware of how it ebbs away and how it comes back in full force, and so on and so forth. Really interesting stuff.
Yep. Oh, there's definitely waves of it. Like a lot of stuff will happen for a while, and then it'll just nothing for a year, and then suddenly it starts up again. The other thing, what was I just thinking of? Oh, yeah, I would make reference to things that I clearly thought I would never forget what the reference was. And reading back, I'm going, I don't know what that means. What am I referring to right there? Because when you're in your 20s, you're thinking, oh, yeah, I'm not going to forget any of this stuff. But, the older you get, the more little things start dropping out.
Yeah.
And you're going, I wonder what I was talking about there.
Yeah. I guess it's good to not be ambiguous about that. Like really as much detail as you can do. Yeah, that's always a good thing.
Yeah. So, Tim, Jeff, do you remember Tim's experience in the woods, this sort of chess game that he's been playing?
Yes, I remember that he would set them up and in patterns, and they would come back and they'd be moved or dashed on, all over the place. I remember that. I don't remember where it ended or how it ended or if it ended.
It did not. I mean, I've gone recently, and okay. So when Mike asked it, I didn't have any AL experiences, right? Or nothing too amazing to report. The 2 or 3 days after doing that interview with Mike, I'm in an antique store with my wife, and there's this whole shelf full of all these like owl figurines that are like $1 each or something. And I picked up this one. It was this really odd one that was carved out of wood, And I'm looking. I was like, oh, that's what's kind of interesting. And I turned it around, and there's a wizard face carved on the back. And so I was like, oh, this is cool. This is coming home. This is going to my studio. So I get that. And I bring it home. In the same antique store, I got some skull caps with antlers on them. I kind of collect them. I've never killed a deer in my life, but I tend to find them when I'm hiking, and if they're cheap or something at an antique store, I'll pick them up. And I have this print of Merlin in his wild state that I've kind of surrounded with antlers. It's one of my favorite pieces of art by Alan Lee. It's in my studio. So I got these antlers, and I put them up, and I hadn't made the connection to Merlin and the wizard on the back of the owl. But since I started reading Mike's book, I mentioned to him, I had it. I just hadn't started it yet. So I started reading it, and I go to this area where the chessboard is. This would be like the 2 days following, or something like that, 3 days following, the day after I got the owl at the antique store. And I'm working on a book. I'm working on a couple books now, but one of them, as I'm walking, I'm thinking about it. First of all, in his book, he talks about people manifesting owls and UFOs, and I thought, well, I want to try that, but I want to manifest antlers. I want to find antlers in the woods today, so I'm just going to do the New Age thing. I'm going to put it out there. Okay, universe, I want to find antlers today. So that's at the beginning of the hike, and I'm sort of walking along, and as I'm doing that, I'm thinking about the Merlin thing, and I realized in this sort of moment of revelation that there's something about Merlin in his wild state that really ties into one of the books I've been doing research on, and it really opens up this whole new avenue of thought, and it really kind of very inspiring, kind of one of these lightning bolt revelation moments. Like this is something I have to pursue. As I'm thinking this, I'm walking down a trail, I see something flies out in front of me. I was like, oh, that's a fat hawk. No, it was an owl. So in daylight, and I think it was a barred owl. I'm not great with birds. So I proceed to the chessboard, and it had been mildly changed, not a great deal. I changed it again, took pictures, and I went back again yesterday. I'm walking. I rarely ever take the same path that I did, but for some reason I took the same path I had last time. And I see something hanging from a tree. It looks like white. And I said, is that a baby owl? I thought at first it was a baby owl, like a barn owl, because I saw white feathers. Well, I'm walking closer and closer to it. It was the tail feathers from a barn owl were just stuck in this tree right along the path I was walking. I've never had any owl stuff before. This is, it's so funny. I actually wrote Mike and told him about it. It's like, this is, I didn't have anything to report before, but here we go. And then I made my way up there yesterday, and it was mildly changed. Actually, one of them was completely knocked over, but I'm thinking that was humans. Someone came by and probably just completely knocked him over. But one of the other arrangements was very odd. It was just, like I said, whatever I do, they're just made more primitive, and usually it's triangle formations that they'll be moved into. Yesterday it was not. It was just very slightly changed from the way I left it.
So, how would liminality play a part in this? Do you think, Jeff?
So you said Merlin in his wild state.
Yeah.
So I'm not familiar with the picture, needless to say, but is that in a state between one and another?
Yeah, it's the time in Merlin's life where he well, there's a few stories of him doing this like multiple times, but the most commented on one is he felt responsible for some great battle, and a lot of people died, and he just went off into the woods and sort of lived among nature, and they claim he was in his what they call the Wadwo state, the wild and mad.
Yeah. I mean, something like that. I mean, that's an interesting. I know that's a total sidebar issue, Sarai, to what you're asking, but that's pretty fascinating because just of the whole, like, that feels shamanistic. I mean, obviously, and the shaman is like really one of those liminal people, marginal people, which is another thing. Marginality figures into a lot of this stuff too. But Tim, have you read a book called Synchronicities by Dr. Kirby Surprise? Have you read that?
No, I have not.
I highly suggest that you do, but be careful with it. And even he will tell you to be careful with certain parts of that book, because you will realize just how quickly these synchronicities, how easily they can come up. And I don't know that it really explains why. Again, why is an unproductive question to ask at this point, but it doesn't hurt to ask, but you're not going to get an answer per se. When it comes to, like, I mean, actors are always going to be associated with, like, the alien meme and all of that. There's one school of thought that says immediately, well, because you're looking for these things, of course you find them. You look for the number 24 enough, you see it everywhere. But when you're talking about, alpha, they're stuck in a tree and all this kind of stuff, that almost seems like, again, ordered. Like, you ordered this, and I've seen that. How does that figure into the anti-structure and the marginality? I would say, and correct me if I'm wrong, Soraya, wouldn't you say Timothy's in a pretty big transitional period right now with all this stuff? Yeah, I think so.
I would say so. Yeah.
And it's just like, sometimes it's not the situation, it's the person. Like, this person is in this state where he's not really quite sure. And believe me, I knew, I knew, well, should I say I knew? I knew Mike when he was very much in that liminal period of not knowing exactly what was going on with him. And I think I want to say, and maybe you can ask him next time. I'm pretty sure that I did one of the first interviews with him on a show I used to do called The Second Eclipse, which was like a really early podcast that I did. And I never aired it because the audio went to garbage, and there was a lot of ums and ahs and all that kind of stuff that was just beyond editing. But he was very much in that transitional stage of, I think, kind of where I feel like Tim is with this stuff. Like, he's not too sure about what's going on, but he's looking for these things. And Timothy, what you're looking at and what you're finding is the hooks. Okay, this is, to me, how this thing kind of works in a way. It will throw out these very interesting little baubles at you, and you'll pick them up and you'll go, isn't this neat, isn't this wild? And the more you focus on them, the more will pop up. I don't know what it means. I don't know how it happens. I just know that is kind of how it works. So you're being led into this. It's like breadcrumbs. So you can, and it's not anything that you can't have fun with or can't find interesting. You certainly can. But I think it's always important to kind of like, how do I say, not live in that place. You can live in that place, and that's not always a great spot, because there's a lot of, if you live I'm gonna take some guesses about you because I know really literally nothing about you. You don't live a normal life. Like, your routine is really out of routine, right?
Oh yeah.
You're creative. I already know that you're creative, so you're a creative type. It's one of those things that can throw you into a lot of disarray, and it's not always good for, like, relationships, marriages, boyfriend, girlfriend relationships, that kind of thing. Work relationships, it's not good for that, because it exists in this, you're in this anti-structural state. You are not in routine. You kind of live like I live, where it's like, I don't go to work till 11, but I can go at 8 if I want, but I go at 11. I stay up till 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning. I do what I want when I want. Like, if I want to get up in the middle of the night and play guitar, I do it. it's just this is the way I've always been, and I think that figures very heavily into why we perceive and take notice of these things, but also what drives us to go, well, what is that? I want to know more about what that is. I want to experiment with that. So there's also that. But yeah, I think Tim himself, Soraya, is like he's in that liminal state. He's in that transitional period of not quite knowing where the pegs are to stand on with this thing. And
I would agree with that. Because, well, I mean, again, as was said in that podcast, I was writing about other people's experiences and sort of putting mine to the side.
Right.
And at some point, it's well, with Soraya, we had a private conversation, and he said, you really ought to talk about this stuff. Do you want to come on and talk about it? I said, well, okay, sure. It was a little more intense than I expected, but it ended up being fine. It ended up being a good thing. I don't want anybody to feel bad about that conversation. It ended up being, in the grand scheme, it was right to happen. But yeah, I would absolutely agree. I'm in this sort of in between period.
Right, Tim. Did you notice? After you kind of outed on the show, did you notice an uptick in weird things for you or not?
Yeah, I'm going to say yeah. Just, I
mean... yeah. The more you give, the more you get. Just remember that. That's been like my motto for years now, because I've noticed this, and I've asked everybody from Whitley Strieber to serious people like Dr. Richard Haynes about things like that, and they all kind of, in one way or another, kind of acknowledge, yes, there's much stranger things afoot here than what we think, and in some way we can influence it. Like that is, I still believe that the best way to study this stuff is to study it directly. And so when you like my first research partner used to say in a much less in a much more profane way, crap doesn't stink till you stir it. And that's what he was telling me, is the more you give, the more you get. The more attention that you pay to this, the more times you focus on it, the more we sit here and talk about it. I think if there's an intelligence behind this, and I don't know that there is, but if there is, its response to you doing that is kind of like, oh, you like that? You want more of that? I can do more. And if you say, this is starting to scare me now, it's not like it's going to back off. It's going to say, oh, I can be scary. You think that's scary? I can show you scary. And I'm mimicking what I think its responses was based on what's happened to me. The minute that I started becoming uneasy with certain things, it got really uncomfortable, as if in response to what I thought. So I think in some small way, whatever this is, hears what you think, sees what you focus on, and then tries to give it to you. I mean, in a way, it's just answering what you want. Like, what do you want? And I tried like Playboy centerfolds and stuff like it. It don't work, like that don't work, like, no, it wants like weird.
Yeah, the antlers did not manifest. The owl came.
The other things do. Yeah. It's always some mirror weird thing that you didn't ask for, which really, to me, like, and I'm going to get into this on the blog, like, it really mirrors the notion of like the Aladdin's lamp, like you really got to be specific about what you're talking about, because you're going to get exactly what you like, it's like the Geico commercial, right? And the field full of deer, the guy's got deer in his front lawn, because he said he wanted lots of dough or something. I mean, you got to be, it's that specific,
right? Right.
And now we've got all this connotations of like jinns and all this. I mean, again, it's no answer, but it all like it fits in the story, And oddly enough, when I'm talking about story, every time I seem to bring up the word story on tonight's program, I see a little bubble pop up on my screen in the lower right saying Dr. Jeff Kripal is now online. And So go figure that out. You know,
I've always felt like the universe, it does respond to you, but it doesn't just give you what you want. It gives you what you need. And if you understand what you need, then you kind of work in synchronicity with it.
I guess I could go along with that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I needed a lot of what I got as a kid. But then again, who's to say all that was linear? Again, this is such a complex thing that, we're just taking stabs in the dark with
Sure.
it. But I mean, I am serious that when it comes to these similarities of what is going on in your life that surrounds these things, I mean, like you said, Sarai, every time you had some kind of upheaval or change, you got something. And when you fall into routine,
yeah.
These things seem to not happen. And that always makes me question, like, do we not see them because we're in routine and we're busy with other things? Or is it because it's really not there? And I tend to think it's really not there.
Yeah.
Or nothing is manifesting out of the ether when we're not, when we're not acting hairy scary. When you're in routine, these things don't seem to be able to get in or to interact. The discussion ends. So I don't know. I mean, there's a reason, and I had this epiphany with Lisa last night. We were talking about this, and we never talk about this stuff, and we were talking about it last night. About this notion of ritual and what Tim does with the pieces on the stump or whatever it was, I can't remember, arranging them in these patterns. That feels like ritual to me. You're in the woods, you're in nature, you're arranging these things in some kind of configuration, and you're just doing these at random. You leave, they come back, and they're different.
I'd absolutely agree with that. Yeah.
Okay, and so that says to me that that is ritualistic. And so when you look at your life and things that, and it's crazy to think this way, but the more I look at this, the more sense it makes. And George would probably look at this and go, "Well, of course," but it's like marriage is a ceremony. No matter how you cut it, it's a ceremony, and that ceremony celebrates a transition. It takes you from being single to married. You're not married anymore. You're not single anymore, but you're not married. You're in that liminal period, and you need ritual to get from one place to the other. If you don't do the ritual, then you're doing, the thing at the courthouse, which is still a ritual. You're signing your names, you're getting the stamp, you're paying the money. It's still something like ritual. Birthdays. You're not one age, you're not the other, you're somewhere in between. You're celebrating that change. But all of these things involve ritual, especially when it comes to a funeral. And when someone dies, after they put them in the ground, what do? You go to somebody's house and you eat. Eating is an affirmation of life. That's ritual. And why do you do this? Like the wake dinner and the wake meal, that's always just been. But did we ever ask ourselves, why is that? It's because after you spend so much time with the dead, I think tribal man knows when you walk with the dead, they will follow you home. And when you have that meal, you're affirming you're still alive, and you close the door to that area. That now is in the past. That's closed. That's gone. These kind of things fascinate the absolute hell out of me. And everybody listening is probably going, "What is he talking about?" Like, so what? No, that's like, to me, that is some piece of this. There's something ritual about this, and change and ritual. And something that when you have these experiences happen frequently, there's some ritual or some step that hasn't been done, and you're still open to that something. I know that's so vague, but I don't know how else to voice that.
All right. Okay. Well,
no, I mean,
these are
And, a lot of what Jeff has said, I either knew, either consciously, I kind of figured it out through these experiences, where I think I knew, subliminally or otherwise, just having certainly, in the other podcast, I talked about what I called the Mothman prophecies type times and that was when I was looking into stuff. When you look into stuff, that's when the weird stuff happens. I've recognized that pattern before. I don't know if I'm pretty sure I consciously realized it because, there were just times where it would come and go. And it does have to do with, I think, the nature of life is there are times where you have to deal with the mundane things of life. And when you're bogged down with that, maybe either mundane attracts mundane, so you don't have time for the weird stuff. It can't get in that way, or maybe you just don't have time to recognize it in those times. You're too busy, trying to survive. But this is all stuff that I either agree with or I recognized previously anyway, and agree with. So the hypnosis stuff is good. That's good to hear everything he went into with that, because honestly, it's something I was considering, because I'd like to fill in the blanks, but that seems to be not the way to go about
it. My feeling on these experiences is that there's got to be sort of a shamanic sort of thing going on. I mean, it mirrors the shamanic process so much, and we don't have that in our society anymore. So I wonder if whatever is there that used to create the shamans in the tribal cultures is now reaching out to, anyone it can get.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's valid. I really hesitate to assign that role to myself. I think that's a heavy role, just because I think the shaman probably should be in aid of the community, and I'm not sure I would fill that role, at least not at this point. Hopefully one day, maybe, but yeah, I mean, I think there's something to that. It's the shamanic process. There's certainly plenty of crossover there.
Sarai, do you when you pay more attention to this, do you see the feedback loop happening with you?
I'm always paying attention to it, so I don't know. I mean, random things will happen to me. It's not always, in cycles. Like I had a random poltergeist a couple of months ago. It went on literally for a few hours.
Oh, that's interesting.
There was nothing else
that's
after.
Like Carl Jung's poltergeist experience, where he had 2 or 3 days of really intense poltergeist experience, and then it just went away. That was the end of it.
Well, mine, and I've talked about this on the show, mine started out where I had, I'm not a big AC/DC fan. And sometimes I have the satellite radio on the TV, and AC/DC came on, and I said, and I muted it. And I left the room, and I got literally into the next room, and suddenly it came back on and cranked up. And I walked back in and went, okay, that was weird. And I muted it. And I walked out again, and it did the same thing again. So I walked in and I turned I think either muted it again or turned the receiver off and told it to stop, and it didn't do it again. But at the same time, either right before or right after that, this huge heavy grinder, like meat grinder, fell off a top shelf in the other room. It was like my grandmother's meat grinder, and it just fell off the shelf to the floor with this enormous clang. I think that happened first, and then the AC/DC kicked in. And then later, I think we were doing a roundtable show, and my microphone switch kept turning off while I was trying to talk. Suddenly, they'd be like, "We can't hear you. Where are you?" And I'm like, "What?" And it's a physical switch right here in front of me that turned off twice while I was talking. And then the last thing is my CD case that I take to the radio station when I do the Last Exit for the Lost. I have like a select group of CDs in there. Was open on the floor, which I couldn't have opened it and put it on the floor. It would have flopped open. It looked closed. I picked it up. CDs went all over.
And you do realize everything that you just described has to do with music. AC/DC, flick of the switch.
Yes.
Right?
Well, except for the podcast.
Meat grinder falls off the board. Grinder, Judas Priest. I mean, come on. Heavy metal.
Well, it was also a piece
exactly.
of heavy metal.
Grindcore.
Right.
Someone pointed that out.
Wild. Wild.
But after
Yeah.
that, there was nothing else. It's not like it continued. And it wasn't in a period where anything other weird stuff was happening or anything was really changing. It just kind of popped in there for a few hours and then
Do
went away.
either of you think that your experiences, the weird ones that you can remember or that you have conscious recall of, where you go point A to point B, like the whole thing, do you recognize symbolic things in it, like metaphor? Do you see that in your experiences at all?
Sometimes.
Yeah, I tend to see, like, and I say this on the podcast, the episode 2 that we just came out. I'll tend to say things like "there's no such thing as coincidence," which is an exaggeration. But I tend to see a lot more synchronicity, I think, than other people. So I'll assign meaning fairly easily, I think.
Okay.
So yeah. Yes, it's the short answer. Yeah.
Okay.
So there's an old C.S. Lewis quote. It came out of his book Miracles, and I always thought this was very perfect in a lot of ways. He says, "A society where the simple many obey the few seers can live. A society where all were seers could live even more fully. But a society where the mass is still simple and the seers are no longer attended to can achieve only superficiality, baseness, ugliness, and in the end, extinction. On or back we must go. To stay here is death." And I thought that was, I like the way C.S. Lewis writes, but I thought that was one of the deepest things I've had read from him. And I wonder if that phenomena that we're dealing with is trying to, in some way, eventually make us all see.
Or put us on our backs.
Or on a stake. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to, and there are uncomfortable questions that come out with this, when we were talking about shaman, the shaman is the seer of the tribe, but people don't always realize that, like, the shaman they were not people who dwelled in the village, like, I didn't know that until these are people who live away from everybody. They're often androgynous people. They blur the line between male and female. They also blur the line between right and wrong sometimes. They walk with the spirits, and people don't want that. So, if you go to see the shaman, it's not exactly like comfortable. Like, I'm sick, I've got this rash, you got to help me.
Right.
But you're a little bit afraid of this guy. And so,
sure.
And I have to say, in no way am I a shaman, but I've had people tell me, "You frighten me." Like, there is something about you that is I find inherently fearful, and I don't know what I've done. But people have said that they feel uncomfortable. I don't know if you guys have ever experienced that or not, where somebody tells you to your face that they feel they have a strange feeling about you, or that you seem to be you seem to have a threatening air when you're not being.
My wife is laughing out loud in the background right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the answer is absolutely yes. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I've had it happen, but I think it's more because unless people know me, I can look a little scary. But I've actually had many people tell me I put them very much at ease. So I seem to have the
Tim and I are the
opposite
negative, you're the positive. So that's,
apparently.
But that's been a thing. I mean, there's just that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about, like writing down. Like, when people say stuff like that, I made a mental note of that, and I wrote it down. Like, because that was a weird thing for somebody to say, my wife has always said, "You're a very intense person. And I'm like, okay, I can see that. Like, I get that. That I get a little bit over the top sometimes in describing certain things or whatever. But I've never had anybody like say that to me, like more than I don't know, once at a place, and all of a sudden that was like three people at one event all said that. Like there's something about you that's like uneasy, makes me uneasy, makes me uncomfortable. That's what one woman said. And you blow it off. You make some joke. Well, it's probably my devastating good looks. But it's just those kind of things I made note. I've been told things like you're really old, and this was back in like my 20s. Like you're really old. I said, what does that mean?
Right.
The woman said, you don't have to keep coming back here. Which made me really uncomfortable because that was like in relation to like a recurring dream that I have, which is that I'm always back in school. I'm in high school and I can't get out. Like I can't get out. Like I've done this. I need to get out of here. And I keep doing that. And that just means symbolically to me, I'm like, is there something I'm not getting about life? Like, am I deluded by all this paranormal crap that I'm not getting the real thing about what life is about? But all those things are worth making note of, like, the weird stuff, but also strange things that people have said to you. There's so many little tiny things that you don't think mean anything. And sometimes they are kind of insightful about, we're always so concerned with what we perceive, but we never think about how people perceive us,
I was in this, just when you said the little things that people say to you. Years ago, I was in a copy shop, just making some photocopies for one thing or another. I took him up to pay, and there was this guy at the counter, and he looked at me, and again, this is something my wife got a kick out of, but he looked at me and he said, and he was serious, he wasn't joking around. He said, "Are you a shaman?" Just out of nowhere. It was, I wasn't wearing feathers in my hair or anything. I was, it was just completely out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Well, you have all that long white hair, and
That's I, as I told one former employer, I said I can't cut my hair. Why? They said you got to cut your hair. I said I'm not going to cut my hair. Can't cut my hair. Religion. He said, well, what religion's that? I said, wizard.
Right. Yes. Yeah. I mean, that's
perfect.
All this stuff. I mean, everything seems to be like falling in line with the, the liminal, and marginal. I mean, we can't, and that was the first thing that when we talked with George was like, well, how are we marginal? And any creative type is a marginal person when it comes to reporting this stuff to the rest of the people. That's really the big deal. Is like when you talk about, relating these stories. Like I've often said that creative people probably are able to perceive this stuff and focus on it more, because they're the ones that can more accurately describe it or paint it or to everybody else who doesn't get it. But it's also that you're marginal because you're creative, so you could just be making it all up. So it's easy to dismiss.
Well, there's an element of all this that is literally crazy. Like when you start writing and I feel like there's like that's somehow part of it. Like, for instance, the use of psychedelics is, I mean, you're really inducing a state of temporary insanity. It can be controlled, it can be ritualized, but that's, essentially what you're doing. And as I'm writing this down, I'm thinking, this is crazy. This stuff is crazy. Mm-hmm. But then I came to the point where I'm like, yeah, it is. And I think that's part of it.
Well, I mean, crazy is anything that doesn't fall into the status quo of what reality is. It's not a written stone thing. Sanity is kind of just an agreed on sort of thing that everyone shares, and some people decide they don't care. Even though it may not be necessarily a decision, but they just kind of go off on their own and they have their own version of reality.
Yeah, I mean, the crazy part. I mean, I think it was Jacques Vallée who said that to talk about any of these experiences with 100% honesty is to be thought a fool, right? I mean, so that's and that to me, that again is part of it. It makes you marginal just by talking about this stuff. Like, people don't want to talk about that. I mean, we've probably all met people when you start to describe these things. They're like, okay, that's enough. I don't really want to talk about this stuff anymore. I mean, that right there should tell you a little bit about how the shaman feels, like, and because I don't know if they're born with it or whether it just happens, or, I mean, George Hansen has a whole thing on why are a lot of magicians gay? And I mean, that right there, like, you talk about magicians. Well, he says, a lot of magicians actually experience paranormal phenomena. I didn't know that. I haven't even read all that much into that yet.
I was just going to say,
exactly, with people who make
that exact point up. Yep.
Exactly. I mean, that right there. I mean, the fact that they're making it up, they're marginal people, but yet they experience phenomena when they're in the fields. They experience phenomena when it comes to the pattern that's made, and sometimes the pattern itself. I mean, that right there. When we had Colin Andrews on the show, we had bizarre stuff happen while we were doing the show. And Jeremy and I both had very bizarre things happen after that show. Talk about a deep conversation. Get into it with that guy. Whether or not you subscribe to anything that he wants to talk about, just get into it with him. And that kind of deep discussion that doesn't often get talked about, to me, is also part of what makes the air start to feel a little weird. Because I noticed that while we were talking to him. I mean, just the act of speaking about this stuff sometimes, again, is some kind of ritual. These are stories that get told around the campfire. Just picture people talking around a campfire is a ritualistic setting. All of these things kind of figure together. So what is it? I don't know. It's some bizarre thing. That on one hand I go, I think it's something really important, and I feel like I don't know. I feel like and it's not like I have such vast experience with drugs, but I feel like these people who talk about taking a drug and going, this is amazing. What the hell am I talking about? That's how I feel about this stuff sometimes. It's like, it astounds me and it amazes me, but I still have no idea what the hell I'm talking about. And that's okay. Just these little bits of, like, it's great to talk to Tim and, like, have him go, I get that weird concept that you're chucking out. Like, I've seen that, and I've seen that work. That is incredibly validating, and I love whenever that happens. But what is it? What do we do with it from there? I don't know.
All right. Well, I want to thank both of you for doing this extra bit with patrons, because I knew that conversation had more in it. So we just ran out of time on the main show. So that was very cool. Both of you. Thank you for sticking around and continuing this. All right. And tonight we are going to deal with a question that was presented to us by a patron that we dealt with once before, but I think my two guests tonight are much better to deal with this question in a different way. And Alfred Tuttle suggested this question, and what he wants to know is, well, before I get to that, let me introduce Mr. Jeff Ritzmann and Greg Bishop.
Hello there.
Hello.
And you two, this is like totally in your wheelhouse. So his question was, what is the evidence that whatever appears to be behind a myriad of phenomena, UFOs, Sasquatch, fairies, etc., is a non-human intelligence? How do we know it is not a manifestation caused by some kind of collective human unconsciousness? And what kinds of questions can we ask to determine which is the case?
I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was going to say. I have no idea, and this question scared the crap out of me.
It's a great question, isn't it?
Yes, I know. It's a great question. I would love to deal with it, and we will. I don't know how, but we will. who has a good handle on this? The best thing I hear right away is I don't know.
I wonder if how much it matters in the long run, whether or not this is a manifestation of us or something else out there, or some combination therein.
I would say, yeah, exactly. My first answer would be yes. Yes. Seriously.
Yeah. Because it obviously this phenomena seems to interact with consciousness, no matter what it is.
Right. Well, everything we do interacts with consciousness, but to varying levels of sophistication. You hit a rock and it reacts to consciousness by making a noise. But then you move up from that. I'm not joking about that.
No, I agree. But what I'm saying is, like, I don't think you have UFOs. Like take a classic landing thing where someone sees a UFO landed and they're collecting plants. And I think it was Valet early on that said, this doesn't seem like something that's actually happening. This seems like something we're being shown.
Theater. Mm-hmm.
Right, theater.
Yeah.
So it's not something, it seems like these things are happening because we're observing them. They're not just happening and we're happening upon them. And I think the fact that also people are have these repeat encounters also says something that it's connected deeply with our consciousness.
Yeah. If a UFO lands in the forest and collects samples and nobody's there to see it, is it actually landing in the forest?
Exactly. Thoughts, Jeff?
Whew. I mean, I go from kind of like internal or external, which has always been kind of the forefront question to me is, are these things internally generated or are they an external force of some kind? And the only way that I see it, I don't go so far as to say the collective unconscious or the collective consciousness manifesting something and then it becoming unhinged from the ego and wandering aimlessly around the earth. I don't know that I get that far with it, really. I go from internal, external, and the only thing that I can say from that standpoint is that the experience of a paranormal event always seems to be two things: very personal, and probably in the same tangent line is tailored to the individual, expressed through cultural filters of some kind or another, right?
Yeah.
And so if it's that, then the other question I ask myself is like, well, can I predict what it will do? And the thing about this is that it will always shock, surprise you, come at the least appointed time that you could want, the most inopportune time. You can't anticipate it. In my mind, you can't anticipate it. Although, like I've spoken on your show before, Soraya, it back in the days of my life being a three-ring circus with this stuff, which I think Greg kind of experienced the same thing in the way of like a paranoid effect, right?
Yeah, and associated physical things that other people can see. Yeah.
Right. So there's that point where I remember there was this distinct feeling in the house that people could feel, like people, not me, could feel. People, strangers could come into my house and go, "What's going on in here? What is that?" It would be like a heavy, and I always called it doom. It's a heck of a way to describe it, but that's just, it was a very oppressive, heavy, thick, uneasy feeling. And I could always kind of predict, I bet you something happens tonight that's very odd, but you couldn't predict when, what it would look like, if anything would be communicated to you or implied to you. You couldn't anticipate it. So at that point I go, okay, this seems external to me. Now, is that a right or wrong definition? I don't know. That's just how I categorize it to myself.
Yeah, it's a philosophical question. It's not just a UFO question or a paranormal question.
Exactly.
How much going on outside your head is actually going on outside your head.
Right.
Burning your hand, that's probably going on, and you get a definite feedback for it. That's something happening out, that is affecting you, or a bomb going off or whatever. All these things are very robust kinds of manifestations, but When you get into something paranormal, it's not so robust, and it depends on the person. And like you said, Jeff, the more like it's like set and setting almost.
It is. Yeah.
Yeah. So if and both are very important, meaning that somebody like Jeff or people that he knows or somebody that's kind of a trigger will make these things work, and other people it won't happen around them. And, from a skeptical side, you could say, well, because those people are nuts and they just see things other people don't, and they have fantasy prone personalities. But the thing is that somebody that isn't like that can also experience the thing around those people. So, I don't know if that means it's coming from outside the person, but if you look at the entire history of strange phenomena and whatever you want to call it, people encountering things that they can't quite explain, the fact that you can't predict it or don't expect it, or it's not it's not something that's repeatable in a way that we know that it would seem to me, unless your subconscious is working overtime to mess with you, which could happen. That there's a very good case to be made that it's external, but attenuated, shaped, remembered, whatever you want to call it, tuned by the individual consciousness or a collective consciousness of if more than one person's seeing it, if that makes any sense.
Yes. Yeah. It's like it needs to. We can't see it as what it is, so it needs to kind of form to our perception levels,
or we form it to our
systems.
perception levels.
Right. Go on.
In one of my essays, I said, are we dealing with something that holds up a mirror every time we get too close? I think that's one of my that's something I want to put in a T-shirt. That I think that's an important question to me.
The oppression thing. I don't think I remember you talking about that before, Jeff.
Yeah.
The one graveyard down in Ithaca that I've had a lot of weird experiences with, I can usually tell when something is there because right around the Civil War section of it, you can feel a really strong sense of oppression.
Yeah.
And it makes you want to run. I mean, it makes you feel like there's something there that doesn't want you there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it would. Interestingly enough, it was when people would walk literally through the threshold of the house. So the minute they would cross the threshold of the house, they would. I mean, I remember a couple coming over for dinner one night, and my friend Brian walked in, and he said, "What is going on in here?" And I said, "What do you mean?" He goes, "You don't feel that?" I was like, "I feel it. What do you feel?" And he's like, "It feels like a bomb's about to go off in this place." He's like, "It's like I'm on the edge of something." He's like, the minute I walked in, I felt like I was walking across a 2x4 on a skyscraper. And I'm like, okay, well, that's an interesting way to look at it, because I see it as like this heavy, oppressive, thick doom. And there were other, I mean, Jeremy and I particularly noticed it would happen when we got into really incredibly deep conversations with guests on Peritopia. Like we had, of all people, Colin Andrews on one night. And we began talking about his experiences in the fields of England, where they would record very strange sounds in these formations, notice gravitational pulls in these things, pretty well documented evidence of really strange stuff that doesn't feel like any categorizable, paranormal phenomena. But yet there it was. We would get into this deep conversation about these things, and all of a sudden the air would just change. And I remember at a certain point in the interview, it was a recorded show, so it wasn't live. I said out loud, "So are we all going to pretend that nobody else feels that in here, or is it just me?" And Colin goes, "No, I know exactly what you're talking about. You feel that, the air?" And I'm like, "Yes, the air." And he said, "Yeah, I just had a whole bank of computers to my right shut down." And he doodled some very strange things that I was beginning to talk about. And it was before I spoke about them. And it was all a matter of weird stuff before, during, and after that interview that just were beyond the pale of bizarre. And and one of them I even hesitate to mention because it's so incredibly weird. So
Go on.
Yeah, now you got to mention it.
Crap.
You want to mention it.
I do and I don't, because it's fascinating as hell. But so I went to sleep 2 nights after that interview. I think it was 2 nights afterwards, and I sleep like the dead. I don't have dreams for the most part. I have nightmares, and when I have nightmares, I usually wake up from them. And so I'm asleep, and I kind of wake up laying in my bed. I'm admittedly in that hypnagogic state. But I'm awake, and I'm kind of laying there looking at my eyelids shut, and I see what looks like Egyptian thematic eyes. So I've got the blue around the outer edge, a very dark pupil or iris, and then the lines going out from the lateral sides, right? So I'm looking at this, and immediately my head identifies this with Colin Andrews. Why? I have no idea whatsoever why. And so in my head, I say, Colin? And it says, Jeff? And I'm like, Colin? And he's like, Jeff? And I was like, what is this? And he goes, I have no idea what's going on right now. This is the most bizarre thing. I said, what is this? Why do your eyes look like this? And that's all I could see was the eyes. And I mean, I just remember being absolutely flabbergasted. I said, all of this is happening behind closed eyes in my head. And I'm saying, Colin, you need to remember this. Do not forget about this, because I'm going to contact you tomorrow about this. You need to remember this. I will. So I write him the next day. I said, Colin, do you remember what happened last night? And he says, I remember I didn't get a lot of sleep, but I can't remember what happened, but I know something happened. And I said, and then I explained it to him. And he says, well, I don't remember any of that, but I know that I didn't get a lot of sleep, that I felt like there was talking going on, but I don't remember anything like what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
It's just very bizarre, unexplainable to me, unless you just say, well, that's dream and that's, suggestion and all. And it could be. But all of these things just kind of pelted us. And Jeremy had a very odd dream-like sequence as well at the same time. I think involving a Native American and a movie theater. And you'll have to get him to tell you, but we both had very, very weird things go on during that interview and after it that, to me, just equate to those really weird questions that you just don't normally talk about. And I don't know how else to put it than that, to say that there's certain questions you don't ask because you feel like if you ask them, people are going to think you're a weirdo. Or, I do art for a living. I could give a crap if people think I'm a weirdo, So it's like, I ask them, and try and put it out there. Because to me, devil's in the details for that kind of stuff. So yeah, I think
fascinating.
Did he have anything happen that lasted for a while, or you just asked him about the dream thing?
Well, I mean, there was I asked him about the dream thing. I asked him if had anything odd happen, and he mentioned something. I'll have to dig up the email. It's been years ago. But then he mentioned, what had happened during the interview, and how he was actually getting ready to say, does anybody else feel that, before I said it. So it's something that it's palpable. I mean, you can feel that the air gets kind of bristly, and I don't know what that means, and I don't know if that's like, okay, is that internal or external? I have no idea. But clearly, when it affects 3 people, what does that mean? If somebody walking into the environment can feel it, that smells external to me. But that's not necessarily a quantifiable thing. You can't qualify something just because other people feel it. That doesn't necessarily mean it's still not an effect coming from me or from, the environment itself. I don't know. It's a coin flip to me. I mean, but as far as internal, external, the fact I think that you can't predict it, that holds a little bit of water with me. But I think I think we're all going to be a lot better off when people at large accept the fact that, there's always this pervasive notion in any paranormal field that we must refute the psychological. We must refute at all costs the psychological must not be blamed for this. And so, I just
when it's obvious that that's kind of at the center.
And I go, well, it's all psychological, like everything you do is psychological one way or another. So let's stop doing that and realize that on some level, it's a loop. It's something is out there. Something is there enough. I'll put it to you this way, enough to manifest people collecting samples, soil samples for decades on end, or advanced beyond our wildest capacity for advancement, aliens coming here from another world and using knives on people. Like, does something seem unbalanced about that to anyone else?
Yeah.
And yet these things are so obvious, and yet no one talks about them. Like very few people will mention that. Like, this is askew. Something doesn't.
Yeah.
There's
That's
always this nudge and a wink.
Around.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm always trying to do that. I'm trying to do that runaround now. It's like, well, if we hack ourselves to figure out why we see these things, maybe some answers or understanding will come out of that, rather than trying to figure out what planet they're from and why they're cutting us open.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
And then I get the obvious question, well, then what goes on in radar cases or when people have photos? And like, I don't think I'm talking about, I think I'm talking about close encounters. Because, you can take pictures of stuff. It's like, okay, there's a picture of something. Well, what does that prove? That the camera picked up something or the radar picked up something.
Doesn't tell you a thing.
No, it just tells you that there's something you don't know about. And that's about it. And what does that do? It's like, if we just got one perfect picture or video, then everybody would believe. No, they wouldn't. It wouldn't make any difference whatsoever. Yeah. Believers would believe and disbelievers would disbelieve. That's just the way it's going to be.
It doesn't matter how good it is. I mean, no matter how good the evidence is. No, not at all.
If it looks too good, it's like that one with that video people are putting up now with that thing that opens up in the sky and the thing. And somebody made the comment. You've seen that video, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And somebody made the comment. I agree completely. That looks too good. So anything that looks perfect, that's like this proves it, is automatically going to be suspect. But then somebody shows you something that's completely insane. Like an alien runs at the camera, turns into a werewolf, and then throws confetti at you or something like that. That would be, to me, that would be a really good evidence for something strange going on, because why the hell would you videotape something like that? That's ridiculous. Yeah. And to me, that argues for its authenticity. But the thing is, it doesn't make any difference to anybody else. It's just a non-starter with most people. If they could figure out that it wasn't fake, they'd see. It's like, that's so stupid that it doesn't fit any paradigm. It doesn't prove anything. To me, it proves that perhaps that we're complicit in creating the reality that can be seen by other people. If that makes any sense.
Yeah. And
a camera, actually. I'm trying to crack that one now. How much can we affect the environment? If anybody's any answers on this, how much can we affect the environment so that it becomes physically manifest to the point where other people and instruments pick it up? I think that's an important question. Not saying that's what happens, but I think that's a very interesting question to me. Do either of you think that's BS, or is it or is it pursuable, do you think?
Definitely. And when you look at like poltergeist cases, isn't that exactly what's happening? They may not be doing it intentionally, but you have people manifesting, psychic ability, basically, that they're not even aware of.
Yeah, just like the Philip thing, which is now being brought up on Coast to Coast, much to my chagrin, but whatever. Not because I think it's cool or anything like that, but because, does it help anything, or does it, does it make people actually think, or they just say, oh, that's something weird? No, I think it's like right in the wheelhouse of what's going on. If you can make something up and it manifests, holy crap, that's like, what if we can get everybody to do that, or a lot of people do? Which is why I asked Jeff to continue on my show, and I said, well, how do you see your own UFO? And he goes, I don't know if I should say this. And I said, yes, Please say it. Tell everybody how to do it, because I want to see what happens, and I want to see what people say. And if I get a chance, I want to try it myself. I'm not, I'm a little bit apprehensive, but if a lot of people, or a lot, more than half the population tries something and they get a result, that's a lot more important than a stupid video.
Yeah, and if only 50% of them go absolutely crazy from it and end up in an institution, that's an acceptable loss.
I think so.
I mean, my answer to that is science. No, I think you saying make something up and it having an effect. I think that's the key right there, is that whatever is going to be attempted with that has to be a creative process. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes total sense. It's because it's creative on its own without you controlling. How about you controlling the creativity and see what happens?
Right. Well, and then we're going back to one of the Where Did the Road Go shows on the tulpa, right? The tulpa creation thing.
Right.
But we could go even so far as to say, forget the tulpa thing. Forget something being summoning to do bidding of any kind.
Oh, yeah.
How about, and this is something that I mentioned some years ago on Peritopia to Jeremy. I said, when it comes to cases like Gulf Breeze, Gulf Breeze is still one of those ones that levels in this limbo period of, is it believable or is it not? There's pro things for it and there's so many things against it. But I think by and large, it's still, to most people who care enough to look at this thing, it's still a kind of like, it's interesting. There's something interesting here. And I often wonder, people talk about, Ed Walters and all that, and that being kind of the genesis. And it's not the genesis of the whole thing in Gulf Breeze by any stretch. He's not the beginning nor the end of it.
Right.
But when it comes to it, let's say for the sake of argument, and I am not saying this, audience, I am not a believer in this notion, but let's say Ed Walters faked it. Let's say he faked it. Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden, after he fakes them and after all this attention and all this focus is put on looking for UFOs in the skies over Shoreline Park, guess what shows up? UFOs in the sky over Shoreline Park. And so when I asked Bland Pugh, rest in peace, when did people stop seeing UFOs at Shoreline Park? His answer to me was unequivocally, when people stopped going to see them. Now, does that say anything about the to and fro, or, I'm not saying Ed Walters faked anything. What I'm saying is, if he would have, or if someone would have, would that have been enough? His photos were very exciting photographs in that period.
Yeah.
We've all become really accustomed to seeing them now. But back then, this was like pretty amazing stuff. And so it really lit a fire under people to see these things. And one by one, people began seeing things. I recorded a daylight UFO in there in 97, I think it was, or 98. And people looked at it and said, it's definitely the Ed Walters craft. Now, I don't know that it was. It was very far away. Could have been an airplane. Does it matter? It doesn't matter. Because if people believe that's a UFO, and some people don't, it is still exists in that in-between place, which is the liminal period, and it still becomes what it is. And so it continues on. So do these things manifest by virtue of hoax? That's the next blog post on the Numinous Net. So it's a really interesting wrinkle that could you, like, I'm not going to kid. I have tossed around buying a big helium balloon and a string of LED lights, battery operated, running a ring around them, getting myself a nice long tether, and letting that thing fly above the town here in Gunpowder that I live in, and just leave it up for like 10 minutes, and then somehow remote control turn those lights off. So it just disappears into blackness. What would happen? I'm not going to promote it. I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to let people photograph it. I'm going to let reporters report it. What happens next? I keep the thing on the ground from there. Do people see things in the sky after that? I wonder.
I had a guy on my show with Adam Go Rightly, a guy named John Fenderson. He told me and I put this in the essay for Robbie's book for reframing the debate. He said in the 70s, when he was a young lad, or at least a teenager, he and his friends sent up a bunch of laundry bag hot air, with the candles.
Oh yeah.
They sent up, I don't know, 5 or 6 or 8 of them. And he said that, and they just let them off over the town, I guess some mid-sized town somewhere, I think in California. And he said that people called the police. There were people saying there was an alien invasion. They had seen they had seen spacecraft or whatever. And it went all the way from that to people said they had seen floating laundry bags with candles in them. So he said it seemed like whatever people wanted to see in those things is what they saw. Even though he knew and his friends knew there were laundry bags with candles in them.
What I found interesting is maybe about 2 years ago, Google lost one of their balloons or one of their blimps or whatever it was. Yep. And it set off a series of UFO sightings in the Tennessee area, wherever it was. And when you looked at the reports were pretty dead on about what this thing looked like. Because you get a lot, people don't know what they're seeing. But people were saying, yeah, I saw a UFO. It looked exactly like this. And all the reports pretty much matched up and described this Google blimp.
Oh, okay.
And I'm thinking, okay, so people's reports are actually not as inaccurate as some people would like to believe.
Yeah.
You know?
I think it varies. Yeah, and my point of mentioning that is not to say that, that UFOs are hoaxes or people don't know what they're looking at. It's just that whether it's unidentified or not, people's their set and setting or whatever you want to call it, that really determines what they see. And if I was a hardcore rabid skeptic, I'd it's like, well then people, you can't rely on anybody's testimony. It's like, yeah, well, yes you can, even if it's unidentified. I think that the testimony is should be paid attention to, although not taken horribly seriously on a case by case basis, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. But what I found so interesting about that blimp is that it did show that even though some people thought it was a spaceship, et cetera, the actual descriptions were pretty dead on.
Right.
Which says that people are very capable of describing what they see. What they may ascribe to that it may vary, but their actual observational skills are not as bad, because you get skeptics who will say, oh, well, people just have bad observational skills. They're just they see this, but they're really seeing something completely different. But that, I think, shows us that may not really be the case.
Well, I think when it comes to, and this is something I think that at this point, I think we kind of, if we haven't established much in this UFO study, I think the one thing we've established in some semblance of order is that when there are multiple people viewing some kind of UFO manifestation of one kind or another, that they report different things, that people perceive different aspects of this. If it was orange to one, it'll be blue to another. If it was round, it'll be boxy. If it's long, it'll be short. There's all of these different discrepancies that are pretty dramatic. To say that that notion that you just pointed out, Soraya, that people are pretty accurate, but when it comes to looking at it from a skeptical angle, it's, well, if the skeptical angle is looking at all reports across the board, they're going to ignore the one from the Google blimp. They're going to focus on the things that people report akin to the phenomena out here. And of course that, almost on cue seems to purport itself to be self-negating. You can't trust what they see. You can't look at the pictures, right? The pictures are all blurry and out of focus. We hear this all the time. And again, it's one of my big contentions that this is ambiguous free reason, and I think Greg mentioned something like it's more attention worthy if it looks bizarre, or if it doesn't seem quite right. That seems to be the one you want to look at a little bit more. Now, that's not saying every stringed UFO is an alien craft. No. There's plenty of hoaxes. We got that, but what people see in relation to this phenomena is notoriously unreliable. So I think that's where that notion or that stereotype comes from, is that you can't trust witnesses to UFO events. I think that comes from the self-negated aspect that it is. We're witnessing exactly what it does.
So, that being the case, could it in part be that, like, when people are seeing a real typical object like that blimp, their reports are pretty uniform across the board, suggesting that this is not something anomalous because everyone is kind of seeing the same thing.
I think that could be like a really close first preliminary step in saying what is and what is not a project of the U.S. government, which, I get so tired of hearing UFO researchers out there say, I shouldn't blame him for it, but I call it a Dolanism, where I hear things like, we don't have technology back in the 40s that could do this, or we don't have technology that can do this kind of maneuver today. My question is, how the hell do you know? No one is privy to every project of every government on this planet. We don't know that. But if people report the same exact thing, traveling in the same kind of way, then maybe we've got something there that could be kind of contained. This has always been the big problem for me and UFOs is, how does someone take a report and say, this is the phenomena or this is not? This is clearly some project. It had rivets, it had wings. Well, what's the stop one or the other? Where's the line of demarcation? I think that could be your first bit.
John Keel also mentioned, I forget which book it was in, but he talks about like airplanes that are seen that make absolutely no noise, glide closely to the ground, kind of slowly. And he's like,
Mothman,
people just... Was it in Mothman?
Okay. Some of it in Mothman, but maybe some in like, Trojan Horse and stuff like that. But yeah, you're right.
But he, and he points out that this is not a normal airplane. Planes don't do this. But yet people will kind of overlook it.
Yeah, you're getting ghost rocket territory almost.
Yeah. So it's like, what's weird and what's not?
I got a patron question that I would ask.
Yeah.
Given all that we're talking about, why are there no close-up pictures of craft, of creatures? Why not? There's plenty of far-away pictures of craft. None of them from 20 feet away. That's a tough one. Yeah, exactly. But if it's that physical and anybody can, and it's it can be witnessed and it's a physical thing and people coming from other planets. What the hell is going on? Of course, people are going to say, "Oh, the aliens won't let you." Well, setting that BS aside,
well,
what happens?
There is the electromagnetic aspect of it. I mean, you have cars stopping and things like that, showing sort of an electromagnetic field that interferes with electronics.
Yeah, but
so the closer,
go ahead.
The closer you are, the less likely I'm thinking stuff like that would work. I can say when I saw my giant UFO, a picture was the last thing I thought about. Yeah. I didn't have a camera with me, but I had a video camera in the back seat. I mean, this was 2000 or 2001. Yeah. So it was like a VHS-C camera. It wasn't like, something I could easily whip out. But I was more interested in observing the thing and trying to pick out as much information about it as I could. And when it finally dropped out of sight, I went, and I had my camera in the back seat.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people say I watched it for a while, then I ran to get my camera, and I came back, it was gone in a few seconds.
Yeah,
it's like we're going to show you this is your show, but you're not allowed to take no pictures allowed, no flash photography, no pictures.
I tend to think when it comes to UFO stuff or UFO sightings like these things in the sky that are seen at distances and whatnot, I almost want to say, is it like the water on the road illusion, where the closer you get, the less there it is, like a mirage-like quality, or a ghost quality. I mean, I like Terrence McKenna's notion of, UFOs are ghosts haunting the skies of Earth. I like that for some reason. In that they're just as, well, that's the question, isn't it? Well, that's not a productive question to ask, Greg. So I don't know. I don't know, but it's one of those things where, I have seen a big-headed thing in my room, and it was I'm standing right about where it would be, so it was like a yardstick away from my face. To Picture again, last thing on my mind.
Yeah, self-dating to the point where you can't even have automatic, cameras pick any of this stuff up.
I don't. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't even have. I mean, I didn't have them at that point, but even if I did, I looked at it and didn't even realize what it was.
Yeah.
And yet I'm seeing shoulders, head, eyes, mouth, very fuzzy, albeit the features, but it was there. It was solid. The light was reflecting off of it.
Yeah.
The question is, if I'd have put my finger out, would it have hit something?
Yeah. Well, people have said that they have. My question, and I've been asking this for a long time, and I'm still wondering about it. If I was standing 10 miles away with the most powerful telescope ever, as if I could be standing right next to you, if I was standing 10 miles away when you had that kind of experience, was able to look at it through that telescope, what would I see?
Yeah, that's a damn good question. Here's the answer to that, I guess.
Yeah.
When I woke out of a dead sleep and saw this thing, I thought it might have been either a fan that was sitting on the desk, the rounded fan,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
or clothes on the back of a chair. That's what I thought it was. And I leaned up, I looked at it, and when I leaned up on my elbow to lean in closer to look at it, it leaned back away from me. And in my head, I went, did that just move? What is that? I mean, I was really confused about what am I looking at? Yeah. And so for some reason, I just said, F it, and I flopped back on the pillow and I was out. I mean, I just went right back to sleep. Now, it's really unusual for me that really is unusual for me to wake up in the middle of the night at all. But then I think that was a Sunday night, and I want to say it was like Tuesday. A friend of mine came over. I remembered it when I woke up. I thought about it a lot. There was nothing on the table. There was nothing on the chair. There was no way, from my vantage point, that should have looked like that. So that immediately concerned me because I know what it looked like then, and I had a great deal of apprehension about such a thing. I didn't open my mouth about it. Tuesday night, a friend of mine came over for dinner, and he knows about stuff that we've seen in the house, and he says, has anything happened in the house lately? And I said, no, but I'd be a little, I'd be not wanting to talk about what I thought I saw beside the bed the other night. And my wife says, I already know, big head, little shoulders, sitting on the bed staring at us. Yeah, and I'm like, you saw that? I mean, my feet went bone ice cold. And I'm like, oh, no, you did not just say that. You did not just say that.
Right. I didn't want you to say that.
No. And she described it exactly. Here's the interesting bit for her. She woke up after I flopped down. That woke her up. She looked over, saw it very clearly, apparently.
Same thing.
She rubbed her eyes.
Yeah.
When she took her hands down from her eyes, it wasn't there.
Yeah.
But she rubbed her eyes again and looked, it was back. And then she just rolled over and said to herself, there's no way I can tell Jeff about this. And that was it. Yeah, when I called Tyler Coachon the next morning on the way to work and told him, he goes, that's brilliant. That's amazing. I was like, no, it's not amazing. It's not brilliant because now I can't sleep anymore.
Yeah.
And, for like a week, I didn't go to bed until like 6 a.m. So,
I don't know why this go ahead. I'm sorry. Finish your thought.
No, that's it. I mean, that's really the crux of it. I mean, we both saw it and both didn't tell each other about it. And that to me, like that was extremely visceral to me because I didn't feel anything about it. And I didn't feel anything from it. Like there's a distinctive there's a thing when these things are around, whether they're half there or all the way there, that I think I've described before, like they're really hard to be around. The manifestations of these little people, these big heads, they're really hard to be around. And I rarely have been able to look them in the face. But this one, I was looking right in his face, and it was very dark, but I could clearly see from the light coming through the window, I could clearly see his head. You clearly see the makeout of eyes and mouth. And he was extremely wrinkled and old looking. but I didn't feel anything. I didn't feel like a wizened feeling. I didn't feel an old feeling or a man or a woman. It was blank. And he was just standing there staring like he couldn't figure my ugly ass out. That's the only thing I can describe is like just a stare down. And then when I lean towards him and he backs away, or it backs away, I'm like, okay, why did I not freak out at that? I immediately should have known what that was. Like, what would have happened if I'd have reached over and turned on the light? And my instincts tell me when I turned on the light, there would have been nothing there.
Right.
Right.
But I don't know that.
The act of trying to figure it out it's kind of like meditating. You reach a point of like Satori, and as soon as you get into the going, and this happened to me, going, being engaged, giving into the amazement, it stops it.
Yes.
Yeah.
The minute you try to hold on to it, it's gone.
Yeah. Exactly.
Of course,
go ahead.
There's always the trap of saying, "Ooh, look how good I'm doing."
Yeah. As soon as ego enters into it, that screws it up too, I think.
Yeah.
And the big difference in that experience and any other one that I've ever had of weird people is I know I think, I'm not going to say I know, I think I know exactly how to bring that on again. But I'm not doing it.
No, you wouldn't.
I'm not doing it until I know I can have enough presence of mind not only to handle it, but to realize what's going on. If that makes any sense.
That makes total sense to me.
So, I think it and oddly enough, the thing that I would do to exacerbate something like that to happen again is the most marginal thing I could possibly imagine.
Yeah.
So, I mean, when you talk about crystals and rocks and all this kind of stuff, I am a non-believer in, crystal power and all that. No, I'm sorry. But that's exactly what happened the day of that.
Yeah,
so,
you put a charged crystal against
on my forehead. Yeah. So
that's right. I remember you talked about that. Yeah.
I just think to myself, well, if you want it again, that's kind of what you have to do. And it's still out there in the dirt. So, soak it up the juice, so to speak. So, I mean, I wonder about, one day, am I going to get just depressed enough about this subject that I'm going to go, yeah, to hell with it, I'm going to do it. But I'm always going to remember how that felt. So I like my sleep a little too much.
Yeah. I don't know why I don't even know if this is relevant, but it affected me. And I only thought of it again now. When I was a teenager, I went to Washington, D.C. on a trip with my dad and my sister, because my dad would just, take us on trips and show us stuff. Like, let's go to the Grand Canyon. So this time we went to D.C., to look at the museums and all that. I'm in the hotel room with him, and I'm on a cot, and my dad has a bed, and my sister has a bed. It's like 5 in the morning. The sun's just coming up. I wake up and look at my dad and my sister, and they're both turned towards me, sleeping sideways soundly. And as I look at them, I notice their eyes are wide open, like cartoonishly wide open. And I'm thinking, am I dreaming? And I'm getting more and more terrified by the moment. And then their eyes start moving around like they're like crazy cartoon insane eyes. And I know they're asleep and their eyes are closed, but I was too scared to get up and go closer to see if I was just imagining it or whatever. But it just scared me. It was deep, fear. And I just sat there like with the covers up, just staring at it and going, this isn't happening. This isn't happening. Oh my God, this isn't happening. Then I don't remember if I went to sleep or it just gradually faded away. I can't remember which, but it was a frightening sight to see your father and your sister with giant cartoon googly eyes moving around independently of each other. I don't know why.
What was the level of light in there, Greg?
It was just enough to see. Well, you know what? I could see the beds and I could see the covers and the folds in the covers and all that, but just barely.
Okay. A lot of very odd things happen in that light. You ever notice that? I mean, I know that there's illusionary stuff that happens, but I remember, like you say, as a kid, having a poster on your wall of some kind, and that kind of I don't know, that icy dawn light, that odd blue color. There, you'll get a lot of movement from inanimate objects in that kind of light.
Okay. I don't know. I know it was probably my imagination working.
Yeah, I don't know what it is either. I don't know what technical term there is for that. But yeah, I mean, and again, I look at those kind of things and I go, well, if you saw it, you know what I mean? It's like where did that come from?
Yeah, and I didn't dare ask him about it later. Hey, did you guys wake up at like 5 a.m. and stare at with your eyes open far more than you could possibly open them?
Right. Yeah.
Were you guys doing that? Were you just messing with me, or? Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I knew that wasn't the case.
Right.
But I didn't know what had happened. Of course, and it never happened again. But and that's one of the few times I can remember I have some kind of something in that light, and it wasn't hypnagogic. I was wide awake.
Weird.
Especially after I saw what was going on, and I was like, "Oh, I'm just imagining this." And then it got more and more clear as I got more and more afraid.
Wow.
So, very strange. I mean, not to the point where it's like crystal clear, but enough so that if the light was shining on their eyes and they were doing that, there would be enough to see that. I mean, I could see the whites and the irises in there, but they were spinning around.
Yeah, I just caught a mental image of like a flashlight going across that scene. You got a horror movie there, pal. I mean,
yeah, I know. You know what it reminded me of is when what's his in Roger Rabbit, when they tear off Christopher, what's the guy's name?
Lloyd.
Christopher Lloyd's thing and his like googly cartoon eyes. That's
oh my God. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's how frightening it was to me.
Yeah, I can imagine. Jeez.
And this was before that movie too, so that's the only thing I can really compare it to.
Yeah. That's bizarre.
So I don't know if that's relevant to the discussion, but the fact that something so normal and so, I'm just seeing people sleeping in the morning could turn into something so terrifying is kind of weird. And, how does that, is that what's going on when somebody sees a presence in the room? I don't know. I mean,
exactly.
there might be an element of that. And like, I'm pretty sure that wasn't happening in real life, but the thing is that I saw it and it was real to me. So that remains interesting to me, just like contactees are interesting to me. I don't know if I believe them, but the social phenomenon interests me a great deal. So trying to be clinical about something that affects somebody very deeply and emotionally is another like hobby horse I have right now. Just not getting emotionally involved or egotistically involved with looking at the subject might help too. And that's too bad because then you can't have big organizations, TV shows, book tours, movies, blah, blah, blah. And I'm sorry about that, but I think if that stuff was taken out of the picture or generally taken out of the picture, or when somebody thinks they have something important, generally shutting up about it, I think that might help too.
Well, but if somebody has something important, shouldn't they be sharing it?
No, they should share it when they've decided that they have finished their project or that they should share it with somebody. So that others can, basically, do your work, make sure it's, and get to the point where you figure it's over, or you say, this is as far as I can go with it. Now let's share it with somebody else, tell somebody exactly what we or I did, and see what they can do with that. Maybe they can repeat it. Maybe they can develop it. Maybe they can confirm it, whatever. But I think that should be the new model. And I already see people doing that.
Or you don't tell them the outcome and you just do it blind.
Yeah, exactly.
Which to me would seem almost more valuable to have that, I mean, the easiest way to do that is usually
exactly. Yeah, we did
write your thing down and put it in a self-addressed stamped envelope and have it postmarked with a date or something,
Right. Or at least tell people, look, do this. And then don't tell them anything else.
Right.
And see what happens. That's another, I never really thought of it that way, but that's perfect. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Did you find yourself standing at the large fire pit like me?
Yeah. I mean, don't say that because that's immediately like the person with the headache that I talked about with the MUFON guy.
Oh yeah.
You heard that, right, Soraya?
I did, but I don't remember.
I was talking to a guy from MUFON. He said that he had spoken to a woman that had an extremely strange experience, which I won't go into. Involved like glowing orbs and a giant rabbit with plaid-colored fur, which I love. But he said that he talked to her about the experience. What happened? What did you see? How fast was the car going? What time of night was it? Where do you live? Where are you from? All the normal stuff. And then he said, have you had any noticeable health problems, in the last few hours? Because they called him the next day. And she said, no, I haven't noticed anything really. And then he told me, and then I asked her if she'd had any things like, migraines or something. And I looked at the guy, stopped, and I said, you shouldn't have asked her that. And he looked at me like I was crazy. He's like, no, that's our normal question. He said, but it's funny you say that because I called her the next day and she said an hour after we hung up, she had a huge, massive headache. I said, well, can't you see that, and he could not see that that was a leading question. It was actually hurting the witness.
Yeah.
Because they're looking at the MUFON person as basically as a confessor and a professional that's going to help them. So
and an authority.
Yeah, an authority. And the authority says I should have headaches. So subconsciously, it's like, my God, this is the weirdest thing that ever happened to me. I can't stand it. I got to have some kind of closure. So I guess part of that is to have a massive migraine.
When we're talking about how to determine which is which, part of me says, well, if it is us, it can't tell us stuff we don't know. But I'm not sure that's totally true either. Because obviously we have people who are psychic, who pick up information. And I've been told many things that turned out to be true that I couldn't possibly have had any knowledge of. But at the same time, if we have a higher self that knows more, it doesn't necessarily, there's no way to tell the difference there if this is an external entity or telling us this, or our higher self or our psychic ability picking up on this information.
Yeah, I think that, as we said at the beginning, I think it's a non-starter. It's kind of a semantic question that might not be important. I'm not sure. The internal external thing is the subject object thing. I think with paranormal, especially UFO stuff, kind of breaks down, and we have to really examine how that breakdown happens and where it happens, how it manifests, and how our primitive ape brains deal with it. If that makes sense.
No, totally.
It's not to say we shouldn't think about it, but I just think it's not. If you just keep saying, is there some other thing here? It's like, to me, asking, where are the aliens coming from? It's a more sophisticated way of saying that.
I feel like this is what makes the study of the UFO phenomena important, because it makes us look at this stuff so much deeper. This stuff ties in directly with consciousness, which ties in directly with what reality is, what life is, why we're here, and all this type of stuff. And what's so unfortunate is so much of the UFO research is just down to, well, what you just said. Where are the aliens coming from?
Yeah. And that's I think that's changing. We're talking about it. I hear it on your show a lot. I have people talking about this stuff on my show all the time. The people in Robbie's book are going to talk about it. And I think it's spreading, and I think that's a good thing, because people are tired of gathering data and nothing changing. So let's turn to where the pioneers like Valet and Hansen and Keel and Greg Little and people like that are coming from. Keith Thompson, as I mentioned on Jeff's blog on a comment the other day. Let's look and see where these people were mining, what they were mining and trying to get at in the 60s, 70s, 80s, whatever, and revive that and push it further and see what happens, because doing it the old way it's just not working. I think the old way is valuable, and people should keep doing it, but because patterns can emerge from data that you would probably never expect. Although there should be different ways of asking the questions, or not being so leading, or whatever. As Jeff, Jeremy, and Tyler and a couple other people did with Core, which I thought was an amazing start. But the whatever psychosocial hypothesis, or whatever, however you want to put it down, has been overlooked, and I think that should be on the ascendant. Whether it provides any answers or not, it has. I don't think it's been pursued enough by enough people with the brains to pursue it properly. And that's changing. It's changing right now as we're sitting here talking.
I've always liked how Strieber would say that it could be the force of evolution staring us in the face, because understanding this stuff could do just that on a deeper level.
Yeah, I remember I recorded a presentation by Bud Hopkins in 1987, I think. Real early on. I mean, I was just getting back into this, and I remember one line he said that in his talk that we videotaped on 3/4-inch tape machines was a lot of these things that he was studying. He said UFO study or abduction research may be dragging us kicking and screaming into a new science or a new era or a new something. And whatever you think about Bud Hopkins or whatever he did, I think that reminded me of that quote, and I think it's significant. Maybe not in the exact way that he said it, but in a broader sense.
Yeah. Jeff?
No comment on Bud Hopkins.
Yes.
I'm not a baby with the bathwater thing. Unless it's Sean Morton, then I don't care.
Right.
I went to that trial for one day, actually.
Oh my God. So sorry.
I wanted to see.
I think when you're talking about the crux question here of what we started out with, I think probably the best way or the best answer that I got is that I think the best way to get to an answer to that question is to start examining what surrounds the paranormal event. Again, that a lot of people don't.
Mm-hmm.
They don't. Like we don't have researchers out there asking the right questions, and we've got them all focused upon what the manifestation is, and that's kind of like, it's kind of like saying, "Why does the car run well? Let me look at the wheels." And the engine is chugging underneath, and you're not even paying attention to that. Right. So it's like, we seem to be focused on what's the mechanics of the manifestation rather than, what was going on here, what was happening in this environment, who saw what, at what point in their lives, under what pretense, why were you there? This is a question that, very rarely gets answered or gets asked in this field is, why were you at such and such a place? Travis, why were you in the woods? Well, I was coming in from work. Great answer. Okay, now what? Well, we don't get that with a lot of other people. Like, why were you in this space? What were you doing? What was your pretense for coming out here? Would you say, oh, you were walking here? Great. What did you see in the sky? That's not getting anybody anywhere. So I think if we're going to find the answer to these really leap ahead questions, which that kind of is, we need to start again and look at what is surrounding all these things, and you'll see the consistencies that I talk about in those. And they're not always they're not the easiest things to accept, because a lot of the things that I talk about on the blog and a lot of things I talk about on these shows, it's like a lot of these things you could see the skeptical community taking a hold of these things and running with them all on their own. But and I'm just saying this because it needs to be said. I've never written this anywhere, but they can't do that because these are not finished ideas. These are abstract concepts. And so when you're talking about an abstract concept, where we would go with it will be fleshed out much more thoroughly than anything that they would be able to come to an end with. In other words, there is no end to what I'm presenting. It's a question. It's a framework in which to build off of. I only hope that somebody can build even more off of it. But I'm sensing, just from the comments that I saw today, which I just saw today from the past couple of months, I'm seeing that there is this slight pushback against some of these things, like anti-structure, and people saying, well, what about I had one question asked. They said, well, what about all of the lab experience on Psi and all of these things? And my answer was going to be something along the lines of, well, lab-controlled environments, lab-controlled, like when's the last time you heard about a lab-controlled poltergeist?
Yeah.
Anybody? So
you can't.
I mean, you could take the entity case and say that could have been something, but Again, that's really far in the past. What about now? What is the paranormal or parapsychological community doing now? And the answer is not much. Nothing real has been done in that field for about 10 years.
Yeah, they're walking around with night vision cameras trained on themselves, going, "What did you hear that?"
Well, yeah, I mean that's your performance investigators. I mean, like parapsychologists in parapsychology doing controlled experiments of one kind or other, Gansfeld or whatever. They're looking at these things, but there's not really anything new being done or attempted or tried. It's all kind of like, it seems to be like this rehashing of stuff that was done 10, 20 years ago.
Right.
And so, when you start looking at these different modalities of thinking about this stuff, you're going to get this pushback of, well, what about? And my answer to this guy ultimately was, well, those experiments, compare that to the amount of reported phenomena. You're going to see greatly diminished returns in the lab setting than you will out in the wilds, where things can happen and where things can be chaotic and out of control. You're going to get more. So ultimately, it's like, it's not a hard and fast rule. It doesn't apply 100% of the time, but the bulk of things seem to be surrounded by these tenets. And to see them in a lab setting removed, you may get something just by virtue of trying to put the anti-structural in a structured box. And that in itself is an anti-structural move.
Yeah, like Princeton Engineering Anomalies researcher or Radin or people like that.
Exactly. So there's box in a box outside a box. And, and so ultimately you're still dealing with this marginal people. You're dealing with a marginal study, a fringe study that not a lot of the public wants to see tackled in a credible, monetarily backed way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, Jeffrey Kripal, I think he was on Rune Soup, and he made the comment that the paranormal or these sort of supernatural type of things happen in life for a reason, and that's why it's so hard to reproduce in laboratories.
Yeah, exactly. Because that's the thing that people say about in these experiments, that coin flips or cards or whatever, that there's a drop off very quickly because it's boring. The thing has to, that's why they used to show the remote viewers what they remote viewed later, so they could close that loop and have it be relevant to them. Because as Dean Radin said, I think, to me, one of the interviews I did, meaning is a dimension. Importance to the person involved in the experiment, relevance, has a very strong effect on the success, or whatever you want to call it, of the experiment, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
It has to be important to that person, relevant to that person that's involved in the experiment, or you're not going to get it. You're not going to get any results, because if they don't care about it, the antenna don't go up.
And there's also the expectation of results and the pressure to produce results. That's another huge damning factor in trying to study this in a lab thing.
Right.
It's like, you almost need to study without the subject knowing it's being studied. And then at that point, if the phenomena shows up, great. If it doesn't, then, chances are you've been hoodwinked yet again. And the fox jumps back into the woods. So, it's just, there's so many of the, there's the cultural contamination of what does a subject think they're supposed to produce versus what actually happens, if anything. God, there's so many variables. It'd be so hard to really have a completely sterile environment where you could have something like this happen. And I just
no, you can't.
I just don't see it. I don't see it.
What? So early on, I was one of the things that they tried to show me was the idea of like mixing things up, being more anti-structural than I already was, and I didn't quite get it until I had read one of Castanada's books, and he said something about breaking little habits. I think it was Castaneda anyway. But breaking little habits, like doing things differently, like the stuff that you do consciously or subconsciously, like say the way you brush your teeth, you know, brushing your teeth differently each time and thinking about these little things and kind of breaking up that sort of structure that's built into your subconscious because you just do these things without thinking about them. It can really mess with you if you do that. Because suddenly you start to think about something that you're so used to doing by rote that you're going, wait, how do I do this? It's like as if you try to think about swallowing too hard. Suddenly you're going, I can't swallow right. But I always felt like, that actually successfully opened up certain experiences. And I believe when I was talking to George Hansen, I said something about that, like how maybe you're just noticing things that you wouldn't otherwise notice because you're changing your focus on things. And he said, nope, it's just the empty structure. It has nothing to do with what you're noticing.
Yeah. Well, first of all, can I jump back to the start of your sentence?
Sure.
I'm just going to play host for a minute. Welcome to Where Did the Road Go? I'm Jeff Ritzmann. My guest tonight's Soraya and Greg. Soraya, you just mentioned they told you. Who is they? Can you explain who they is?
So, no, I can't. That's the thing. Whatever I have dealt with throughout my life has communicated with me in various ways, and especially in dream states has given me lots of information. And it's a very different type of dream state. Like it has dream imagery, but I've learned to tell what's not, like what's information. Like I can actually write down at this point when I have one of these quote dreams and say, okay, this piece is important, this piece is important, this piece is important. And invariably in a short period of time, those pieces all line up and I go, okay. That's what they were trying to show me.
So they told you essentially to break up routine?
Right, but I didn't understand what they were trying to show me early on. Like it took a while before I started to understand how it was being communicated to me.
Okay.
And I think, like I said, I think it was Castaneda. If it was not Castaneda, it was reading Brian Bates' Way of Weird, which is a fictional story, but it was based on some of Castaneda's stuff as well as other shamanistic works. One of those set it off, and I went, oh, now I understand.
And see that to me, that notion feels external.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because it's telling you what to do to allow for more. And so, at least in my experience with this stuff, I've had something kind of similar, which is that there's been this demand on the part of the them, look at us, you see us, look at us. And it's a demand. It's not something that you have a necessary choice over. It's not like, oh, okay, well, I might. No, you won't might. You look at me. You look at me right now. Do you see me? You see me standing here, this desperate, not pleading, but like Harley Quinn with the baseball bat, you will acknowledge me as real. You see me, I'm real. You get it? It's that kind of demand to be acknowledged as real. Because by doing that, again, it kind of forces one to ask these pondering questions, and my old research partner, Lee Townsend, used to say, ponderous, man, ponderous, and that's, to me, that's like, that in itself has some kind of, I don't know, it's like bait and a hook. The more you ponder, the more you turn these questions over in your head. Was it real? Was it it was really there. I really saw it. It was standing there telling me to look at it. What was that about? These things are all very confusing until you kind of put two and two together and go, like you did with the book. You said, oh, there it is. Now I understand what it's going after. But now, like, to me, I see the acknowledgement of it being real. Look at us, asking me questions like, are you sure? Like in that tone, like, are you sure? Not that kind of questioning tone. It's like when you would kind of state something like, I don't think you're really here. You'd get back, like, after this long, uneasy pause, you would hear, are you sure? Like that kind of sardonic, almost borderline nasty thing that would make you think, this is something else. This is not me. I'm not dreaming this. It demands this acknowledgement. And that facilitates that same kind of pondering, obsessive, change of routine, throw into anti-structure, more. And so that to me says external, because whatever this is, it depends on us to get here. That I believe. I don't know that. I believe that.
I would agree with that.
Like without us, it can't get here. The question is, what's it want with here? That's another, like, what are you asking me that for?
Yeah, well, see, that this makes wonderful sense to people that have had this happen to them. If you haven't had it happen to you, that's different.
The babble of mad people.
Yeah, well, if you don't want to engage with the subject, it's the babble of mad people.
Yeah.
But if you do want to engage with it and find out what the hell's going on, you have to at least suspend your disbelief for a while and listen to these people like you guys and figure out, what can I get out of this before I know, or whatever. I've had that direct experience, which is why I think the direct experience is a very important goal to get people on. Like, there's no way I can tell you this. It just has to happen to you. And it's not going to be in the way that it happened to me, but we can look at each other and nod, even though we didn't have the same thing happen to us. And if that's the case, and you can keep a detachment from it, an emotional detachment, which is really hard, it seems like, then maybe things can move ahead where you control the vertical and the horizontal. You control how you feel about it, what's going to happen, and how you can look at it, even clinically, run it even when it's right in your face, or at least as clinically as possible.
Yeah,
I think some of the understanding lies in that direction.
Sarai, I think that, by the way, I think that's brilliant. I think it's brilliant that you shared that comment. I think that is absolutely brilliant. And
yes, bravo for taking over the show.
Yeah,
Jeff, for 5 minutes. No, I'm not kidding. I'm joking, and I'm serious.
That was like it, man. Like when you say things like that, that to me kind of says, okay, I don't know if it's right or wrong, but I feel like there's some kind of productivity path ahead of that. How do we move forward with that? I have no idea at all. But it's really cool to find that kind of like completely validated, clean statement coming from something that kind of like it overlaps on so many different places and so many different other stories. It's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I'm so happy. Yeah.
So this is a Patreon-only segment with Greg Bishop and Jeff Ritzmann. And Jeff, you've had a couple of weird things happen to you since that have you talked about at all on air anywhere?
No. I think the only time I've even brought it up with anybody was with you and Messenger on Facebook the other day.
Okay.
It's been odd things in the like prime time evening time of day for me. I mean, I've been getting up, and the interesting bit is that for the past week or so, well, since Monday or Tuesday at least, I've been getting up earlier, going to bed somewhat earlier, so I can get out of work earlier, which tends to make more sense in the summertime.
Yeah.
But I think I asked you the other day, like, what's your paranormal barometer like lately? And because I have noticed over the years that, if I'm talking with somebody who's had weird things happen and I'm having weird things happen, sometimes, our menses sync up. So, God, that was just so wrong to even say. I apologize to ladies and gentlemen out in the audience. Was it last night? I think we were talking, and I said, that I have two beagles. I have one that's built more like a tick, and one that's built more like a regular beagle or a Jack Russell. So he's little, and the other one's like a big hound dog. And the big hound dog is Junebug, and Barkley is the little one. And so Barkley is normally the quiet one. Junebug is the one that you'll be sitting watching TV late at night, and he doesn't bark. It's not like "Boo!" He screams, "Brah!" And runs to the window or runs to the door to let you know, hey, that leaf on that tree outside we saw earlier, it just hit the ground.
Right.
Barkley's usually really quiet.
Just protecting you.
Right. We don't want that thing getting in the door. So last night, Barkley got up off the couch like he had a purpose. And for people who know beagles, they take a lot of naps. They're nappy dogs. And he went up the stairs. He stopped about halfway to the top, was looking dead up the stairs to the landing, and he growled. Never heard this dog growl before. I mean, he just doesn't do it. He either will bark or not. And he stood there for, I know, it was a minute or more, and just, and I'm like, what is going on? I came to the bottom of the stairs, and I looked at him. He's just standing there, bone straight, staring up the top of the steps. There's nothing there. My son wasn't even up there at the time. That's a really unusual behavior for him. And there's been some kind of weird early morning stuff of which I am trying to get on camera. This is like something I think I could get. My son's door to his room every morning closes on its own. There's no wind. There's nobody's opening a door in another part of the house. His door slowly closes for no apparent reason that I can think of. I've asked him about it. He said, yeah, occasionally I'll hear it, but I always thought it was you shutting the door. It'll literally click, like close. So I have put a camera up here and have just run it in the mornings at times just to see, will it do it? And it doesn't seem to do it.
Of course not.
Which is why I said to you last night, not that I could get a damn thing on camera, because that's too much to ask. And I didn't say this during Greg's show because I didn't want Greg to think I was a nut, being as it was largely the first one-on-one interview we ever had together. But during his interview, during our talk, either after, we talked for a long time after, I think.
Yeah, for like a couple hours.
Like, I was sitting at my dining room table downstairs because I thought the Wi-Fi would be clearer. And I saw these small, like about 3/4 the size of a football, but skinnier and kind of indescript ends. There was like, it was just blurry ends, but it looked clearly like a dash. It was like these black things, like shot down the table a couple of times. I don't know what that was, but I've seen things akin to that before. 10 years ago, actually today, because I turned 50 years old 2 hours ago. And my thanks.
Yeah, happy birthday.
And on my 40th birthday, 10 years ago, my mom and I were sitting in the living room as we were getting ready to go to dinner, and we had a black, fuzzy, blurry box about the size of a shoebox, which is around about the same length and size, come scooting through just above the floor between me and her, and it went down the hallway. And the dog actually saw it and reacted to it. So I've got a dog reacting to a black fuzzy thing, and I've got a dog reacting to nothing on the steps, but seeing a black fuzzy thing during an interview with Greg on the phone with him late night. So I don't know. The two connected? I don't know. It seems odd that they would be 10 years apart because I haven't seen anything like that really since then. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say about that. It was black. They're fuzzy. They're blurry looking, and they're really fast. But my dog, in 10 years ago, she snapped at it. When it went past her, she snapped at it. And I was like, okay, the dog saw that. Did you see that, Mom? And she's like, I saw something move, but I didn't see what it was. I laid eyes directly on it. and it was really like, where do you categorize that?
I've seen that outside. I've never seen it inside that I can remember. Small black shadows just darting that clearly were not animals. And usually it happens around springtime to the point where I was just going, I'll just call them nature spirits for now, because it's spring and things are waking up. But I'd see them in the car. They'd be darting across the road while I was driving. And I mean, you can tell when you're seeing an animal. I mean, the headlights will light it up. And these things were just tiny, like maybe cat-sized black shadows. And other people I was with would see them as well. The weirdest one with that is I was actually having a fight with a friend of mine. And her and I are standing outside her house. And I don't normally get into fights with people, period. But we were, it was a tense situation. And we were like arguing about something. And all of a sudden, these things just start darting all around us.
Huh.
And I kind of went, well, that's interesting. And then I looked at her and she's just like frozen. And she's like, did you just see that? And I'm like, the black shadows? She's like, yeah, the black shadows that just ran past us. And I went, yep. She's like, what the hell was that? And I'm like, I have no idea. And it completely ended the argument. The argument stopped right then. And I'm thinking, was that to stop the argument?
For it.
Yeah. Huh.
It's like, did they just intentionally stop this argument? I mean, and what are they? I just refer to all this stuff as they because I don't know.
Right.
You guys get all this weird stuff going. I haven't had it for years. I don't know what I mean. I had mail being open that really was open. I had the weird phone calls all hours of the day and night where the phone rang forever. Then when you pick it up, there's just buzzing on the line or funny noise, all that typical stuff. I had an episode where I thought my landlord was walking into every room I was walking into on the floor above me for like 10 minutes.
Yep.
Really?
I remember that in your book.
Yeah. And, people stopping in front of my house and taking pictures. And then, like I said, I think I've mentioned before, when I decided to stop being paranoid, it stopped. All that stuff stopped when I decided I'm tired of feeling paranoid and scared and having weird stuff happen. I'm just sick of it. And it stopped.
Explain the landlord walking above you to Jeff, because he's clearly not familiar with that.
No.
That's a weird one.
Yeah, you can see the look on his face. He's going, what?
Yeah.
I was home late. What I used to do was I worked 3 nights a week in post. I did post-production audio, editing and all that. But I was off Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And I had, 12-hour shifts. And then, and then I'd stay up all night anyway, which was perfect because people would leave me alone and I could work on Excluded Middle in the magazine. So at that point, I was speaking to this guy in naval intelligence who was freaking me the hell out about different things. Anyway, in the midst of all this, is self-induced paranoia and some externally induced paranoia, I was at my computer late at night and, like 3 a.m, and my wife wasn't home at the time. My wife at the time wasn't home. She was, I don't know where she was. She was on a trip or I don't know where. Anyway, I was in the house by myself. I'm working on my magazine and I leave the room to go into and remember, it's like 3 a.m. I leave the room to go into my kitchen and I hear somebody on the floor above me walking at the same time above my head on the squeaky floor into the kitchen. I thought, that's a weird coincidence. I wonder what they're doing up. I walk into the living room and the squeaking above my head follows me out into the living room. And I said, that's a real coincidence. That's kind of weird. And I do whatever I'm going to do there. And I walk back to the back bedroom. The footsteps go the exact same time as I am to the back bedroom.
Huh.
This goes on for 10 minutes till I am insane with fear and paranoia.
Oh my God.
It seemed like 10 minutes. I don't know what it was, but like I went into the bathroom. I had like a shotgun type, like a big long apartment. And there was like a bedroom in the back, a mid bedroom, a kitchen, and a big front room. At every place I went in the house for 10 minutes, the footsteps above me went at the same time.
I would have had to have done the Monty Python walk that you know what I'm talking about. The big long steps. I would have had to have done it. Yeah.
I was too scared out of my mind to like, I had this Russian landlord upstairs with a family and a kid and all that. I was too like insane with fear to even ask him about it or go up there or anything. I just wanted it to stop, and eventually it did.
Wow.
Huh.
Oh,
And there's no way he
I
could
know
have
what
known where
happened.
you were either.
I went into my room on my computer. I turned on my I opened a file in Microsoft Word and I typed in as large a font as I could manage. I know what you're doing. Cut it out.
Oh my God. Ah.
And that stopped it. And that's
wow. Yeah, well,
either I stopped it or I mean it was incredible coincidence. You know, the only thing I could put it down to later is like I don't know what there must have been an incredible coincidence that for 10 minutes the person above me who's never up at 3 a.m. was walking in the same rooms that I was for 10 minutes.
right.
You know, the one upstairs was the exact same floor plan as mine, obviously.
Right.
So that's a really weird thing that happened to me with a bit more detail than I've given in the past, I think.
Huh.
So that's not really a paranormal thing. That's a paranoia normal thing, I guess.
I don't know. I mean, that has elements of paranormal to it because how could anyone even do that if they tried? I mean, they'd have to have like a camera in your house.
Yeah, or something. Because like I said, I mean, I was like in a high state of paranoia then. Does this
So do you
happen
attribute
when
the
I'm
high
not
state of paranormal?
Huh?
Do you attribute the high state of paranoia to the? I mean, don't get me wrong. It's odd. It's really weird. But that doesn't seem like uber fear inducing to me. Is it because of the paranoia coupled with that is what made that such a horrifying thing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I thought there were people watching me and looking at my computer. That's why I thought if I went to my computer, because it's like, well, somebody obviously, if they're walking around and following my movements, they're looking at my computer too.
Roundabout, where was this in relation to writing Project Beta?
10 years before it.
Before it, okay.
Yeah, but at that point, I was talking to a guy who said he was from Naval Intelligence, who was telling me people could listen to my phone conversation, read what was on my computer screen from outside the building.
Okay.
You know? So he was inducing this paranoia in me,
I see.
and I was feeding it myself. And I knew Bill Moore at the time, and I asked him about it, and he said, well, I don't know, maybe somebody is looking at you, but I wouldn't worry about it too much. You know, that's what I think I remember him saying. I mean, he was kind of like, you know, that the kind of stuff goes on all the time. So either deal with it or, you know, or find out what's going on and try and stop it or whatever. But just, you know, I think that's maybe what he told me was just kind of like stop worrying about it. And that gave me permission to stop worrying about it, which made it all stop. Just like one time I was working on the magazine and Mario Pozzoglini, the alien writing guy, who was also a licensed psychologist, he used to give me free psychology counseling on the phone. One time I told him, I can't start this next issue. I don't know why. I've got a big block about it. I don't know what to do. I don't know what's stopping me. And he said, well, then don't do it. Take a break. Go do something else. And when I hung up the phone, I immediately started working. I needed to hear somebody give me permission to stop worrying about it. And maybe that's what happened.
Were you dealing with Dodie at the time in any way?
Nope. I only met him and talked to him while I was working on the book. And about 3 years after that, he said he didn't want to talk to me anymore because he was mad because I said he was involved in Serpo.
Oh, really? Okay.
Which he was.
Huh.
Oh, yeah. Huh.
So,
anyway,
in a roundabout way, those are, you know, the most paranormal things that happened to me was that kind of stuff, fear-inducing. There were other things like, you know, I knew somebody left something behind the door for me one time that there was no way I could. I was rounding the corner to the same apartment, and I said, there is a package for me behind the door in the front door. When I open the door, it'll be there. And I knew it absolutely certainly. And I only flashed on this when I turned the corner at the top of the street. And I get there, I open the door perfectly, you know, expecting to see a package behind the door. And there was exactly where I thought there would be.
Huh.
And I hadn't been home in like 3 or 4 days. I was coming home from a trip. And later I found out a friend of mine had shoved that thing under, and there was like a weather strip or something. It was big enough for him to like push. It was a T-shirt from the Assassination Museum in Dallas he got for me.
Wow.
Yeah.
But I knew that was going to be there somehow. So that's not really I don't know. I guess it's a paranormal thing. It was more like a psychic thing.
Yeah. Well, psychic is paranormal.
Yeah. And after I stopped doing the magazine, a lot of that stuff, the paranoia stopped before that, but after I stopped doing the magazine, a lot of that stuff shut off because it was a transition. It was a liminal period in my life where I was transitioning from one type of thinking, lifestyle, base of friends, all that to another. Right. So this is why I like Jeff's writing and his theory about it.
And I think the interesting bit is, I think if you were to I don't know, take a survey of people for who this isn't exactly hobbyist, this subject in general, like people who have a bit more seriousness about it than most, I think you would find a large percentage of people went through that paranoid phase somewhat early on in the interest of this stuff. Mm-hmm. I mean, I know I did. Because we had Lee and I, we invested a case that Bruce Maccabee put us on that was near the NSA building, which kind of freaked me out a little bit. Considering that one of the people involved in that case worked there, had nothing to do with the sighting, but and it ended up being a hoax. The case ended up being a fake photograph because we duplicated it on the scene perfectly.
Yeah.
That, and we belong to a probably one of the first experiencer support groups that met in person, and and one day we went. It was at a woman's house. I mean, it was every month. I think it was at a woman's house, and we went there. It was Lee and I probably drove, I don't know, 40 minutes. And we got there, and there was a new face. And so we went over and said hello. She was a really nice lady. And she talked about how her and her daughter were abducted by aliens, and they got done with their experiments on them, and they let them loose in the ship, and they walked in a mall and bought shoes and on the ship, right? And I'm thinking, okay, this is clearly not what happened, but she certainly believes it, and I don't know what to make of this. But then she said,
it's screen memory, dude. Don't you know about that stuff?
Right. And she said, her husband had been having experiences for a very long time, and she was very worried about his position, his job, and it turned out he was. This is many, many years ago, but he was I'm just going to say he was very highly placed in the U.S. government, to the point where, we really had to drag it out of her about who are you? Like, what is this? Yeah. So that kind of made me a little bit weirded out. Like, well, what is this now? People who are in the government are having this happen? Like, really? Because this is freaking me out a little bit. And, there were a bunch of other things that happened that just kind of, like Greg said, the phone acting weird and flashes of light, which I later kind of surmised were part of the phenomena and not so much something of that. I think everybody goes through that paranoid period, though.
The little chapel perilous everybody has. And I think that's how you know that you're making some progress, is that you got to go through this like tunnel of unreality till you come out the other side and kind of accept that there's a lot of weird stuff that you either didn't know, care, or believe in beforehand.
And when you read about, Sarai could probably tell us more about this than anybody. When you talk about, like for a while I studied some occult stuff because I thought there's got to be some connection here. And I started poking around in all these different books, and some of them on practical usage, and just about every one of them I read. And when they talked about if you're just starting into this and you're starting to want to set up an altar or cast a spell or make a gree bag, if you're into the hoodoo stuff, you're going to go through this period where you're going to be tested, and that can take many different shapes and many different forms that may not be particularly pleasant, but essentially something is saying to you, how serious are you? And when I look at the UFO thing and I see where I went, what I came from, and what I lived through, the progression of it, it also mirrors other people that had the same drive and interest that I did. And there it is. It's the pattern that seems. So I wonder, is that some kind of, akin to the "Are you serious?" question that I don't know what asked that question, but clearly something lays it out. So, Sarai, do you know about that? Is that something you can speak to, or?
I don't know that I have much to add to that. I mean, it's like I never went through the paranoia thing either.
Okay, but is that a tenet in occult practices of some kind that?
Well, yeah,
that there's that kind of like trial period.
There definitely is.
Yeah, and I mean, you get it in shamanism as well. I mean, a lot of that's why I say, people say these experiences are scary, and I'm thinking as long as you treat them as they're scary, then yes. But when early on, I realized, what can I learn from this? Every time something happened, it's like, what's going on here? What are they trying to show me?
Uh-huh.
And my interactions with them have not generally been scary.
Okay.
I mean, there's definitely been some creepy stuff.
Yeah.
No doubt.
When you weren't self-selected, it came upon you. That I think more like when people are interested and say, I want to find out more about this, that's when the test comes,
Maybe.
Kind of like when my wife said, aren't you upset when we were getting divorced? And I said, I've already been through getting upset. If that makes any sense.
I was chosen in the fact that I had the spontaneous Kundalini, but like the magic stuff was my choice, where I said, I want to know more about this. I want to dive into this stuff head first and see where I end up, because I didn't know if any of it was real.
All or nothing.
My thing was, like, I don't necessarily believe this stuff is real, so I'm going to put everything into it and see what happens.
Yeah.
And of course, now I go, okay, yeah, there's something to it. I can't tell you what it is. I can't, as we've talked about many times on here, I can't even define it, but there's something there.
Yeah, which is why I say that probably the most valuable thing somebody could have in the UFO arena is to have their own experience, so they don't have to guess whether something's going on or not. I haven't really, but there's so many people I know, and I've been through so much other weird stuff. I'm willing to accept that there's a real phenomenon that has really affected people, and it's most likely external to them. But to go back to the initiation thing, I think that's why Israel Regardie said, if you want to get into this stuff, fine, but you should go through a heavy series of analysis beforehand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just to find out what your motivations are and if you can handle it. And then, when the real the real poop starts to hit the fan, then you've got a lot less chance of going off the rails or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, Crowley at one point said, when someone had mentioned, well, what if someone just wants to learn magic to hurt people? And he said, by the time you have enough ability to hurt somebody, better than to do it.
Yeah, exactly. That's you get it. This is my big thing about the Golden Dawn and OTO and all that. That the majority of people come in there with their first idea is, when do I get to smite?
Yeah.
And then a lot of them just stay there, and a lot of people that are smart about running these organizations feed that, when do I get to smite things, so they keep throwing money into the organization and don't pull them through all the one time Ivan Stang, I saw from the Church of the Subgeniuses, saying there's a step after the Church of the Subgenius, but don't take that step. And I was in the back of the room and I said, is that leaving the church? And he gave me this dirty look.
Nice.
He wasn't serious about it, but I think that's what he was saying. Don't take that step, because then you're not in our power anymore, and we can't really hoodwink you anymore. And
well, is anything in the Church of the Subgenius serious, really?
Well, the serious part is the truth embedded in the humor and the stupidity of it.
Right, yeah.
That's the message of the church. It's like any satire. You make something as ridiculous as possible to make a point about the ridiculousness of stuff that people think is serious.
I need to get like you and Go Rightly on to talk about Church of Subgenius at some point.
I had Ivan Stang on my show once, and you can't hear it because I kept turning off the microphone because I was laughing so hard. He was a riot. He was really good. I mean, I loved having him on, and I was working at Marketplace, the NPR radio show, and he came in as a guest, and I hadn't seen him in like 10 or 15 years, and I'd met him like 3 times. And he came in, and I came around the corner. And I said, "Hey, Doug," and he looked at me like, "Who the hell's calling me Doug?" And he said, "Greg." And I couldn't believe he remembered me. And at that point, I knew I wanted to have him on my show. So within 2 weeks, I had him on the show, and we
nice.
He was great. What I just said about the humor and all that, and how the point of it is the humor and the satire is satire. We talked about that stuff, and he got to the heart of that in the most entertaining, intelligent, funny way possible.
Nice. Is that still up on RadioMysterioso.com?
I believe it is. If you start going down the list, I mean, I don't think iTunes goes down more than 50, and I think that I probably got a couple hundred shows on there. So if you keep going down the list somewhere, I can find it if you want to link it somehow after this on the write up for it.
Okay. All right. The only weird experience that sticks out in my mind over the last couple of months is waking up in a state of like subtle sleep paralysis and knowing I was awake and I wasn't really trying to move. I was trying to go back to sleep. And I felt someone kneel down on the bed behind me. And I was like, all right, what's that? And then I felt, and that's when I realized, okay, I can't move. And it kind of leaned across and got right next to my ear. And it said, I am a friend of mine's grandmother, and I need your help. And I, at that point, was able to wake myself up. And I was like, wow, okay. And I just had chills running up and down my spine. And I'm like, okay, all right. Just, dream imagery and the sleep paralysis, not a big deal. And I laid back down and I dozed off. And as soon as I dozed off, I felt the pressure on the bed again. And again, I felt her lean over and say, I'm so-and-so's grandmother. And this person is dead. Her grandmother is dead. And I need your help. And again, I woke myself up and had chills all over. And I'm like, stop it. What is that? And again, laid back down. And as soon as I started to doze off to sleep, pressure on the bed. She leaned over me, said who she was, needs my help. And this time I repressed all that chills and weird feeling and said, okay, what do you need from me? And I don't remember anything she said. Like, she talked for a while, and when I came back to normal consciousness, I could not make any sense out of any of it or write any of it down.
Well, the thing is, it was talking therapy for whoever it was. They just needed to tell you about it, and they figured it out on their own just by telling you.
Yeah, maybe.
Tonight you're going to wake up with that pressure on the bed and whatnot, and you're going to hear, thanks a lot, a-hole. But that's like, isn't that typical, though? I mean, isn't it typical?
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, wake up, sir. You got to help me. I need help. And you say, okay, how can I help you? And then it gives you what?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it gave me.
I keep saying there's some secret here. There's some secret that this is kind of that's the biggest thing that I think I worry about when it comes to paranormal stuff is that there is some secret, and all this stuff is just leading us away from discovering what this secret is. Like, the trickster is holding all the keys, and he's going, I got all the keys. They're right here. And then he drops one every time you go to reach for it.
Yeah. Well, that's more part of the test. And if you pass all those tests, you become, you don't, nobody hears from you anymore because
Yeah, you walk through the purple door and disappear.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Or you don't feel the need to share it because you understand. And it's like,
exactly.
Oh, yeah, they have to figure it out on their own. Okay.
Yeah. Those who know don't say.
When I first decided I was going to write a book about my experiences, I kind of realized, okay, there's some stuff I can't write about, some stuff that's happened that I should not write about.
Why?
And because it has significance only to me, and it may actually damage that significance.
I was about to say, you think it'll ruin it if you bring it to conscious awareness of anyone but yourself.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So every night after I decided that, okay, I'm going to write this book, I would hear somebody walk into my room, stand right next to my bed, and I'd be like, who's in my room? And initially I thought it was my girlfriend at the time, and I clicked on the light and there's no one there. And I'm like, okay, this was not like me being half asleep. This was right after I laid down and turned the lights off, and I'd hear the floor creak and footsteps, and And this would happen every single night. And finally I said, okay, I understand I'm not supposed to write about certain things, okay? And then it stopped.
Yeah.
Because that was the sense I was getting, like that these things were saying, you better be careful what you write about.
Yeah. And how externalized do you think that was, or how much do you think it's your subconscious? I think we're going back to the beginning of the show that we started. How much do you think it was your subconscious, like trying to realign everything so you get the project done?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
And again, in that sense, to me, it didn't matter. It was something it was either coming from my unconscious and creating this scenario where it brought it to my consciousness, so I acknowledged it, or it was literally something external saying, "Hey, be careful what you write about. We want you to write about some of it, but not all of it."
Yeah, isn't that typical? I'll have to send you a picture of how that's communicated to me.
Okay.
I'll just put that out there for the time
Picture?
being. Yeah, yeah.
Well, I'm not in the experiencer club, so I don't know if it'd make any sense to me if I saw it.
No, it will.
Oh, okay.
Is this saying we can share with people? Okay.
Oh, all
all right. I'll link it to the Patreon notes then.
Okay. Yeah.
All right. Well, I thank both of you for sticking around a little extra.
Absolutely. Always a
No
pleasure.
problem. I may have said too much, which is wonderful.
Paranoia sets in.
Yeah, exactly. See, the hooks are still in there, no matter how small or distant they are at this point.
All right. Now, in this final set of shows for this compilation here, this will be Joshua Cutchin and Jeff Ritzmann. Jeff had asked me a whole bunch of questions about my experiences off air. And I said, hey, why don't we just do a show? And you can ask me these same questions because I'm sure other people have been asking them as well. So we decided to do that. Now, after this this compilation, I think there's going to be 2 more to fill out everything that Jeff has been on Where Did the Road Go? So I will get that up soon. I hope this was enlightening. I felt like every time Jeff was on, I learned something new or saw things from a different angle. And so this is 2 segments with Joshua and Jeff regarding my experiences. I have with me tonight Joshua Cutchin and Jeff Ritzmann. Hello, everyone.
Good evening. Hi there.
And Jeff, I think it was like last week, it was before we did the show with Greg, you had mentioned that at some point you wanted to talk to me about my experiences because you realized you didn't really know that much about them because I've never done a show just on my experiences. And instead of just talking about it, I figured, hey, why don't we do a show? And we can get into a little bit of that. The only time I've done a show on my own experiences early on was I did a show on my Kundalini because I was really hoping, and it was successful in this, that other people would hear that and be like, oh my God, this is what's happening to me. And I got deluged in email from people who had similar experiences and had no idea what it was. So that show, as hard as it was for me to do, was well worth doing.
Yeah.
But I've, of course, had a lot of other weird experiences, and I mention them here and there as stuff comes up.
You interestingly drop these things. You pepper these things around, and tell me if I'm wrong, audience, but he seems to pepper these things around in interviews. Like, yeah, well, I remember when I contacted the half-inflated dog lord that time, and so on and so forth. And it's like, what is this?
Well, these casual drops.
Yeah. So, very interesting.
One of my issues is I'm not really good at talking about myself. I never have been. I'm always interested in listening to other people. And so, I mean, it's one of the things people will comment on, that I let my guests talk. And I think, well, yes, that's why they're on, because I want to hear them. I don't want to hear me.
Right.
But if I have something relevant, I'll just toss it out there quick and move on.
Right.
And it takes someone like you to stop and go, hey, wait a minute.
So that said, Soraya.
So starting from that point, has there been anything I've mentioned that you had questions about, or where should we start with this?
I mean, I think you need to start at the start. which is to say, what one of the questions I was asked at the beginning of my poking around in this in my own life was, what is the first odd thing that you ever remember happening to you?
Kundalini, probably.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
What age was that?
Right around 12.
Wow. Okay.
Right
And,
around the same time I also developed type 1 diabetes.
Interesting.
And I do think there's a connection between the stuff that's happened to me and that type 1 diabetes. One of the things I used to have are these dreams of this dark black shadow chasing me. And I had them most of my young life. And eventually, at some point, I realized, hey, that's me. And this came in sort of a revelatory sort of thing where I realized that thing I'm running from is actually me. And then those dreams stopped. And, but I think, I mean, when you look into what type 1 diabetes is, it's basically your body fighting itself.
Okay.
It's your immune system turns on the T cells around your pancreas, which help create insulin, and it destroys them. And I've always wondered, huh?
Oh, I was just going to throw out, was this your shamanic trial of health? You think that's part of
I don't know, but I always wondered, like, is it because I was fighting myself, even though I didn't realize I was fighting myself, that I was running from myself, that the diabetes was like my body kind of mimicking that in a sense?
Huh.
I don't.
I mean, I have to ask this before we get too deep in here. Is are we going to be allowed to? And I ask this purely for selfish reasons. Are we going to be able to talk about what was going on in your life?
Sure.
Aside from this, is that okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
I just don't want to go anywhere that you're not comfortable with going. So,
I'll stop you.
So with the Kundalini thing, anybody who's listening to Peritopia or any of the shows that I've done knows that Jeremy Vaney is my broadcast partner, was very into, or is still into, the Kundalini experience, and he's derived a whole lot out of his experiences that continue to this day with that sort of energy thing. Now, how did that manifest for you?
Horribly.
Or in other words, what were you doing at the point that happened?
I have no idea. I mean, that was
okay.
so long ago. Honestly, my memories of a childhood are very, very spotty. I have a few memories here and there. Actually, one of the things I remember, and I don't know exactly when this was, but it was definitely around the same time period. My dad was very into trains. He actually opened up a hobby shop eventually, had this huge train layout, but we had lived on Long Island at the time when I was growing up. And there was this park, and in the park, they had this live steam thing. So they had these like miniature trains you could ride. And they were they worked like actual steam engines and stuff. And we used to go there probably every weekend or something like that. And the two things I remember, and one of them, when I look back at it, I'm just kind of amused. I would take my bike there and I'd ride around the park. And these were all in dense woods. And, it was a nature preserve, basically, with this train track running through it.
So you were basically an Amblin kid, right?
I don't know what that means.
Like the Amblin 80s movies where the kids are always on bikes and...
Oh, yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, definitely. Definitely as a kid. So I'd bring my bike and I'd ride around there while they were doing stuff, and then come back and, ride the trains and then go out riding again. Because I really liked riding bikes. And there was one time I went down this trail and I stopped and I looked over, and there were these two guys and a girl in the woods, kind of secreting away. And I'm kind of like, what's going on there? And then they see me and I'm like, oh crap. And I take off. And of course, now I look back and I'm like, oh, they were probably smoking pot.
Yeah.
That's, yeah. Occam's razor of teenage behavior. They're probably smoking pot.
But at the time, I had no idea. All I knew is, I stumbled on them and they were kind of like, oh, someone saw us. And I was like, oh, crap. And I remember actually riding away pretty quick, because I looked back and they were kind of walking down the trail behind me. And I'm like, oh, my God, they're coming after me. And I hit something and the bike kind of flipped on its side. Like my side actually touched the ground. And then the next thing I knew, I was right back on the wheels again and going. And I'm like, how did that just happen? Like I literally fell sideways and just kept going. And maybe, it seemed like more than it was. I don't know, but I mean that's one of the only real weird things I can remember from being a child. The other one in that area is that occasionally I would come into these big open areas and everything would just go to that dead quiet. That sort of ominous, dark, like something else is here, I'm getting out of here type of thing.
There are stories though of people who close their eyes at this last minute before they have a collision or something in their cars or whatnot, and they open their eyes and they're fine.
Oh yeah,
that's a whole subset of events that people experience. So maybe it was something.
Yeah, maybe. I really don't know, but I mean, as far as early experiences, there was nothing really significant. And like I said, my memory is very, very spotty before a certain point.
When you say spotty, as far as your childhood, everybody has a kind of a feeling barometer, that seems to be associated with early childhood thoughts. What would you say your feeling of being a child was? Was it happy? Was it sad? Was it fearful?
No, it was happy.
What would you say? It was a happy childhood?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, absolutely. I had a really good family and never had any major issues. So until the Kundalini started, that kind of set my life on its head.
Okay, so I should say, what impact did that have on you, and what did that feel like?
Well, it started off with hallucinations, and then it turned into intense pain.
Okay.
And that's what I dealt with for a long time. I mean, I knew they were hallucinations. I knew I was seeing things that couldn't be there. And I don't want to cover too much of the Kundalini stuff because I did do a show on it.
You did, exactly. That's fine. I just
it's
wanted to, yeah.
It's all the trombone's fault.
Yeah, I would be like playing trombone and I'd see steam coming out of the end of it. And I'd be like, okay, that's not happening because that's impossible. But I could see it. It was there, and I would have my mom come in and I'd be like, stay here for a minute. Tell me if you see anything out of the end. And I'd play trombone and there'd be nothing. All right. And she'd leave. I'd start playing and I'd see steam coming out of it. And I'm like, I'm losing my mind. There's something really wrong with me.
Right. Yeah.
And of course, later when I found out what Kundalini was, most of the hallucinations I had were listed in the list of here are things you'll experience when Kundalini wakes up. And I'm going, oh, look at that.
Huh.
That was a life-changing moment because suddenly, that was from, as I've said before, Fate magazine ran something, an ad for the book or whatever. And I was like, oh my God, this book is listing everything I've been experiencing and had no idea what it was. I used to actually, I think if I remember right, I used to label them as psychic attacks when they happened. Like I thought something was literally attacking me.
Huh. It's interesting because and I don't know a lot about it, so don't quote me on this, but it seems like is the notion of spontaneous happenings of that, is that common or not common?
Not common.
Not common. Okay.
But it does happen, right?
Yes, I've met quite a few people it's happened to.
Just out of nowhere.
I never say out of nowhere.
Well, yeah, everything has an origin point, but yeah, like spontaneous, more spontaneous than not.
Oh, you mean the Kundalini? Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, if we could interject this right quick, walk this back even farther. Is there any sort of family history of weirdness? I mean, is this something
that I'm aware of?
Okay, fair enough.
Now, everyone in my family was very down to earth. They weren't really interested in the stuff. No one's ever told me weird stories.
What about the area, like the environmental area? Is there anything that you can think of that would be odd or,
no,
in some kind of major upheaval, maybe?
No, especially not when I lived on Long Island. That was like the picture of like suburban life.
Suburbia, okay.
Yeah. Very calm, unchanging neighborhood.
Okay. I'm writing this stuff down. So
now, when like for instance, when I did the last show, I had Shirley Black. I think I got her name right. I know her name, but of course I blank on names when I try to think of them. It's a great thing to have happen. Right. But when I did a 2-part show with her and her near-death experiences, and she had initially written me because she also experienced spontaneous Kundalini, but that started, I believe, if I'm not remembering wrong, that started with her first near-death experience. And one of the things Kenneth Ring noticed when he did his Omega project is that people who have the abduction experience, whatever that is, as well as people who have near-death experiences, both tend to have kundalini afterwards.
Huh. Okay. I'll reserve comment for that until till the end.
Okay.
So going forward, that was 12, right? So that's around
Yeah, it
12 years
started around
old.
12. I don't know when it got really bad, maybe around 7th grade, 8th grade,
Okay.
somewhere in that range.
And I'm assuming that resolved itself at some point.
No.
It
I
does.
I
Okay.
learned how to handle it.
Okay, gotcha. All right.
But like I said, it's not like something there's nothing in my mind that set that off. Like it just slowly started happening and got worse and worse. And I would be in so much pain that they would take me to doctors. The doctors would give me a clean bill of health.
Yeah, that's
And
what I was going to ask is how much, like how much did you actually reveal to your parents? Did you tell them everything that you were
Oh
seeing
yeah,
and experiencing?
yeah,
Okay. And their response was to take you to the doctor. I'm assuming you had psychic exams and what have you,
yeah,
like
psychic and
psychological.
physical. Yeah,
Right. Okay.
and
All
there
right.
was. I mean, they weren't really that disturbed by the hallucinations. I think they thought I was just imagining it.
Right. Uh-huh.
Um, But the physical stuff, because I was in so much pain, which was right around chakra areas, not that I had any idea what chakras were.
Interesting.
And I went to all kinds of doctors and they'd all be like, there's nothing wrong with him. And so my parents were like, why are you making this up? And I'm like, I'm not making this up, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Creative person, Sarai? Or
More now than then. I don't think I was
now?
I mean, I think I was averagely creative for a kid growing up.
Okay. How was your visualization? I mean, can you picture things in your head fairly easily?
Now, yes.
What about back then?
I have no idea.
No, no memory for that. Okay,
Nope.
all right.
I do have an exceptionally high IQ.
Okay,
I was in gifted and talented programs when I was a child.
okay. G&T for what exactly?
Uh, it was a general thing. Like they started me onto computers back in
Okay,
the 80s. That was when I was in 5th grade. Between 5th and 6th grade, there was one for earth science because I really liked science.
okay,
And so over the summer, we basically went to school for just, doing earth science stuff and going on field trips and stuff like that. And I loved that stuff because I was always kind of a dork.
right,
I,
right,
I wanted to learn things. I wanted to be an archaeologist so I could be like Indiana Jones, and I wanted to be an astronomer so I could find UFOs.
right. Okay. And when did so analytics weren't completely off of your radar. In other words, it wasn't relegated to a special interest. In other words, you could handle the analytic stuff as well as maybe the creative stuff in a total package. Is that correct?
Yeah, but I don't recall doing too much creative stuff when I was a kid other than playing with toys and stuff like that.
Okay.
Like I said, nothing extraordinarily creative as a kid that I would say was extraordinarily creative. I think all kids have some level of creativity.
Okay. Now I know that the Kundalini things would all be considered in the I don't know, kind of in the loosely in the paranormal box. But is there anything that you can say with reasonable certainty wasn't a result of that, um, but was more of a classic paranormal experience? Like when did you feel something like that may have entered into the picture here?
Again, my memory before I started writing things down, my memory is very hit and miss, and that was
Okay.
around the time I was 19. I think I started writing things down
Okay.
because somewhere along the line, something told me I should be writing everything down. So I
Okay.
started writing things down.
So there was
Uh,
a fair variety of weird things
a
growing
lot,
up.
a lot of stuff that's been told to me has been in semi dream type states.
Okay.
Um, and the fact that so many of them have been dead on accurate to a degree that I don't even realize until I've been working on this book on all this stuff, where I'm going back and going, oh my God, I can't believe how much information is in this dream that didn't happen for 6 years.
Huh.
So much precognitive stuff and other stuff. I mean, the last time you were on, we were talking about how, basically I was told to be anti-structural in a sense.
Right.
And I didn't understand what that meant. I didn't understand what it was trying to tell me until I read, like I said, it was either Castaneda or Way of Weird, and suddenly went, oh, I get it now.
Right. But you said that you're almost naturally anti-structural. Is that correct?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. All right.
I'm anti-traditional, anti-structural. I mean, every once in a while I create like for the music show. Music show I've been doing almost 25 years now. And I'll occasionally build a structure into it. It's a 6-hour show, so I have a lot of room to work with. And I'll be like, this is how I'm going to structure it. And at 2:00, we're going to do this. And at 4:00, we're going to do this. And that lasts a few weeks. And then I go, I'm tired of doing this. I'm going to do it differently now.
Right.
And sometimes I'll do something just long enough that people expect it. And they're like, what happened? And I'll be like, oh, I don't know. I just stopped doing it.
Yeah.
Okay. I have a background switcher on my computer because I can't stand looking at the same background for very long.
Interesting. Okay. How were you in school?
I did great in school until the Kundalini kicked in.
Oh, okay.
And then I still did great in school. I mean, by the time I was graduating 6th grade, I was doing 9th grade work.
Okay.
Because of the gifted and talented stuff. And
Right.
then the Kundalini kicked in, and I just didn't go to school a lot because I was worried what would happen if it kicked in while I was there.
Okay.
And then, but I could go in and I could pass any test they gave me, but I would fail because of attendance.
I gotcha. How's your relationship to altered states?
I've never done a drug in my life.
Yeah, that purely. Okay, good.
However, I do remember one of the things, and I've talked about this before, was the doppelganger.
Okay, do tell.
So I was late going into school because I didn't want to. I've always been fairly nocturnal, and once the Kundalini and everything kicked in, it actually made me more nocturnal. And I figured if I'm going to go to school, I'm going to try and shave off as much of it as possible. And so I'd go in late. And so one day I go in late, and I go into the office to get the pass that we needed, if you're late, and which was a common thing. And I walk in there, and the woman looks at me and goes, "What do you want?" And I said, "The pass. I just got here." And she's like, "No, you didn't." I'm like, "Yeah, I did." She's like, "No, we've been watching you walk up and down that hallway for the last hour." Now, mind you, I didn't look like anyone else in the school. And I was just like, "No, that's impossible. I was home in bed an hour ago." And I'm going, "You can call my mother. She'll just drop me off. She'll be home in 5 minutes. You can call her and ask." And finally, they just relented and gave me the pass, like real suspiciously. And I'm just like, what the hell was that?
Huh.
Good thing you didn't see. Good thing you didn't see your doppelganger there, Soraya.
I don't know how I would have handled it at that point.
Well, traditionally it would mean that you'd die, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
With the exception of the fetch in Irish folklore, if you're in that case, if your doppelganger was healthy, then you would be okay. But if your doppelganger was sickly, then you'd die.
Huh. Yeah, so I guess that's one of the earliest weird things that happened to me.
And do you have memory of what you were doing prior to being in the school when they say you were allegedly walking up and down the halls?
I was sleeping.
Of course you were.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And as far as the creativity goes, I don't know why this slipped by me, but I used to play Dungeons and Dragons a lot.
Okay.
Which of course is what were you going to say?
I was going to say it's a gateway, Soraya. That's what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got caught. We were playing it in school, and we got caught into that whole thing where they were saying it was satanic, and these groups were coming around trying to get us to stop playing. We were right in the middle of all of that.
Huh. Well, I guess the next question is, what's next after that? I mean,
I don't know. That's the thing. Like, because until I started writing things down, I don't know for sure. Okay. I mean, there were things like I told this one at Fort Fest. This is a friend of mine, one of my best friends at the time growing up. He would, if he was interested in a girl, he would kind of get you to go to the girl's house with him without telling you that's what was going on.
Right.
So he'd just he'd pick you up and it'd be like, "Hey, let's go do something." And it's like, "All right, what are we going to do?" "Oh, we're going to go see so-and-so." Or he wouldn't even tell you until we got to the person's house. And it's like, "Oh, so I guess we're going to see this girl, "Oh yeah, he was just weird about things like that. And so one night we start walking because we'd walk around at night all the time. And we're walking. He's like, "Let's go this way." And so we're walking. We must have walked 3 or 4 miles. And now it's like 2:00 in the morning. It's pitch black out. It's so black out you can't see your hand in front of your face. Now we live out in the country. No street lights, no nothing. And we're walking to this girl's house, apparently, in the middle of the country. And as we're walking down the road, he has to pee. He walks over to the side of the road. I can't see him. And we hear somebody walking down the road. And we both stop and we're like, what is that? And he looks, I hear him yell over to me, you hear somebody walking? And we hear these very solid, unwavering footsteps walk right between us and continue on down the road. And I'm like, did that just happen? And he's like, yeah, let's go. And then we went to this girl's house. And it's kind of like, it was one of those things where like my brain says, okay, it's not impossible somebody could have been walking down this road, but this road's in the middle of nowhere. It's 2:00 in the morning on a weekday, and they, like us, didn't have a flashlight.
Huh. Well,
So-
so 2 things. Number 1, travel is a liminal state, right? You're between locations.
Sure.
Yeah.
But the second thing is there's no way it could have been. It was definitely bipedal. It wasn't.
Yes. Oh no, it was footsteps, like a human walking along, and the footsteps never wavered. That's the other thing. Like if it were me, and I heard 2 people on the side of the road, I might either slow down or speed up. And these were steady the entire time. Like I was looking right at where the sound was coming from, and I couldn't see anything, but it was so dark. You know, it's kind of like I wonder if I had a light with me and I shined that light, would there just been a guy going, oh, you know, or would it have
Yeah.
just showed my friend on the other side of the road? I have no idea. I mean, it always struck us both as weird, because of the time and because of how dark it was, and you know how many idiots walk around at 2:00 in the morning with no flashlight.
Well,
Hmm.
obviously 3, right?
Yeah.
Uh,
Or it wasn't a person.
2.5.
right, right, exactly.
I had actually asked him about this recently. I said, "Hey, do you remember the time that person walked between us and there shouldn't have been a person there or whatever?" And he's like, "Yeah, but that's not the weirdest thing that ever happened with you." And I'm like, "Yes, I know."
Huh. Okay. So there's that, which, you know, that's a weird thing. But
Yeah.
if you go forward of that, now you say that you didn't have notes before 19 years old because you didn't keep notes for that.
Right.
But if I asked you, was there some kind of like seminal weird thing that happened before the age of 19? Would you remember something
No,
really
Let's-
profoundly
not
weird?
really.
No.
Let's
Not-
regress him. Let's regress you.
let's use hypnosis.
Yes, I want you to count backwards from 100.
The weirdness definitely built slowly. Like it wasn't like I was inundated with weirdness. It was a slow build. Little things like that would happen, and also when I started practicing magic, more stuff happened.
Well, yeah.
And I think I've mentioned, you know, when I started practicing magic, it was interesting to me, but at the same time, I didn't believe it for a moment. I said, this stuff isn't going to do anything. And then it had effects and things started happening, and I went, huh, now I'm really interested.
Right. So at the age of 19, and you started keeping notes. Now, you know, I know you've mentioned a UFO sighting at one point of something massive.
That was around. That was a good 10 years later.
Okay. Is it for you? Is it repeated UFO sightings or
No.
no? Okay.
I have seen just a few different UFOs and only that one really big one.
Okay.
And nothing related. I mean, 2 of them happened during liminal periods where things were changing,
okay.
which of course I didn't notice when they happened. But I noticed honestly after talking to Mike Cleland and went, huh.
Okay.
So that makes sense there.
Okay.
Yeah, so it would have been 2000 when that happened.
2000.
Somewhere I have the exact date. It was like June 6, 2000 or something.
Okay. So did you never have a period in your life where it was a 3-ring circus?
No, I mean not like you did.
Yeah. Well. Okay. That's fair enough.
My stuff was generally pretty spaced out.
Okay.
And going through my notes, I see that even more. That the stuff that The only time where I had a lot of activity and I didn't keep any notes was when I was dating one particular person who also had massive kundalini, and stuff just happened with us on a daily basis.
Did you know that when you met her?
I knew after talking to her for a little bit. So she was the person that, when I said earlier I had things predicted 6 years in advance, she was the person that was predicted 6 years in advance.
Oh.
Like, I was given all this key information that only would have applied to her, and when I first met her, which was in a weird sort of, like, 1,000,001 chance that I even would have met her, something clicked immediately, and the more I talked to her, I was just like, "Wow, it feels like I know you already, this is so strange," and it wasn't till, like I said, more recently when I was looking through the book that I found one of the quote dreams where I was given a lot of information. I'm like, oh my God, this is dead on. Like every piece of this. But yeah, after talking to her a little bit, it was like, okay, she started telling me stuff that was happening to her. And I'm like, yeah, I can explain some of this for you.
Okay. And the thing I find interesting about your kind of trajectory in this is that you say that you're told things, but that when I ask you, told to you by whom,
no
or
idea.
by what, you don't know. I mean, I find that to be highly interesting. Just that you don't attribute it to a facade of any kind. I mean, how comfortable are you with not knowing what the like where that may come from? Does that sit well with you? Do you want to know who actually is behind this, or does that not come into play for you as a question?
It really doesn't. I feel like I've always had some level of faith in this stuff, especially after a certain point. So much of the stuff has been dead on. Like I get told things, and then those things happen. I get told to do a certain thing, and then that has a positive effect. And it's kind of like, okay, as far as I can tell, I've never been lied to. I've never been intentionally misled. Nothing bad has come about from any of it. So it's kind of like, okay, whatever this is, whether it be my higher self, whether it be some kind of other intelligence, it clearly isn't trying to harm me.
Gotcha. Huh. Can you describe how it's communicated? Is it kind of a knowing? Is it a voice? Is it
occasionally? Okay, so one of this was when I was keeping notes. Okay, so sometimes it's just a knowing. It's like a psychic sense of things, and this is a great example. One of my co-hosts who normally listens to this show, Josh, met him actually at Fort Fest.
Mm-hmm.
If Josh is still with us.
Yep, I'm here. I'm listening.
He was going to Cornell. He was a post-grad student, and when he signed up for the whole post-grad thing he was doing, one of the things they said is they may send him somewhere else for this project he was working on. And since he didn't really have a lot of friends in Ithaca, he didn't really care. He said, sure, whatever. And then he had become a part of my radio show. And he really didn't want to leave. And all of a sudden they said, hey, we're sending you to like Michigan or something. And he was like, oh man, I don't want to go, but I can't not go because I signed all this legal stuff saying I'll go where they send me. So for a few weeks, he kept, he comes in and he goes, I got some really bad news. They're sending me to Michigan. And I kind of looked at him and just said, no, you're not leaving. And he was like, no, I am. They're sending me to Michigan. There's nothing I can do about it. And I was just like, nope, you're not going. And he would actually get kind of upset with me. He's like, no, seriously, I'm leaving. There's no way out of this. And it kept going. And week after week, anytime he said that, I'd be like, dude, you're not leaving. And I don't know why I was so certain. I just was. And the week before he was supposed to leave, like the last time I saw him, he's like, yeah, the things already set up. I'm leaving in 2 weeks, blah, blah, blah. He's like, there's no way out of it. There's no way this isn't going to happen. The next week, he walks into the studio and he goes, how the F did you know? And I turned around and looked at him and went, no, what? And he's like, I'm not leaving. And I'm like, oh, yeah, I don't know.
So that was a feeling you felt you could totally lay back on and go, nope.
Yeah, it was just a very solid. It wasn't. I mean, I didn't want him to leave, but that wasn't it. I just knew he wasn't supposed to leave, and he wasn't going to.
Huh.
And it would have completely changed his life if he left.
Huh.
I mean, today he would have a completely different life. And I think someone said something like I made him not leave, and I said no, I don't think that's it. I just don't think it was in his life path. Whatever that means, I just knew he wasn't going at that point.
Huh.
I've always described it as like, you and I are sitting in a car, we're driving down the road, and on the right-hand side, I'm the passenger, and I look out and I see a sign half covered in brush that says rest area 2 miles. And I look over at you and I say, hey, there's a rest area in 2 miles. And you go, what? No, there's not.
Right.
How would you know that? And I'm like, but there was a sign. I just read the sign. It's not like, oh my God, this is amazing secret information. It's just my perspective was different.
Right. I got to be honest. I'm perplexed about where to go with this.
The other
because this is not what I expected. I just let me just throw this out there. This is not what I expected. Now I expected that, and I got to say this, that most of the people that I've talked to in this that have a solid interest, a solid curiosity about these things. While they may say I'm just an innocent bystander to this, I'm just very interested and compelled to investigate and talk about these things. You find out sooner or later that they've had a lifetime of very weird things. This is just something that you find out, and a lot of them, I can tell you, folks, a lot of them that you meet in this field in particular that have solid interest, and they're not necessarily podcast hosts or anything. They could be authors, they could be bloggers. You find out that somewhere down the line, they've had a lifetime of some very strange things, or a period of life that was extremely strange. Whereas with you, Soraya, it seems to be the touch-off point at 12 years old with the Kundalini thing.
Yeah.
And so, if I'm a betting guy, I'm gonna lay my hedge bet on that is kind of the crux of where all these things erupted from, because it makes sense, right?
Sure.
All of I'm sure that Jeremy has told me before, and if I get this wrong, he'll kill me. But that when you have this kind of, like, he had an experience where he was everything.
Right.
He experienced this mind-blowing migraine, excruciating pain, and at a certain point, he said it felt like something unzipped the back of his neck down to his back, and he was pulled backwards through it. To which he saw what I could only describe as the Big Bang. Planets, galaxies, and then at the same time, on those planets there was water. He was the water. He was the ground. He was the air, the clouds, the everything. He was experiencing the totality of existence.
Yeah.
And so from there, he began to have some very strange experiences, such as, and again, Jeremy, if you're listening to this and I get it wrong, just cuss me out later. I remember him telling me one day that he was either in the shower or laying on the couch, and all of a sudden he was seeing a perspective of someone else going through a normal activity of the day, whatever it might have been. And then it snapped back. So he had these psychic things, and I would say to him, well, you're psychic. That's what this is. And he goes, well, that's kind of a side effect of this I am experience, or this Kundalini thing.
Yes.
That's kind of a byproduct. You don't have to stop there. And what psychics do is they tend to have that kind of experience, and they kind of stop there and figure that this is the end. This is what it's brought me. This is where I am. Do you feel like that? Do you feel like you have kind of arrived at an end in relation to that initial experience, or are you still progressing?
There's still interesting progressions going on all the time.
Okay.
I mean, for every one of these big things that you've had, Soraya, I feel like every third time I talk to you, there's some sort of little tiny, throwaway thing.
Like my poltergeist.
Yeah.
The other thing with that co-host, that this girl I was friends with, and this is the only person this ever happened with, I could literally pick up what she was thinking sometimes. And I wouldn't realize that was happening sometimes, so I would answer her before she asked questions. It would just in her voice pop into my head, and I'd respond to it. Now I couldn't do it to her. Like, she couldn't pick up what I was thinking, but for whatever reason, if it was the right frequency or whatever, she would go to say something and I'd answer her and she'd be like, I'm never going to get used to that. Because after a while, it happened all the time. And so he was definitely more skeptical of these things, even after the "you're not leaving" thing. Or maybe the "you're not leaving" thing broke him. Maybe that was the thing that finally broke him of that. But her and I are sitting in the studio one night, and she's reading some magazine, and he and I are talking. And she kind of looks up and goes, and before she asks the question, it pops into my head. I answer her. And she's like, yep, never going to get used to that. And he's like, oh, well, he's psychic. And she's like, I know, he does it to me all the time. And then a moment later, he realizes that I couldn't have guessed what she was going to ask because it was so out of context of anything going on in the room. And he just kind of looks at me and goes, how did you know what she was going to ask? I'm like, I don't know. It just pops in my head. And she goes, seriously, he does it to me all the time.
Now, was there anything at all about this woman that you connected with more, or, I mean, is there anything?
I mean, we connected, but not like, I mean, I've connected with other people much stronger.
Any sort of shared geographical history, shared
Nope. Nothing.
You see, it's like you're like the exception that proves the rule or something. I don't know where to go. I'm like Jeff. I don't know.
There's very little to grab onto, is what I'm getting at. Like, usually there is a narrative of some sort. There's a thread that kind of connects these different things together in some way or way, shape, or form. And I think that there is. I think that the Kundalini kind of thing has kind of traced its way out through this, because you're still experiencing these things. And is it by virtue of that? And the question always is going to be, well, what is that? What is that? And why did that happen to you? At that age, and again, I have to refer back to Jeremy, because he's the only experience that I have in talking about this. And I got to be honest with you, half the time I don't even know what the hell he's talking about. Like, he's completely separate from me in that sense, that I have a really hard time understanding. And I think he is frustrated. He has frustrated himself at sometimes in trying to explain it to others, because it's such a complex, rich, deep, very difficult thing to put into any kind of words. And he's related that to me. But for my money, listening to the way Jeremy kind of had his experience with it, he was reading Krishnamurti, and he was reading these bits, and he said, I said, well, what were you looking for? And he said, well, I don't know that I was looking for anything. I was reading these books to get a better understanding of what he was trying to get at. And eventually, he said it was a process of giving up. Like, he gave up, and he realized he's never going to be able to attain these things. And boom, it erupted on top of him. When he gave up. I mean, does any of that sound familiar to you, or you don't know, or
no, not really. It really doesn't. But he also, I mean, he's looking into practicing Kundalini yoga. He knew what it was. He was intentionally trying to work with it, whereas I had no idea. For a decade, I had no idea what was happening to me.
Right.
And I just tried to ignore it as best I could. I mean, I have a very high pain tolerance. Mm-hmm. And it literally made me black out from pain while standing one day.
And what kind of pain? Sorry, I haven't asked that before. Like, what was the focus of pain?
It is generally focused around chakras. Again, I didn't know what chakras were when this started, but it was generally focused around chakra areas, and it feels like somebody takes a burning knife and stabs you with it and starts twisting. Okay. The degree to which varies.
Inside.
Yes.
Okay, so deep inside pain. Not like back pain or chest pains or anything, like internal pain.
And the most common, especially with me, the Kundalini starts just inside the tailbone. And that is where I had the most pain.
Huh.
And again, as a kid, that was, well, you must have something wrong with your digestive system, except I didn't. But I had literally got to my bedroom door one night, and it was just throbbing because it pulses. It doesn't. It's not like a constant pain. I think the only thing I've ever felt that was worse was I had an abscessed tooth once.
Okay.
And I think that pain was worse. But the thing with the tooth too is it took days before the pain went away, whereas the Kundalini will come and then it'll go. It doesn't last for hours and hours usually. Usually it lasts for 10, 15 minutes and then subsides.
And do you still have these pains in any way?
Oh yeah, every once in a while.
Okay.
But I also know how to move the energy around now too.
Okay.
But if I do get pain, pains supposedly are caused by blocks. So if I start getting pain, I'm thinking, okay, what am I blocking? Like, why is this hurting? It should just be moving.
Okay. So, wow. So, it's like every goddamn word you say opens another book, and right now I'm looking at like a stack here. So, forget the energy moving thing for a minute. Okay. So when you say block, uh, would you say that a fair and accurate way to describe this would be that when you have any sort of emotional, mental, maybe even some kind of physical worry or stress, that culminates in chakra pain, as you put it, this internal burning knife happens, and you can therefore address whatever issue that you're having in your life, or worry or stress, and that will alleviate that. So, are you essentially are emotional and psychological stresses manifesting as these painful centers in the way of chakra?
As far as I can tell, it's always unconscious stress.
Unconscious stress. Okay.
So it's not something I'm aware of, and that's why it's manifesting as pain. And usually it takes me sitting down and meditating for a while before things start popping into my head, and I start going, oh, well.
Huh. Okay.
I've been hearing this stuff for a while, so I what is sort of striking to me is that you didn't. The closest thing to like a shamanic awakening would have been this type 1 thing, but that still doesn't really have the mouthfeel that I would think would be requisite for a shamanic awakening.
Yeah.
So I can, one of my Patreons, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, asked a question, and this would probably be a good time to answer it. Let me make sure I know what I'm talking about.
Here's a question I could ask you, Soraya.
Yeah.
Because I know that one of your things has been that you started noticing that you were having some of the hallmarks of the abduction experience without the actual abduction experience.
Right. Yeah. And I think it was the.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to ask, what is the closest thing to that's happened to you? Just some sleep paralysis, or?
Probably the sleep paralysis, but I also would get knocking. And I think it was the knocking when Strieber mentioned the 3 knocks in Transformation. And I was like, wait, that's happened to me. And there was something, it was a lot of stuff Strieber was saying was happening to him was gelling with me. And I was going, wait a minute, this stuff happens to me, but not in this context. And then I started thinking, what if it's not aliens? Or I think initially I thought, am I dealing with aliens? And I said, I don't have any evidence I'm dealing with aliens. I don't know what I'm dealing with, but maybe to some people, whatever I'm dealing with also appears as aliens.
Right.
So
yeah, they're just stumping us.
The question in the Ask Us Anything in the on Patreon was from Betty, and she wanted to know about Soraya Azkath, the name. And I think I've briefly mentioned this before, but I don't know. So, and I might have some of the timeline a little wrong, because I realized I had it a little wrong when I started going over my notes. It was more or less correct, but I think certain things happened a wider space apart than I realized. So the name Soraya was given to me, and I did not initially want to use it. And so what happened was, there was one point I had a very strong Kundalini experience, and I felt like I was dying. And this wasn't totally unusual for Kundalini, but this was worse than any time before. Like, I literally thought I was going to die. And then it stopped. And as soon as it stopped, I got hit with so much information. I think that's actually when the shadow thing, when I started realizing that shadow that was chasing me all those years, that was me. Like, I wrote pages and pages of notes, like little revelatory things that it's like they were just behind this dam, and all of a sudden the Kundalini broke the dam, and all this stuff was coming out, and I couldn't stop writing all this information down, and it all made perfect sense. Shortly after that, I had this altered state experience, and I was asleep at the time, and the cliff on Seneca Lake that we used to hang out with, that all kinds of weird stuff happened. I found myself there, and there were these robed figures, which I know, Jeff, you might have some experience with robed figures.
Yeah.
And they were just kind of on the periphery. It was dark, and they were kind of off to the side. And I actually referred to them as watchers because they were just kind of standing there. You could barely see they were there, but they were watching what was going on. And there was this dark shadow. It was like liquid darkness. And the thing slammed into me, and I hit the ground, and it was incredibly painful. And I got back up, and it did it to me again. And I got back up, and it did it to me again. And every time it hurt more. It felt like literally being slammed into the ground by being hit by a truck. And I was just like, I'm not staying down. And I started hearing someone say to me, stay down. And so I'd get up, and it would knock me down. And I'd hear, stay down. And I'd get up, and because I didn't know what the right thing to do, but I'm stubborn. And I think I finally said, you're going to have to kill me to keep me down. And whatever was talking to me grabbed me and dragged me out of it. And I literally like bounced up in the bed. And after a long rushing tunnels-like sensation, and I had bruises all over from this.
See, to me, that would be the event that sounds most like an abduction event to me. I mean, that's
sort of, but it doesn't fit the.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah. And I didn't know how to make this or how to take this. I was like, I don't know what just happened. Was I supposed to stay down? Was that what they were trying to show me? Was I supposed to keep getting up? Was it a test of some sort? I didn't know. And then a few people I knew also said, did you do something? Because I just had a weird encounter with something, and I don't know what the hell it was, but it wasn't pleasant. And I was like, okay, so whatever it is it's not just me. Like this thing.
These are friends or close people that, okay.
One was a woman who was sort of tutoring me in magic.
Huh.
And she had the most intense encounter. And I was just like, oh, and I'm like, I'm sorry. I didn't try to do anything, but this just happened. And she was very traditional in how she practiced magic. And she was not happy with the fact that I wasn't.
Okay.
And without me saying anything, right around the same time that this, like right after this happened, she had this encounter where this thing attacked her. And she was like, what the hell did you do? I'm like, I don't know. And so shortly after that, we had gone to see the Scorpions. And I was riding home with a friend of mine, and him and his wife are in the front. He's driving. I'm in the back with a friend of mine. She's asleep. And this voice from the right side of my head just says, Soraya, really loud. And it was the best way I could describe the voice. It's a voice I recognized immediately, but I couldn't tell you whose voice it was.
Now, I think I've asked you this before, but have you looked into the meaning of that or any historical?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So initially when this happened, like I knew immediately that was my name. And I said, I'm not using that name. And eventually when I started using it, things started falling in place. From simple things like it's a unique name and people remember it to things just seemed to gravitate to me once I started using that name. So that's where Soraya came from. Azkath came to me like they had given me the other part again in a dream state, and I was like, okay, so that's the second part of it. And when I laid everything out, like I translated it into different languages, I laid it out on the Kabbalah and found that one was completely on one side of the tree, the other was completely on the other side of the tree, and I always felt like it was supposed to be a balance, like one name is more feminine, one name is more masculine. And when that voice hit me, it like I said, there were two other women in the car. Both of them sound asleep at the time, and it came from the side of the car that had a window at it. So it's not even like it came from in the car; it came from the side, and it was only in my one ear. But boy, was it loud!
Huh.
So that's where the Soraya thing came from, huh?
Loud and clear, yeah.
Yes, yeah, you asked the history of the name. So when I first had that name, there was no internet at the time. I tried to do some, research in the library, couldn't find any reference to it anywhere. When the internet started up, I couldn't find any reference to it anywhere. One of the things that I knew was that I was supposed to find somebody else with this name. And I was like, this name doesn't seem to exist. I looked everywhere I could. And when I mentioned the person that I met, that I had that also had the massive Kundalini, she was using that name. I was not looking for the name at the time. I was looking up somebody else that I was trying to get an interview with, and she popped up, and I went, "There's my name. Why? Who is this person?" So that was one of the weird connections there, because I never would have met her if it wasn't for using that name. It just never would. And she got the name the same, not the same exact way, but it was just given to her at some point. And she said, "Okay, I'm going to start using this name."
Huh.
Also had similar experiences with similar entities that I did, where we started comparing notes and going, okay, this is the same thing I've been interacting with.
Well, ASCAF has a real sort of grimoire feel to it.
Yes. And neither name is exactly the name I was given. They're sort of deviations of it. Because I think using the real name would I think names have power.
You cannot pronounce the name in my tongue.
Well, I think names have power, and if someone knows your real name, it's like knowing the real name of a demon. The whole idea is if you know its real name, you can control it. But I do think there is something to if you know someone's true name, you can have some power over that. So this was sort of the modified version that I started using publicly. And what was the thing you asked me, Josh?
Just about if there was the historical significance,
yes, okay.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So more recently,
I remember somebody called in, or somebody said to you sometime when I was around you, and they said, it sounds like a Civil War name, and I was like, that's interesting. I can see that.
Well, it is, as far as I know, it's not. I just recently, within the last few months, every once in a while I search Google for it. And the closest I could find before is in the Mormon Bible. There is a Sariah with an extra I in it. And I guess the terminology means Prince of the Lord. That's all I could really find. But more recently, I found some obscure biblical texts that mention a Sariah back in biblical times that was like the guardsman of some temple or something like that.
Apocryphal sort of texts, or
I don't know. There wasn't a lot of information. It was one of those things where it gives you a snippet, and then you have to pay for the full article. Mm-hmm. But the article would just mention that name. It wasn't like about that name. It was someone mentioned it, and I went, "Oh my God!" So there's an actual biblical reference. Aside from that, the name doesn't seem to exist popularly until probably about 1993. It starts popping up. I was given it in 1991. I knew one person who actually named her daughter after me shortly after it happened because she loved the name. So I don't know if that's what brought it into popular existence right there. That other people heard. I know a friend of mine who would hang out at the radio show sometimes named her daughter after me, but never told me. I don't think she so much named it after me as much as she just liked the name. And in modern usage, it's almost always female.
Yeah, babycenter.com says that the origin is, the meaning of the name is origin.
Huh.
Sariah, Seriah. Girl's name.
You got that bookmarked, Jeff?
Uh-huh. Girl's name meaning origin and popularity. Now, whenever I get these names that come from I don't know, non-local sources. I always do them backwards too.
What do you mean? Like spell them backwards?
Take the letters and take them backwards.
Oh.
And when you do that, you get hairs, and it's an obsolete spelling of hairs.
Huh.
How fitting is that? So yeah.
I was able to find a couple of references to the name, one in like the 1600s and one in the 1980s for some woman in Haiti or something like that who was on trial for something, and that's it.
Right.
Other than those two vague references, there's between biblical times and now, there's nothing. At least nothing that shows up on the internet.
Well, there's a thing here called 7reflections.com. If you've looked at that.
Nah, I don't know.
I'm just going to read you what it says here. It says, you are spiritually intense and can sting or charm. Your name brings love and new starts into life and attracts money. Haha. In business,
I wish that part was true.
In business, you are the creator and promoter of original ideas and usually enjoy considerable financial success. You have an
aside from that,
eventful, exciting life, and you are versatile and have the ability to learn easily.
Aside from the money thing, that's not totally untrue.
You find best contentment in life when you own your own home and provide well for your family and loved ones. You have a great sense of responsibility and duty. You're comforting, appreciative, and affectionate. Your obligation in life is to hold justice and truth, and if you follow the law, you can find the great happiness and satisfaction. So I don't know if that's just some new age fairy crap or not, but there's a lot of here that names. What is it? Nameslist.org.
Yep, I think I've looked at that one.
Gives the same thing. It says the origin of Soraya unknown.
Yes,
interesting.
And as long as we're playing, as long as we're playing Scrabble here. A quick anagram generator. The only English word that I could find that uses all letters of Soraya is ashier, as in being ash colored.
Yeah.
Don't know if that has any significance. Probably not, but
it's what's significant to me is the fact that the name doesn't really seem to exist until it was given to me, and now it's actually a semi-popular name.
Right.
And it's like, okay, if I saw tons of this name in the 80s, I'd say, okay, well, maybe I heard it somewhere. Maybe I heard the name somewhere, and then somehow it got into my head that night. I mean, I was wide awake and everything when this happened. But
I think it's a good name. I mean, I think it's a good name. You're lucky you didn't get saddled with Zehas or something. I mean,
or Sierra.
Right. Yeah. I mean,
I mean, people screw it up all the time, but that happens. It gets auto corrected to cereal a lot.
Right. Well, here's my confession. When you first contacted me, you contacted me on Facebook.
Right.
And your profile picture was a guy with long hair and a girl.
Mm-hmm.
And when I got on Skype with you, I was expecting the girl.
Sexist.
So that's why you started talking to me.
Yeah, that's it. No, I did. I mean, that was and I was like, oh, okay. And for a good 10 minutes after we were talking, I'm like, I wonder when Soraya is going to get on the line. Because I thought you guys are married and you have the show and this is the show. And yeah, so I had a real warped sense of what was going on. And then I realized, oh, well, that's Soraya. Okay, great. Now I get it. But yeah, I mean, that was, I had never heard that name ever. I had never even seen that name anywhere. And so now begs the question, did you officially adopt this name? Legal? Is this your legal name now?
It is not. Okay. It is not my legal name.
Okay. All right. But that is what everybody knows you as.
Depends when they've known me from.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay.
Because I find in a business environment, it's better to use my real name.
Okay. Gotcha.
Because Soraya stands out as such an odd name. You say that and people, and I've had people think it was like Middle Eastern. I've had all kinds of stuff because people just don't know how to place that name.
Yeah, you get on a no-fly list real quick.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I had this girl contact me out of the blue, and she just writes me. She says, "I know you, don't I?" And it was on some social media site. I don't remember which one. And she's like, "I know you," and I'm looking at her going, "I have no idea who this person is." And I said, "Well, if you do, I don't I don't know how. I said I do a couple of radio, or I think I just did the one radio show at the time. And I'm like, so was it that? And she's like, I don't know. She's like, but I know this name. She's like, I know your name. I know I've talked to you. And I'm completely blanking on it. And so I started talking to her, and she turned out to be pretty cool, and she was into metal band and stuff. And I'm like, maybe it was the radio thing, you're in a metal band. And she's like, yeah, I don't know. She's like, but I know we've talked. And I'm thinking, okay, well, if we did, I don't remember you. And all of a sudden, one day she had apparently logged into an old email address and had a conversation we had about the band she was in at the time. And she sends it to me. She's like, I knew you from somewhere. And I'm thinking, oh, like we literally had like one exchange of email and that was it. But the name stuck with her 10 years later.
Wow. Wow. Yeah. So there you go. I mean, it's memorable.
Yes.
Like, and what's interesting about you is like all of these things, like they're not, they're certainly not unheard of events for people.
No.
And the thing that fascinates me about you is, all of this, but most of all, what fascinates me about you is that you have, and apparently have never had much fear of any of this.
No.
Like this doesn't worry you.
Because one of the things they showed me, they'd put me in situations in sort of an altered state where I had to detach from what was going on. And I learned how to carry that over into this state. So when something weird starts happening, I go into the sort of that detached state.
How?
I don't know. I just learned how to do it. It's just I step away from myself. So I function on almost what's a purely logical level rather than giving into impulses.
Okay.
So I might feel like, okay, I want to run right now. I'm going to step away from this and I'm going to observe what's going on instead.
So you just throw senses wide open to it.
Sort of, yeah. I go into an observational mode.
Okay.
And that fear, the fear is there when some of this stuff happens. Sometimes the fear is there stronger when I think back on it than when it actually happens.
Okay.
So I'll go, oh, yeah, when that happened, I was perfectly calm and okay. But now that I'm thinking about it, why was I perfectly calm and okay?
Yeah. Okay. So did you ever have a fear of it? I mean, because these are pretty intense and bizarre experiences. I mean, one can't negate that.
Yeah, not to mention the demon monkey, right?
Okay, the demon monkey really freaked me out.
Okay, well, there you are. Okay.
The demon monkey came after... it's connected to another event, but I don't remember which one. I didn't realize it was connected. There was this really... I think I had done a ritual of some sort, and I felt like things went really wrong. And the entire back part of my yard just felt really bad. And I was walking along it going, what is going on here? And as I'm walking along the cornfield, I hear movement and I look over and I swear what I saw was a demonic looking monkey crawl out between the stalks. And my spine just went ice cold. I was like, what the hell am I looking at? And then it just kind of dissipated. And then I thought, okay, that was probably an optical illusion. It's dark out. There's a little bit of wind. They probably moved just right. And I'm already feeling this sense of like something's not right. So I don't know what that was, but it creeped me the hell out. And I couldn't even walk back toward that part of the yard for a while because I just like the memory of that just freaked me out to no end.
As it would.
Yeah.
But I don't consider that like an actual paranormal thing because
because that stuff happens all the time.
Well, because I think it could have been caused by the feeling of the environment and the movement of the corn stalks, and it was dark out. So there was like moonlight or whatever, enough to see, but a play of light and shadow and the right mood could have caused that. You know what I mean? Like, so I don't count that as paranormal, but despite whether or not there was anything actually there, it freaked me out. And the feeling was definitely there. That vibe in the yard was definitely there and impossible to ignore.
Okay. Would you say that compares to my doom feeling? Heavy?
That was a little different. That was like there was something bad in the yard. Not so much like something bad was going to happen. Like it felt like really negative energy.
Okay.
No, I know what you're talking about with the doom feeling. That's the feeling I have gotten before, as I said, at the Ithaca graveyard occasionally.
Oh, really?
That feeling of oppression, like something just doesn't want you there, or something is about to happen.
Something's coming for you. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And
Okay.
I've actually used that as well. So when I've gone there and I've people I've been working with on some of this stuff, I've utilized that as well. You can walk right through the area where that feeling is coming from. And so what I started doing is, can I walk through this area? Because it's such a strong feeling. When it's there, it's really, really strong. And I'm like, can I walk through it? I'm going to walk through it because I know logically nothing is going to happen. But, all my senses are on edge. They're like, run, and it's like, nope, I'm going to walk through it. And every time I've ever done that, the feeling goes away when you get to the other side.
Huh.
Like it's almost like the area clears off, and it's kind of like, oh, that's interesting. And it gives you kind of a feeling of empowerment because you just defeated this thing,
Right.
Not necessarily that it was a battle, but you just were able to do that. And I've had other people do that where we've been there and I've said, okay, you feel that? And they're like, yeah, I don't like it. And it's like, walk through there. And some people can't do it, but when the people who have and have gotten to the other side, they're like, wow, I feel great now.
Huh.
And I think if nothing else, that's psychological. Like they realize they just defeated that fear. It was a completely irrational fear. They dealt with it. And now that they're on the other side, they're going, wow, I feel invigorated.
Okay.
And nothing's ever happened to anyone. So, I mean, to me, it almost seems like it's a tool.
Huh. Okay.
A lot of this stuff I look at is, what is it trying to teach me?
Okay. I'm only speaking from my experience with weird stuff like this. I mean, my reaction to that feeling is that I mean, particularly at the condo where we lived before here, that's where we got that all the time, and the notion of that, I didn't want to go out, like I didn't want to go outside. I didn't want to get in the car and drive around because that wouldn't be good. Excuse me. And yet I would stay inside and like pace around the house. So I did, and there were times. I mean, there were times where nothing happened when that was very much in present in the room. But I would say more times than not, something weird would happen. It wasn't always some horrifying thing, but it was a subtle thing. I mean, at one point, I mean, we were on the second floor, and Lisa saw someone's head walk by. We're on the second floor. It's so like that kind of stuff. And she would go, "Did you see that?" That kind of thing would happen. One night we were laying on the couch, and that feeling was all around. And I was just laying there. I was like, "Well, what do you want me to do? Like, what am I going to do with this?" And this was about the time all our friends had left, right? So, like, we had no friends at that point, and still largely don't.
Oh, I see what you mean. All right.
And an arm went right between us. An arm, like an arm with a flannel shirt, a flannel sleeve, went right between us. And I'm like, "Did you see that?" She goes, "Yeah, the flannel shirt." I was like, "Yeah, it was a flannel shirt. What was that?" So it was something dumb like that would show up. But then again, every once in a while, it would be some kind of ufological weirdness would happen.
Right.
And I wouldn't know how to deal with that. Like the notion of saying, "We'll walk through that." What are you, crazy? I'm not walking through that. Like, that's just from experience. Like, that's ingrained in me. Like, if it's in the hallway, I'm not going down the hallway. And I don't even know why I say that. See, this is why I admire you so much for this stuff, is that I cannot, and this has been in my life most of my life. And Jeremy always says to me, "Well, all this stuff, can't you deal better with it?" No, I can't. And that's why I'm picking your, like, how do you do that? Is it just like you literally have to just force yourself to do it?
In a sense. But like I said, it literally feels like I'm just stepping outside of myself. It's like, okay, I'm going to play this character in this video game and just have him do what I need him to do. It's like, it feels like a physical separation. Like I'm me, but I'm not emotionally invested in what's happening. It's like almost the emotional part of me just gets shut down.
Okay.
It's probably almost a touch like what someone like what a psychopath may feel, where they don't have that emotional response to things. They just do whatever and they don't care. It's sort of like that, I would suspect.
Okay.
Except
Although
I do care. It's just shut down for a few moments.
Yeah, maybe it's like that, but maybe it's like the soldier who's been through countless battles and is able to just switch off the fight or flight, because you've been
Yeah.
through so much stuff. I mean, the little stuff that happens to you would have me,
Oh yeah.
wetting the bed.
All right, and this is part 2 of this conversation I'm having with Jeff Ritzmann and Joshua Cutchin about my experiences, which I'm not usually on the end of.
Where did the road go? Origins.
Or how Jeff and Joshua can botch an interview.
why don't I throw out one of the really weird things that happened?
Yeah.
Actually, why don't I throw out the one I submitted to Project Core? Because this is one of the weirdest things that ever happened to me.
Okay.
And I didn't realize, I didn't know what Project Core was at the time. Someone sent it to me and said, you should fill this out. And so I did. So I used to take walks around my yard. As I've said, I live in the middle of nowhere. And it's not really the middle of nowhere. I have neighbors, 1,000 feet that way or whatever. But 3 sides I'm surrounded by fields. And I have a decent 4 acres of property. And at the time, I think it was 6. So I would walk out back toward the fields where it was very, very dark and you could see all the stars in the sky. It's an amazing view because there's not a lot of light pollution. And one of the days I walked out there, and this has happened other times as well, I was getting these flashes of light, like the entire landscape would light up. And so I'm walking along. It's like someone took a picture, except the flash bulb was incredibly powerful, and I could see everything, and then it would have a slow decay, and then everything would go back to normal. And this was happening at a semi-regular pace. And I was just like, what is that? And there was a full moon, and so I'm standing on the back of this hill looking up at the stars, and there's some clouds moving across the sky, and they start to cover the moon. And as they start to cover the moon and the moon starts to dim down, the moon pops through the clouds and starts shaking.
Huh.
And I said, well, that is the weirdest optical illusion I've ever seen. And I look down and I look back up. Moon looks normal, waits a few seconds, pops through the clouds and starts shaking. And I'm like, okay, what's going on right now? Then I notice out in the field, where there's nothing. I mean, there's like Amish on the far side of the field. There's no lights. There's no nothing. There's this dim light sitting in the middle of the field. I have no idea how far out it was, but it's sitting near ground level, and it's kind of dim but noticeable. And I'm thinking, what's that light? That's weird. There's no lights out there. And initially, I didn't pay that much attention to it. And so the moon thing's going on, the flashes of light are going on, and I'm just like, what is happening? And I felt fantastic. For whatever, I felt really good this night. And I'm just like, I have no idea what's going on. This is freaky. And I start paying a little more attention to the light. And the light is blinking on and off. And I start counting it. And it would be on for 7 seconds, off for 7 seconds. It may not have been 7. I don't remember the exact number. But it was an equal number. And it was on for a bit and then off for a bit. If I was looking at it, however, once it went off, it would not come back on until I looked away. And that started really messing with me too, because I'm going, okay, I can watch it out of the corner of my eye and it comes back on. If I'm watching it directly, it doesn't come back on. But it won't go out when I look at it. It'll stay on the full 7 seconds, go out, and that'll be it. And then I'll look away, watch out of the corner of my eye, and it'll come back on and resume the 7-second cycle. Now, of all this, nothing else happened. But I had no means to explain what was happening that night. And I still don't fully know, but I suspect. I mean, if I had to venture an explanation at this point, I would say that light was being caused by some kind of, earth energy. And it was somehow interacting with me and causing these slightly hallucinatory sort of events to occur around me. Because obviously the moon wasn't popping through the clouds, but it was the freakiest thing I've ever seen.
Well, you know,
That's why-
there is a long history. I mean, not to be completely reductive about this, but there's a pretty substantial history of people seeing the moon change into a UFO. I mean, that's not an unheard of thing.
But it didn't change. Yeah. It looked like the moon. It was just vibrating.
Yeah, that's weird.
It was really freaking weird.
And that sounds Fatima-like, you know.
It does sound. That's a good. Yeah, it does sound Fatima-like.
But it's like I've always focused on that light in the field as being related, you know, being a key somehow. You know, whether that was an intelligence there or whether it was a reaction to whatever was going on that was creating a light in the field, like an earth energy type of response that was also causing me to hallucinate in some way.
And I can't believe I haven't asked this question by now. How close to Pine Bush are you, Soraya?
Pine Bush. I don't even know where Pine Bush is.
Pine Bush, New York?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm in dead center of New York State, like right in the middle of the Finger Lakes.
Okay.
Now that I think about it, I have heard of Pine Bush.
Hudson Valley.
About 4 hours.
About 4 hours away from Hudson Valley.
3 to 4 hours.
Okay. Well, the flashes of light, I'm glad to hear you talk about, because as you know, I've talked about that, I think, on your show before too.
I don't remember you talking about that.
Yeah. Yeah. Go back in my podcast history. Look at, you know, like old Paracast shows and old Peritopia shows. Yeah. I mean, that essentially is what drove people away from us, because that got to be so pervasive that, you know, our friends were seeing them, and it wasn't just like outside, it was also in the house.
Right, but it was like a camera flash.
It was like, I used to describe it as an Instamatic camera, like a flash cube. Like the flash cube has such a property to it that, like you say, is that slow decay. Whereas like flash cubes today or flash bars today, they don't have that. It's a flash and it's over. Whereas that cube had that, you know, they had that slow decay to them.
Yes,
and that's exactly
like
what it was like.
John Keel experienced it too. And he said the only time he ever experienced it is when he was moving, like in the midst of like moving from one apartment to another.
Oh, okay.
So in a liminal state.
Liminal state, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that would happen to us like in the car, and we'd look around in the car like, what just popped in the car? Like what happened? Outside, you'd get it. Namely, like, and oddly enough, always when I would stick my key in the door. So getting ready to pass through the threshold of any house or home. And then at the mall, like walking across the parking lot to the mall. And one of our friends, one of Lisa's girlfriends was walking with, and she stopped right in the middle of the mall parking lot and said, "That's it, I'm out." And she turned around and walked to her car, and that was the last time we ever saw her.
Wow.
I mean, yeah, that was it. And she, she knew, because Lisa would tell her, wouldn't believe the weird crap that's going on. So that I totally understand what you're saying there. Also, the periphery of a light coming on and off, or interacting with you in such a way as you're looking at it, and yet it doesn't want to do anything until you look away, or vice versa. You know, I can relate to that. I totally get what you're saying there. But
because the fact that it wouldn't come back on when you were looking at it means it's somehow interacting with you. It's not just a light going on and off. It's actually responding to you looking at it.
I mean, and well, the thing with me is like, I don't think that I've ever had that outside, like in the open air. But certainly the lights that I photographed in the hallway here on the other side of the wall from me, that was very much that kind of thing where it wouldn't show up if I was looking, but yet peripherally I could see these flashing, moving colors. And yet when I stick a cell phone around the corner and just start snapping, I get it. You know, like I take 50 pictures and I get 2. That feels like, okay, I can kind of like relate and see that. But what is it? What is it? I have no idea what would that be? What would it be for?
Well, it's almost like it's just on the verge of our reality, and if we focus too much on it, it pushes it back out.
Yeah, almost like bringing the idea that's internal, external kills it.
Yeah,
you know, that kind of thread runs through a lot of this stuff too.
And the moon shaking thing did eventually stop that night, and the flashes kind of calmed down a little bit. I've had the flashes other times as well. That wasn't the only time I had that happen, but the light was there even when I went inside. It was still just sitting in the field, blinking on and off. And there's never been a light there. Never since, never before.
Was the light reflecting light upon the ground or the trees or anything else?
It was just a self-illuminated ball of light.
Okay.
Yeah, there was no shine like you would get from a flashlight or anything like that.
Okay. Would you think it would be omnidirectional by looking at it? Would you think it would be it wouldn't be a targeted spot like at you, right? Did it have that like I'm trying to gauge the quality of the light. Was it like, road flare weird? You know what I mean when I say that? There's a weird aura that a road flare has. It looked
like almost like a dim lamp.
A dim lamp, okay.
Yeah, it was not bright, but it was distinct. I mean, I could see it. It wasn't, but it wasn't a bright light by any means. It was very dim or like very singular.
Or like a TV globe, maybe?
No, not really.
No.
I don't know exactly how to describe the quality other than like maybe a kerosene lamp about to fade out a little bit.
Okay, here's the description I'll put to you.
Okay.
Now I'm not talking about color. Let's luminosity and look and feel of this. Could you compare it to the cherry on a cigarette from 20 feet away?
No. Well, maybe.
That kind of dim, I'm not talking like, fired up. I'm talking just like somebody sets a cigarette, onto a table or something and walks away. The area goes black. What you see there is that hard to determine, distant, hard to put your finger on, like, I see it, but I don't see it. And that kind of,
a little brighter. I mean, I could definitely see it. There was no mistaking that it was there. It just wasn't bright. And again, you remember I'm in a pitch dark environment. Aside from the full moon, there was no other lighting in that area. It also didn't freak me out. It was just interesting.
No, yeah, that's okay. I can handle that kind of stuff. Gosh, I wish. I mean, of course, I can easily say, like, I wish you'd have walked or had some kind of like walk towards it or something.
I walked around the yard. I didn't go into the field itself, but I walked back and forth across the yard, and it looked exactly the same from every direction.
Interesting. Because Ted Phillips and Marley Woods. I don't know if you've had him on the program to talk about that.
No.
But that was one of the interesting things that I found about him describing the lights that they see in Marley Woods, which is these enormous balls of light. I mean, like enormous. I mean, they're not tiny dots of light. These are big objects. And I asked him, one of the first things I asked him, I said, was it casting indirect light? Was there reflected light coming off of the single object being lit? And he said, no, that's the weird thing. But that's what gives it such a surreal quality, is that there is no reflected light whatsoever, no matter how intense or big the light is. And if you ride towards them, in other words, if you'd have had an ATV and you'd have rode towards this thing, I would probably bet that the way you describe it sounds very much like a Marley Wood type of light. And he said you could leave one person at the vantage point you were looking at, ride towards the light, or do an end run around the back of it. And the person would be on the radio saying, it's right in front of you. It's right in front of you. You're right on top of it, and you see nothing.
Yeah, I've heard that.
So that kind of, like, I've got one of those in the backyard every so often that Lisa and I were just actually talking about tonight. It's a little red light, and it looks like a cigarette. It looks like somebody has thrown a cigarette in the backyard. And it's very clear. It's very obvious. But we haven't had the kind of interaction that you're talking about with the periphery and all that. This is like, you can look right at it. So I don't know what that could be, but the flashes, I'm gratified to hear somebody says this.
There's a couple other weird light things I've had. Like, one of them this one was really freaky. This is my friend who was there when when person or whatever walked between us. This was one of the other experiences that really freaked him out. We had gone to a concert and Overkill. I think we went to see Overkill. We saw Overkill so many times. I'm pretty sure it was Overkill. And we get back to my house, and he was going to come in and get something. And we turned the car off, and we're sitting there for a moment talking. And all of a sudden, we hear this yell. And there was no attack or decay to the yell. It was very quiet, but very, very distinct inside of the car. Like, it was just kind of, we're sitting there, we're talking, there's a pause in the conversation, and suddenly we hear, and it just stops suddenly as it started. And it must have gone on for maybe 20 seconds.
Wow.
And it stops. And he looks around, he's like, what the hell was that? And I'm like, sounded like a yell. He's like, it was a yell? Where the hell did it come from? You know? Again, there's no one around. This is late at night. Yeah. And it wasn't a normal sound. You know, normally if someone yells, it builds and then it decays down as, you know, as they're yelling. And this was dead on, like it was just generated. And so I said, all right, well, I don't know what it was. There's nothing we can do about it now. And I get out of the car. And I'm like, let me go grab you that thing or whatever. He's like, I'm not waiting out here. He gets out of the car, and now he's on the far side away from the house, and he's looking around like, you know, is there somebody near? Is there someone around? And I start walking toward the house, and we had this gigantic oak tree right next to the back door. And as I'm walking under the oak tree, I see this kaleidoscope of lights on the ground, almost like someone had a kaleidoscope above me and was shining the lights down on the ground. But all I see are the circles of light on the ground. And they kind of like mix and match. They're all primary colors. They just kind of mix and match into each other and then disappear. And I went, oh, lights. He then realized how far away I was and went, lights, where? He almost yells. He's like, what are you doing way over there? And he comes tearing over to where I am. But there's no way anyone could have shown those lights. I mean, above me was solid, thick oak tree. They couldn't have been reflected from anywhere. They moved. But there was no beam attached to them. They were just there on the ground. And it lasted, I don't know, 5 seconds? Long enough for me to get a really good look at them, and then they just went away, and nothing else happened.
Huh. Let me ask this, because I've been useless throughout this entire program.
No, not true. Not true.
No, this is, I mean, I apologize. And I don't even know that you're going to be able to answer this because, like, so many of your very early things are fuzzy, if not there at all. Which I think is part of what's making it hard to like get an origin point to move forward on this for me. Like that's where I'm at. Mm-hmm. But it seems like a lot of your experiences as a whole have happened around the general area where you live. So how many things can you think of or can you remember that say you went on a trip to Michigan or Wyoming or something, like when you were far away from home, did you ever have anything while you were completely removed from your area?
Well, I've had stuff happen in other locations. Yeah.
Okay. So it's not
limited to here.
It's okay. That's what I was getting at. It's not like your experiences aren't relegated to like the upstate area of New York or New York in general.
Yeah, they're pretty much, but that's because I don't go very far outside of it.
Okay. I know. Right. I understand. Okay. Because I have been to places up, like I said, Pine Bush, Hudson Valley, and all. These are exceedingly weird places.
Well, it's sort of getting into that whole burned over district thing,
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and I guess the other thing is when you just taking, for instance, the flash of light with the light in the field, what was going on? Where were you? What were you doing there? What were you looking for? Were you looking for anything?
No.
Was a complete happenstance situation that you were even in that position to see these things?
I would go out sporadically in the middle of the night and just take walks. It was a very common thing for me to do.
Okay. All right. So you clearly don't have a fear of the dark, right?
Nah, only once. That's a whole nother experience.
Okay. All right.
The gift that keeps on giving, yeah.
And that is one of those things that's one of the only other times I was really freaked out.
Okay.
And that was around the same time. I'm trying to look up dates, but I have so many notes here. Okay, so this was so this thing with the darkness was in May of 1995. It started end of 95. Anytime I walked outside by myself, you had that eerie quiet. Everything was dead quiet. If I tried to walk through the yard, it sounded like something was walking right behind me. It felt like there was always something right there. There was never a sound.
So was this full blown Oz effect? No wind in the trees or anything? Okay, cool.
Exactly. And if I went out with some friends, I'm outside with them, everything's fine. I go in the house, they leave, I go back outside 2 minutes later, and everything's dead quiet. And it's rarely dead quiet here because we actually have a pseudo pond where they had dug a lot of dirt out for another part of the yard, and it just kind of grew into sort of a pond swamp area. So there's tons of like frogs and crickets and everything over there. So by now even, this is April 20th. We're recording this. It is loud when you outside. There's so many insects and so much noise going on. It's never completely quiet for more than a few seconds. And this went on for a few months. And it was all precipitated too by, if I remember right, I don't know if I have the note here. I want to say it was precipitated by a dream where I had walked downstairs into my kitchen and I looked at the porch door, and the door was kind of being like there was this darkness just behind the door trying to open the door. And I was like, what the hell is that? And then I woke up. And then after that is when this started happening. And it went on to the point where I couldn't walk outside at night. Like it was freaking me out really badly. And eventually I went out right before dawn and I sat on the stairs in front of my barn and I said, you know what? If you're going to do something, do it. Otherwise, stop it. And I sat there about 20 minutes and all of a sudden the noise just came rushing back in. It was just like, and all the sounds returned to normal, and it's never happened to me since.
If you're going to do something, do it. Are you crazy? I mean, wow.
Yeah, that takes some. That's what I'm talking about. Like this whole idea of you being the battle hardened, experiencer. Like I can't think of many people who would do that.
I don't even know that it's that. I think that when I think of Soraya, I think of somebody who, just listening to him talk here, and the other things that he's mentioned throughout the time that I've known him. We haven't known each other a year. Yeah, I mean, it's not even been a year.
No, I think so, no.
I think what I always have gleaned from you is that you're somebody who knows what this is.
I have no idea what this is.
You say you have no idea, but I think that somewhere in there, I think you know what this is.
Oh, quite possible. But the same could be said of you. And maybe all of us on some level.
Yeah, but I have a lot different reaction than that. I mean, and it's not to say that I run, because I don't run, but the feeling of proximity. You know what I mean when I say that? There's a feeling of proximity when I'm outside at certain points. Now, I've never noticed that everything goes quiet. That has happened before, but that's only happened right before something happens. I mean, something that is in my face happens.
Right. Right.
That has been a few times, but not to that degree that you're talking about. And that's that feeling of proximity that I can't stand to be around. I can't stand to be around it. So I've got to do something. I've got to occupy myself with something to try to get myself away from that feeling. Whereas you're confident enough in the way you walk with this that you are able to say, if you're going to do it, do it. Otherwise, knock it off. I have said that to walking up and down the steps in my house. I have said that to whispering that I hear on the steps in my house and in the bathroom. I said that. I said, knock it off, and it stops. I'm very somewhat comfortable with the ghost a la mode stuff around here that seems to be like common fare. I feel like I've got handled on. When it comes to the things that you're talking about, I think my uncomfortability with it comes from the idea that it's a lack of control for me. I feel like these things are able to do things that take me out of a position of control. Whereas you don't seem to have that worry. Do you?
I enjoy the ride more.
Yeah, I mean, you're like a prime candidate for psychedelic drugs. Because
at the same time, the reason I don't do drugs is because I have a little bit of a control thing going on. Like I feel like I don't want to lose control of my consciousness. Like the stuff around me is fine, but actually losing control of my consciousness is something completely different.
Yeah. I've always said I've got enough weird stuff, so why would I want self-induced psychosis?
The other thing is, like, with all the weird stuff that I experience and already having trouble, like with the moon shaking. Okay, well, I know that can't be real, but I'm watching it happen. I'm worried I'll lose that objectivity if I do, if I start doing LSD. I think it's going to make it harder to determine. Right. Yeah. Like, okay, is this just, if I had done lots of LSD and then that happened, I'd say, okay, it's just coming back on me,
Right.
It's from the tripping I did, 2 weeks ago or something like that. But never having done it, I could say, okay, I know it's not drugs because I don't do drugs.
Exactly.
There was one of the, this was kind of a minor thing, but it still freaks me out just because it was impossible. So I used to wear a Baphomet. I definitely identified more as a Satanist at one point, like LaVey Satanist, not like devil-worshipping Satanist. At one point. I don't say as much now. I probably identify more as a Buddhist now. And I never liked the ego stuff from the Church of Satan, but I like the basic be responsible for your actions. Everything's fine as long as you're responsible for what you do type of an action. I really liked that. I really liked the way he phrased a lot of that stuff. And I had a Baphomet necklace that I would wear. And I couldn't put it on over my head. The chain was too small. My head was too big. So I had to clasp it anytime I put it on. Like it wouldn't, the chain would not fit over my head. So I get home from work one morning and I go to get out of the car and the chain had broken a few times here and there. And I feel the thing fall off, my neck. And I'm like, the chain broke. Great. And it falls down out of the shirt and lands on my shoe as I'm getting out of the car. And I'm like, all right. And I pick it up. Chain's not broken. Absolutely no way that thing could have come off my neck without breaking the chain. And I'm like holding it up going, yep, that's in one piece. My interpretation of it was I'm supposed to stop wearing it. So I guess I'm not going to wear it anymore. and I actually put it on the mirror of my car. And in one of those like random little things, one of my friends at the time, she goes, why is the Baphomet on the mirror now? And I told her what happened. And she's like, I'm like, so now it can protect the car. And she's like, all right. And I brought the car to the mechanic once and I took the Baphomet off and left it at the mechanic's. And when I got it back, I didn't put the Baphomet back on right away. And like 2 days later, I totaled the car.
Huh.
And she goes to me, it's because you took the Baphomet off. And I'm like, what? And she's like, you said it was there to protect the car. You didn't put it back on. And I went, all right.
Huh. Okay. So what I'm kind of coming to here is that there would be so many questions to ask that probably have pretty profound and baffling answers, such as why the draw to magical practices.
Because I wanted to know what was out there. I liked fantasy stuff. I liked Dungeons and Dragons. I liked all this other stuff.
Uh-huh.
I was actually, and Josh knows this because he's read some of the early chapters of my book. Growing up, I had this intense fear of God. My parents were not particularly religious, but they were very like they were Christian in name only.
Okay. Well, and then their explanation of death didn't help things either.
And that's what did it. That's what set off this almost neurotic fear of death. Is that when I was one of the few things I remember from being a really little kid is our dog died, and I didn't understand what that meant. I was maybe 4 or 5 years old at most, and I was like, "Why is the dog not getting up?" And my mother, in explaining death to me, told me to close my eyes and plug my ears, and that's what death is like forever.
Oh, that's great.
And I'm sure she meant well by this, but it was the most terrifying thing in the world to me.
Yeah.
So I was absolutely neurotically paranoid that I was going to die because, oh my God, I don't ever want that to happen,
Right.
And so I stayed away from anything that was, even though my understanding of Christianity wasn't very much, it was enough that I kind of I would never touch anything that was like Wicca or anything like that. That stuff's all evil. Even when I got into metal, there was still a little overhang of that where I was kind of uncomfortable listening to certain bands going to sleep.
Huh.
Which was 13, 14 years old maybe. And I'd be like, well, I don't want to listen to this band because they have all the satanic imagery. I'll listen to something that's not like that when I'm going to sleep. And then when I finally realized how ridiculous that was, because it became this inborn sort of belief, it wasn't totally conscious anymore. It was just there. When I finally kind of examined that and threw it out, those doors burst wide open. I'm like, I should be looking at all this other stuff,
Okay.
And so I got into Wicca initially because a friend of mine was into it. And she was really into it. And, I borrowed a couple of the books and I went, wow, this is really fascinating. And then I did research on my own and went, wow, almost everything in that book was bull. Because, it was kind of like Wicca's an ancient religion and all this stuff happened and all this stuff happened. And then I looked in actual historical accounts and went, none of this happened. This was created by these people in the 1950s. All right. Well, it was a nice story anyway. And then slowly from there, it was just the gate was open. And then it's like, okay, well, Wicca doesn't really do it for me. And then I met this other woman who was into Crowley and LaVey. She got me into both of them. And I was like, oh, I really gel with Crowley stuff. As far as his way of thinking about certain things, because he approached it, with that, what did he say? The aims of religion with the method of science.
Okay.
And I was like, oh, that appeals to me, And so that's when I really started experimenting with it and going, does this stuff work?
Huh.
And I've always done a lot with dreams. Dreams, I've had so many weird dream experiences, so much information portrayed in dreams. And I also learned at an early point I was able to send people dreams. Okay. And that was one of those things. I was literally listening to a King Diamond record, Conspiracy, and at the end of the concept record, you're familiar with King Diamond,
yes,
Jeff?
Yes.
So at the end of one of the songs on Conspiracy, King's sister says, "I'll send you a dream," and I started thinking, is that something someone could do? And so I would create a little sigil of somebody. I wouldn't tell them I was doing it. Create a little sigil of someone. I'd put it under my pillow, and then as I was falling asleep, I'd try to concentrate on them. And a lot of times when I was going to sleep, it was close to the time that they were waking up. And then the next time I talked to them, I'd just be like, hey, so you have any interesting dreams? And they'd be like, oh my God, I had this really freaky dream about you. And I'm like, oh my God, this works.
Uh-huh.
You're exhausting, Soraya.
You all right there, Jeff?
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm just trying not to say or do the typical things here because it's obvious that you're steeped in marginality. It's obvious that anti-structure is the way you live. Much like me and probably every other experiencer out there of weird stuff. It's hard to nail down the origin event of a lot of this stuff and when it started. But you've had the spread. You've had the spread that wouldn't fit into. Even though I think it's like most of my stuff applies to the UFO thing, it's certainly a spread across the board of stuff.
Right.
The UFO thing is just how I kind of stumbled on. Well, what about that weird thing, and what about that, and what about that? The thing that and I'm not just saying this, I totally admire your willingness to see it. I too. And this is, I'm getting to this point with Aaron and writing the book with me. It's like to broach the idea that, yes, I was very much studying occult practices, or what people would call occult practices. Started with studying Wicca. I didn't practice any of this stuff. Never put anything into real practice form as far as like a lifestyle for me. It was never that. It was always like experimentation with that. Like what would happen? What would happen? And I noticed that much the same as you, I approached it much from the same way. A girl at work mentioned to me something about casting spells. I said, "What the hell are you talking about?" And so on the one hand, where I see that you like integrate, this is part of your life now. This is something that you do. This is something that for me that I saw, yeah, it works. Yeah, that freaks me out. I'm walking away. The only one that doesn't freak me out is something like, and I don't know how you feel about him or whether or not you feel anything about him, but like Grant Morrison.
Not really familiar with Grant Morrison.
What I've come to find out, and I don't know why this is over the years, and maybe it's something that I'm noticing that isn't, and you and we're about 5 years apart. People like of our age cloud, like that's a loosely defined cloud. Like I'm not sure where the cutoff date is for it. Like we as adults came into this looking at occult practices and maybe dabbling a little bit in these things. That seems to be almost a common thing with people of our age. Not a lot, but certainly a bigger smattering in my mind to people in the 50s or 40s or 60s or
absolutely. I think late 60s, 70s, and 80s is where that stuff started to get some more mainstream acceptance, or at least come into the more popular culture a little bit.
Yeah, and so when that stuff starts entering into it, of course, it becomes, and I'm with you with how Crowley kind of looked at it, like it's more mechanical science and hacking reality than spirituality type of thing.
Yeah.
And Grant Morrison is very much like that kind of guy. Like he wrote, and he's a comic writer. I mean, that's what he does. And you find out that these comic writers, like the guy who wrote Watchmen, I can't remember his name for the life of me. Right?
Alan Moore.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Him and Morrison have been spiritually battling each other for years. Because they're both magicians. And you find this out, you're like, what? What is this? And yet this seems to be a pervasive theme in, at least with Project Core, saying that a lot of people who experience paranormal events have at one time or another studied, partaken in, experimented with some sort of what society would deem an occult practice. It's everywhere, and you don't even know it's everywhere. That's the brilliant thing about it. And that's what keeps it in that marginal state, to allow these things to kind of happen. I do believe there's some kind of connection there for that. Like you said, when you began the magical practice to the magical workings, the stuff, it seemed to amp up for you. And,
absolutely.
And my answer to that is, well, of course it did. You're throwing doors open.
That was my intent.
Absolutely. And so, and I noticed exactly the same thing in my own life that I got heinously weird stuff, as in, i.e., jets of blood ejecting from my navel. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So there's that. That all happened in that period where I'm looking at, gree bag construction and hoodoo magic and all of these kind of things. All of this stuff kind of bled together. And not long after that came all of the UFO stuff, just blossoming out of, I would say, a general, I think, a cloud of time that is not that definable. You could try to put it in some kind of chronological order, but it's dotty and spotty, like you're describing over the course of your life. It's spotty and dotted until you reach that point of some kind of mechanical hacking of reality in one way or another, and then these things seem to start to propagate more. Grant Morrison basically said, hey, sigil magic is the thing, yada yada. He gives this speech to the disinformation conference some years ago that is terrifying, and amazingly like hopeful too. If just more people would do it, like we can hack reality. We can make the life we want. It's all about, following this, essential system that he says you're making it your own. Not attaching so much meaning and so much pomp and circumstance to it. It's a very basic thing. It's very, and all of these things, from magical practices to ghosts to UFOs. I mean, when you look at your life and you look at and you kind of overlay that as like an onion skin paper over top of like the ghost community or the UFO community. The very fact that UFOs show up in Gulf Breeze is said by one man because people show up to see them. Right. It's that kind of overlay that says, well, you obviously care enough about this topic that you are willing to devote time and energy to exploring it. So therefore, the repercussion of that is it shows you that to and fro. That in your life, that is all over the place. It's all over the place. And so while that's not earth-shattering thing, to point out, it fits the pattern. It all lays into the pattern very nicely. So,
I got one thing here that it was one of those things I debated whether I'd even make a note of because I didn't think there was much to it, but it kind of reminds me of your experience a little bit. It says, in November of 1992, I had an incident where I feel a presence in my bedroom directly before I went to sleep. As soon as I went to sleep, I started having a dream of a reptoid-like being leaning over me like it was going to operate or do something to me. And then I immediately woke up.
Yeah. Yeah.
And like I said, I didn't take too much to that because it could have just been a dream based on that feeling that something was in the room. But it just kind of reminded me of you waking up with the big-headed thing.
Yeah. 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 I mean, again, for me, I think the really unique part, and I think the part where, like if there is some kind of, I don't know, a trajectory for you. It's like whether you like it or not. I think that there's a certain inspiration that's drawn from you, at least when you talk about these things very matter of factly. Like that removes a lot of fear for a lot of people when they hear you talk about these things and how you react to them. And that's part of the thing. I feel that I've been wrong in this field in describing my own experiences as, well, it terrified the crap out of me. So, like maybe I shouldn't have said that as much as I did, but I can't negate how I felt about it at the time. Whereas I think you approach it with much more innocence than I do. And who knows why? I don't know why. Maybe I'm just a coward. Maybe that's literally it. But I think for me and a whole lot of other people, it stems from this fear of a loss of control over yourself, over what happens to you. Have you ever felt in your time in this and all the experiences that you've had, have you ever felt that this could take you away?
I don't think so.
Okay.
No, I don't. I don't think I've ever gotten that impression. Well, aside from the darkness thing.
Okay.
You know, when something was right there in the dark, that definitely gave me that sort of eerie, sort of like something could just grab me and I could disappear, sort of thing. I experienced that once again with the same guy who was with me in a lot of these experiences. We were up in this. It's basically a potter's field, and as I've described in other shows, it's a cliff that overlooks this Seneca Lake. And we were just wandering through the field, and he was on the other side of the trees, and I was on, from where I was, so he couldn't actually see me. And we were just kind of like taking a walk through that area. It was a nice little area. And all of a sudden, I felt like there was something there ready to grab me. Like, again, everything went quiet. I got this really intense, get the hell out of here sort of feeling.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
And it was immediately like, hey, where are you? And he's like, over here. And I'm like, yeah, stay right there. And that doesn't normally happen to me where I feel that way. So that was one of the only times I could say where it really felt like something's about to grab me and I should probably get out of here. Like alarm senses went off and I have no idea why.
Okay. You didn't feel that way with and I don't even know the story of the massive UFO overhead, but you didn't feel that for that?
No, not at all. The UFO, I was driving to my radio show, and this was right after I had gotten out of the relationship with the girl with a very heavy kundalini.
Okay.
And as I'm driving to the show, I look over on Cayuga Lake. But I didn't look over. What happened is I got blinded. So suddenly I'm like, oh man, someone has their high beams on coming up from the lake, because it's a pretty steep slope from that road down to the lake. And there's a bunch of, I think even Whoopi Goldberg has a house along there somewhere. And so I'm going, oh man, turn your high beams off. I literally can't see. And so I'm kind of squinting through them. And then I realize it's not a car. It's this thing above the lake that must have been 3 or 4 football fields long. Because, and the only reason I know that is because it started to drop down and it was behind the trees. And so as soon as I saw this, I'm like, what am I looking at? And it was the brightest thing I've ever seen, but I was able to actually look at it after my eyes adjusted. And it was like there were lights on the top and the sides. I couldn't see an actual structure. All I could see were the lights. And there were primary colored lights sort of racing each other through the middle of it from left to right. And they would, like, as they went off the right-hand side, almost like a video game, they would come into the left-hand side.
Okay.
And I'm just watching this, and I'm going, okay, it's not a plane. I mean, this was, let's see if I have the date here. It was, I know it was 2000. I believe it was 2000. I do not see that. Oh, there it is. Yep, September 23rd, 2000.
Okay.
So I'm watching, and there's no noise. I pull the car over. I roll down the window. I'm listening. There's not a sound. And I watch the thing very slowly just drop down below the tree line. And that was it. There was nothing else to it. There was no sense of fear. There was no Oz factor. There was no nothing. And I'm going, I can't imagine a single rational thing that could have been. That was just a weird, unidentified flying object. Floating, maybe, more than flying.
Huh. How big at the outstretched arm? What would just cover it?
From where I was, maybe body width.
I'm sorry, what?
Maybe like, if from how big it looked from where I was standing, it would have been maybe the width of my body, but it was quite a distance away.
I mean, that's an unheard of size.
Yes, that's
ridiculously
huge.
And like I said, what I could tell, because the trees, these big old trees, are, looked like tiny little trees down by the edge of the lake, at least as far down as I could see, and it was dropping below those. And I was just, so you're talking like 50 trees long.
Okay. I mean, MUFONites get excited about something the size of a quarter held at arm's length.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, it was immense. It filled, most of my vision. It was so freaking bright. It was unreal.
Any reports did you happen to look?
No.
Or? No.
I did look, and even when I got to the radio station, I said, okay, so I just saw a huge UFO over Cayuga Lake. Did anybody else see it? If you did, call me.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And no one called, and I was like, all right. But I never realized the when this happened, like what was going on in my life when that happened, which was a major transition period.
Okay, good. Yeah. All right. Any emotional feeling from it?
No.
Anything?
No, nothing.
Just seeing it.
Yeah, it was like watching anything else in the sky, except I couldn't identify what this was.
Okay. And you remember what you were doing just before?
Driving.
And just after?
Driving.
Okay. No seamless breaks, right?
No, like no lost time or anything.
No. I mean, it doesn't always have to be lost time. Just like like it can be fairly seamless. Like I was at such and such mile marker, and then I was at marker.
Nope.
So nothing like that.
Every bit of everything. I remember. In fact, I just took some pictures since the foliage is down a little bit because everything's grown significantly since then.
Okay.
So I could get. When I get this book done, I can maybe post a picture and get a better idea of where I saw it for people.
Okay.
But like I know exactly where I first saw it. I remember exactly where I pulled over, and then it disappeared down when I can't see it anymore. Damn it, I have a video camera sitting right in the back seat.
Oh, yeah. That's the last thing on your mind, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, because like I said, I was looking for structure because I'm looking at it, and it looked like, like because the lights stayed in formation with one another, it looked like you had a solid object there,
right.
And I couldn't see through it. But at the same time, I'm going, these lights are so bright that I wouldn't be able to see through it. So that wasn't a major event to me because that was just like, okay, that was interesting. And now I go to the radio station.
Yeah. And you say it was over a lake?
Yeah.
Was it reflecting off the lake?
I couldn't see the lake.
Oh, you couldn't see the lake. Okay.
No.
Gotcha. Was it lighting up the trees?
No. But again, I don't know how far out into the lake it was.
Okay.
I just know it dropped down into the lake and was way beyond the trees at that point.
Okay, I gotcha. Was the quality of the lights odd? Not the movement, not the color, but the actual, like the luminosity,
yes.
The scintillation of it. Was it odd looking?
Yes, yeah, and especially the fact, like I said, it was so bright that initially it blinded me, but then I could look at it.
Okay. And I guess by virtue of darkness, it'd be pretty tough to tell. Well, I mean, it descended behind trees. So how far away were those trees, would you say?
Quite a distance. I could pull it up on a map and tell you exactly, but it's quite a distance from where that road was to where the lake is.
Okay, gotcha. All right, and
this
thing
wasn't really close. Yeah, well, that's the thing because I started realizing how big was it because I'm thinking, well, maybe it was a toy, and I said, you know what? If that was a toy, it's the biggest damn toy that's ever existed.
Yeah. Unless some rich kid. Yes. Yeah, some kid got a full-size Star Destroyer for his birthday.
Exactly.
He's out there playing around with it.
And where it was, I realize is right to the, like, if you're looking toward where I saw this thing, right to the left is a water treatment plant on the other side of the lake.
Okay.
I don't know if that had anything to do with it, but it just like, one of the things I started thinking is, could they have done something that would have, now, what could they possibly do that would create this gigantic thing in the sky?
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot of, UFO reports around water is numerous, as you know. I mean, that's a staple thing. But also around water treatment plants, dams, nuclear power plants, all of these things, they seem to be, magnets of sorts for weird things.
And this would have been probably around 11:30 at night.
Okay. So not absurdly late. You would think that people would have seen such a thing.
Yeah, exactly.
That big. That's just confounding.
2000 wasn't, the time period of social media either.
Yeah, that's true. Any other UFO sightings besides that one?
Yes. Couple really, nothing ever major like that. When another life transition point, literally the day that a bunch of stuff changed, not necessarily for the worse, I had gone outside and I was putting something in the shed at night, and I looked up and I watched this, what looked like a shooting star shoot across the sky. And then it kind of, the best way I can describe it is like a circular transition, like a film transition, the wipe, just kind of appeared and the shooting star went into the middle of it.
Okay.
And disappeared. And I went, the hell did I just see? And I kind of like looked down, focused my eyes, looked back up, and then one of those happened again and a star came out of it, or what looked like a shooting star came out of it and went into another one of those. And this repeated 4 or 5 times. And I was just like, okay, that's weird. Because initially what I thought was a star couldn't have been a star because that white thing, and that's the best way I can describe it. It's like a circular wipe in the sky, and then it just disappeared.
Right. And
so that's one.
I'm sorry for all the sniffing, folks. My allergies are horrifyingly bad. And again, with something like that, you didn't feel a sense of proximity. You didn't feel anything odd. You didn't.
Nope.
You get a sense that you were being looked at.
My sense was almost that it was just a display for me, and then it was done.
Okay, but a display for you. That's good. That's good. What about the large scale one? Did you get the same sense of that?
No, I just
not with that. Okay.
I saw that and went, what the hell am I looking at? And tried to rationally, determine, is there a good explanation for what I'm seeing?
Okay. All right. And I guess it'd be hard to tell with the wipe UFO that anything like feel like it broke up, or do you have a clear to and fro and experience and coming back in the house and all of that?
Yeah, I mean there was nothing weird, nothing broken in the experience. But like I said, it was at a major transition point. So
Gotcha. Okay.
And there's been a few other minor things here and there, like driving to one of my other radio shows that used to be in Geneva, which is north. I was driving, I had 2 people in the car with me. I see this bright in the field, like this light comes on. It looks like a stadium light. It has the grids, like the 4 or like 4 grids of lights, really bright lights. Comes on in the field and then goes out. And I'm like, what the hell was that? And that was it. There was nothing more to it, but it was very distinct. It was very bright. And it's just a field. I mean, I can't imagine what would have caused those lights, but I don't attach, neither person with me happened to be looking that way when it happened.
Right.
I just happened to look over at the passenger side, and there it was in the field, and then it disappeared and it was gone. And I went, I can't explain that. Like, I don't necessarily attach anything paranormal to it. Paranormal,
Right.
But I don't know what it could have been, because, I mean, it was just, like I said, it looked like physical lights you would see in a stadium or something, and there aren't those lights in that field, unless it was something massive attached to a tractor. But why would they flicker on and flicker off if that were the case?
Right.
Nor have I ever seen lights like that attached to a tractor.
Right. Yeah. Huh. I guess the only thing that I really haven't asked as far as what surrounds you. It seems like, well, for a lot of these things, there seems to be people around. Is that correct?
About 50% of them.
About 50% of them. Okay. Okay, so, like, as an example, and this is the only way I know to really verbalize this as a question, like when I was playing in bands back in the 80s and the early 90s, I mean, I think everybody at this point knows what even local band life is like. It's It's often fueled with liquor, cigarettes, dope, girls of every ilk, that kind of like promiscuous stuff, the drug abuse, the liquor overconsumption, all of that.
Decadence.
Just general decadence. I mean, can you think that, because another one of the things that I'm trying to get into, or I'm trying to work towards it in the writing of the blog, is the notion of taboo, and the notion of that taboo and forbidden things seem to surround paranormal events and paranormal experiences for people. It kind of feeds into the liminality. It kind of feeds into anti-structure a little bit. But it also gets into all sorts of things again, and it depends on what society would deem as a taboo of one kind or another. And so there are things that are considered forbidden. In your, just like I know you're big in the metal scene up in New York and all of that. So how much of that stuff was surrounding you and your life at that point? The sex, the drugs, the rock and roll. Has that been kind of a mainstay that you've been around, but didn't, like me, didn't partake in it? Like it's always right there, but you didn't partake in it.
Exactly.
In fact, I quit more bands in the 80s because I couldn't find anybody who wasn't sticking half a Peru up their nose. So it's like, for me, that's like, I'm out because we're not going anywhere. That's not, like that dream of being a professional music, that's not going to happen as long as these people are here. So I'm out. So you being in the middle scene up there, having a radio show, doing all this, working with bands all the time, does that kind of like being surrounded by these very considered taboo things by society, does that kind of figure into high states of activity in your life in one way or another?
No, because that's fairly constant, and
it is. Okay.
It really has nothing to do with. One of the things I did notice when I was going through my notes and stuff is that shortly after I turned 21, I drank a bit before I turned 21, just because it was a cool thing to do. It never did much to me, but I did notice that when I was drinking, experiences, especially like the psychic type stuff, would just go away.
Okay.
And it would take weeks before it kind of kicked back in.
Yeah, and I think that was something that was found in the Ryan Institute studies with the Zinner cards, is that alcohol impaired that sort of psi phenomena.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, definitely.
And one of the things I noticed is that after I turned 21, when I would go to shows, I would occasionally have a beer or two. Nothing major. But in that time period where I was drinking very lightly on occasion, I had no weird experiences that entire time.
Uh-huh. Yeah, you're psychic for sure. I mean, we haven't established that yet.
I hate that word because of the connotations around it.
I know.
Like I said, I like describing it as I just read something from a perspective that you didn't have at the time.
Yeah.
And from what I understand, I mean, alcohol is apparently very bad for things like divination.
Really?
But is apparently quite. I mean, but it's sort of baked into a lot of spiritual traditions in terms of communing with spirits. I mean, if you look at the Afro-Caribbean traditions, there's a lot of rum libations that go on in those sort of situations.
Yeah. And I don't think it affects everyone the same way. Maybe some people need the alcohol to relax enough to open themselves to this stuff.
You feel outside of the group when it comes to anything. I mean, when it comes to society in general, do you feel like an integrated member of society, or do you feel somewhat set aside outside of that?
I feel like I set myself aside to some degree.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like I have an amazing circle of friends. I am incredibly lucky to know so many awesome people. Not just from Where Did the Road Go. This has added a whole new level to it. Right. But like my close friends are some of the most amazing people ever. And I'm regularly bringing new people into my circle of friends. So I don't like, how did someone put it? Someone once called the last exit a place people could go and just be themselves and it was fine.
Right.
And that apparently is the kind of environment I create around me. Because I'm not a judgmental person, and unless someone's really doing something where it's like, okay, you need to stop that.
like we talked about earlier.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't happen too much. Like, people just seem to get a sense of what's okay and what's not okay. We don't mess around. We you can be yourself. You can have fun. No one's going to give you a hard time. Everything's cool.
Yeah.
So in a way, I feel more integrated than I think a lot of people do because I have such a strong circle of friends.
I think it's very unusual that you have a large circle of friends. So apparently, I mean, and I don't get me wrong, it's not unheard of. I mean, but I think that you're one of those that I have found pretty rare individuals that I've come across that have that have essentially this kind of life experiences going on, and are able to somehow balance that with friends and people and all of that. Because I think anybody who looks into this subject and delves into this subject will find that it's incredibly alienating from people. I have a lot of friends, but I also have a lot of friends I'll probably never meet.
Yeah, well, that happens too.
I mean, that's the thing. I mean, as far as local people, most people, I'll get the thing like, your house ain't haunted. I'm like, yeah, we'll come over and spend the weekend. And they won't, of course. They won't.
Well, I totally want to come over and put that crystal to my head.
You're welcome to do it. But you ain't sleeping here that night.
That's fine.
That's a video blog if I've ever heard one.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, I mean, I think it's unusual for you to have that. See, somehow you're one of these people that has a balance of some kind of an equilibrium with this stuff. That and I have to wonder. I have to wonder because the thing that seems inherently different again is the mostly the lack of fear, the lack of the ability to rescind the notion of fight or flight, and just kind of accept what's going on and perceive it as it is.
Balance is something that's really big with me, even in the name. Like I said, it kind of falls with the masculine, feminine type of thing. It falls on opposite sides of the Kabbalah. That idea of balance has always been there. It's like, okay, don't let it go too far this way or too far that way. And that was also something that I was shown in numerous type of pseudo dreams where they would try and show me to keep things balanced.
Yeah.
That if you may like this, but if you go too far this way, you're going to neglect this side of things and everything's going to collapse.
Right. And balance is the ultimate betwixt and between, is it not?
Well, yes, that's true.
But at the same time, do you? I have to ask this: do you have the only way? I keep feeling bad because I keep referring to myself here while we're talking about you, but it's the only thing I have to compare it to in any kind of comparative experience. There is this has lit something in me that I can't stop. For me, like there was times where I was on a runaway train with my interest in this, and there was times where, like now, where I do keep it very much at arm's distance when I can. When I choose to interact with it, I do. I act differently. I behave differently. I do things differently around here. Do you have that consuming, burning drive to understand more, see more, experience more, get a handle on anything like this? I mean, does that resonate with you? That kind of?
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Hence why I would put your crystal to my head.
Right. Yeah, of course.
Let's see what happens.
And see, to be able to do that and have balance, Sarai, is like, I'm telling you, that's not easy.
I almost get depressed when I go through long periods where nothing like nothing new happens. It doesn't have to be anything major, but like something. And it's like when stuff doesn't happen, it's kind of like, oh, did I screw something up? Did I miss a step here?
I have a word for that. It's called bliss. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think you're one of those people that's just somehow, I wish they gave classes on it.
Well, that's kind of what conversations like this are meant for, though, is that hopefully people out there who have had similar experiences can say, oh, maybe this isn't trying to kill me, or maybe I should look at it differently, or, and people are always welcome to write me if they have questions or they want to share their experiences. I mean, we do listener stories. Not that I've done too many recently, but I'm planning on catching up with the large amount of mail I have and get some of these listener stories out. But I'm always willing to, if I can help people in any way, I'm always willing to do that.
Yeah.
I had a lot of people write me after I did the first show on Kundalini because it helped them. Because now suddenly they had a grasp of what they've been experiencing, because it's just, it's not like Kundalini yoga. I mean, even though it's the same type of energy, it comes on so differently and it behaves so differently that people don't, there's no connection made there.
I think that's the perplexing point for me.
Well, we're about out of time, and I think Joshua is fading.
Yeah, I'm struggling a little bit.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
He wants to go snuggle up with his tuba and get some sleep.
Yeah, it's tuba snuggling time.
But thanks for grilling me, guys.
Oh,
no,
thank you.
It was awesome.
Yeah, I'm sorry that I couldn't tie things together and make it and come up with anything that I'm not kidding, and I'm not saying this to for responses. I'm just saying I feel like this was like a pretty miserable failure on my part to say, like, take me through this, because your initial thing is the crux of this to me, and that comes from a very hazy point in your history. So it's hard to move through a chronological step by step to see how did things morph and change. Although I got a sense of that. I look forward to your book immensely.
Yeah, me too, if I can ever get it done.
Join the club.
I want to take a moment here to thank all of my Patreons. It's because of you this show is able to exist. And I want to give a special shout out to those pledging $10 or more. Super Inframan, Allison Cook, Eric Hervin, Tim, Jim and Sophie, Beverly Williamson, Empty K, Nagatha Christie, Patricia W., Frank Earl, Barbara Fisher, Will Powell, Big Boy Limina, Craig Parmenter, Walker, Joanna Rojas, Maddie, David Moore, Vincent Trewell, Stone Wilderness, Luke Osborne, Becky Trainer, Rob Drummond, Alex Whitcomb, Edu Camahort, Tactical Therapist, Janet Bunderson, 36 Dingo, Taylor, Sam Sharon, Jennifer Campbell, American Rambler, Kevin, Chris Ernst, Andy McNamara, Sedger, Riker and Stark, J. Otto Bullitt, Jose A., Charles Davis, Roger Gonzalez, Craig Cicernos, Ray Benedetto, Linz Jackson K., Alfred Tuttle, Kevin Schreck, Patricia Giaquinta, William Lovelace, Mark Brady, Ad Noctum, Stefan D., Carla Mahoney, and James Lattimore. Thank you all so very much. You have been listening to Where Did the Road Go? This show is made possible in part from our Patreons, and we thank you and everyone listening for helping us continue this exploration of the strange. You can always find everything Where Did the Road Go related at www.wheredidtheroadgo.com. And thank you so much for your support.